and the Atal Tunnel. Local authorities, including the Deputy Superintendent of Police, Sub-Divisional Magistrate and Station House Officer are present at the site coordinating rescue operations. As of now, rescue teams have successfully cleared around 700 vehicles. This comes after Shimla recorded the season's second light snowfall, while some other parts of the state received intermittent rain and snow. Now, Shimla has recorded 8 centimeters of snowfall, while Kalpa recorded 7 centimeters. A few areas in Himachal Pradesh's lower hills received light rainfalls too. Now, joining us on the broadcast for a better perspective into the situation is Sachin Sharma. After the fresh wave of snowfall that has transformed Shimla and Manali into a stunning winter landscape. नमस्कार सचिन जी, मनाली में बर्फबारी के कारण फंसे हुए काफ़ी वाहनों को निकालने के लिए क्या बचाव कार्य चल रहा है और कैसा चल रहा है इस समय, क्या स्थिति है ऑन ग्राउंड?
जी हाँ कोई ना, देखिए अगर मैं बात करूँ अभी की ग्राउंड जीरो की बात मैं करूँ तो अभी भी जो है अटल के पास जो है 80-100 के करीब जो है पर्यटक वाहन फंसे होने की जो है वहाँ पर जो जानकारी प्राप्त हुई है, क्योंकि जिस तरह जो है देर शाम को जो है मनाली के ऊपरी क्षेत्र में जो जमकर बर्फबारी हुई है, तो उसके कारण जो है काफी सारे सैलानी जो है अटल और जिला लॉन्चस्टिंग की तरफ जो घूमने गए थे और बर्फ की दीदार के लिए वहाँ पर गए थे, लेकिन बर्फबारी ज्यादा होने के कारण जो काफी सारे सैलानी जो है वहाँ पर फंस गए थे, क्योंकि सड़क पर जो है बर्फ की मोटी परत जम गई थी और जो है तापमान भी माइनस में जाने लगा था, जिसके कारण जो बहुत से वाहन वहाँ पर जो है स्कीट होते हुए नजर आता है, जिसके चलते जो है काफी ज्यादा जाम भी वहाँ पे लग गया था और ऐसे में काफी सैलानी वहाँ पर जो है फंस गए थे, जिसके बाद जो है उन्हें सुरक्षित निकालने की जो है यहाँ पर जो प्रशासन द्वारा पूरे प्रयास वहाँ पर किए गए। और सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज उसमें हुआ जब जो है देर रात को, जिस तरह हम जो जिक्र भी इस चीज का कर रहे थे कि अगर माइनस तापमान यहाँ पर जाता तो कहीं ना कहीं मुश्किलें और खड़ी थी, और वैसा ही हुआ। रात को तापमान जो है जिस तरह जो है रात बढ़ती गई उस तरह से जो है तापमान में जो है माइनस में यहाँ पर चला गया, उसके कारण जो सड़क पर पड़ी बर्फ और जो पानी था वो यहाँ पर जो जमना आरंभ हो गया। उसके बाद जो जिन लोगों को जो वहां से जो है रेस्क्यू किया जा रहा था उन्हें जो वहां से रेस्क्यू करना और मुश्किल हो गया, क्योंकि वाहन जो लगातार स्किट हो रहे थे। तो ऐसे में माइनस तापमान में रहकर जो प्रशासन था, मनाली पुलिस थी, मनाली प्रशासन था और जो लोकल वहां के कुछ लोग थे, उनके द्वारा जो सैलानियों को जो सुरक्षित वहां से जो है निकाल दिया गया है। लेकिन फिलहाल अभी भी जो प्राप्त जानकारी जो डीएसपी मनाली के डी शर्मा से अभी कुछ देर पहले हमारी बात हुई, तो उन्होंने भी कहा कि अभी तक जो है 80 से 100 के करीब और पर्यटक वाहन जो है वहां पर फंसे हुए, जिन्हें निकालने के जो पूरे प्रयास किए जा रहे हैं, लेकिन तापमान माइनस में और ऐसे में ये काफी बड़ा चैलेंज है, क्योंकि जिस तापमान माइनस में खुद खड़े रहना मुश्किल है और ऐसे में ये पुलिस की जवान जो है वहां पर पूरी रात जो है लोगों को सुरक्षित निकालने में वहां पर लगे रहे और अभी भी जो है ये रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन यहाँ पर चल रहा है।
जी सचिन जी, जैसे कि आप हमको बता रहे हैं कि बहुत ज़्यादा तकलीफें आ रही है, स्थानीय अधिकारी जो वहाँ काम कर रहे हैं बचाव कार्य का, उनको क्या क्या चुनौतियों का सामना करना पड़ा है, स्पेशली फूड और वाटर सप्लाईज को लेके?
जी हाँ, देखिए क्योंकि चुनौती काफी ज्यादा है। जिस तरह जो है तापमान जो है माइनस में रात को पहुंचा, तो ऐसे में माइनस से 10 के करीब जो है ये यहाँ पर जो है तापमान रात को पहुंच गया था और ऐसे में सबसे बड़ी चुनौती यही थी कि क्योंकि जिस जो सड़क पर जो पानी था वो यहाँ पर जो जम चुका था और उसका उसने जो ब्लैक आइस है उसका रूप यहाँ पर जो धारण कर दिया, तो ऐसे में उसमें जो काफी ज्यादा रिस्की जो वाहनों के स्किड होने का रहता है और ऐसे में वो सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज था कि उसमें कैसे जो है पर्यटक वाहनों को जो वहां से सुरक्षित निकाला जाए। और ऐसे में प्रशासन द्वारा एक एक करके जो सभी वाहनों को जो है धीरे धीरे करके वहां से जो निकाला गया। इसी कारण जो है इस जो रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में जो कुछ टाइम यहाँ पर लगा और फिलहाल जिस तरह जो आंकड़ा रात को जो है प्रशासन द्वारा हमें दिया गया था कि 1000 के करीब जो है पर्यटक वाहन वहां पर फंसे हुए हैं, उनमें से अब जो सिर्फ 80 से 100 के करीब जो है पर्यटक वाहन वहां पर है और सभी को जो वहां से निकाल दिया गया। लेकिन हालांकि कुछ दिक्कतें वहां पर हुई है सैलानियों को, ये क्योंकि जिस जगह पर जो अटल टनल और सोलंग बैरियर का जो रास्ता है ये बिल्कुल जो सुनसान है, यहाँ पर किस तरह की कोई शॉप नहीं है, तो ऐसे में दिक्कतें बेशक हुई है, क्योंकि सबसे बड़ी बात है तापमान माइनस में होना, तो ऐसे में सैलानियों को दिक्कतें जरूर हुई है, लेकिन इसके बावजूद किसी तरह कोई जानी नुकसान नहीं हुआ। सभी सैलानियों को जो सुरक्षित यहाँ से जो है निकाल दी गया।
जी सचिन जी, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका हमारे तक ये जानकारी लाने के लिए। वेल, द लोकल अथॉरिटीज आर एक्चुअली वर्किंग हार्ड टू improve the situation on the ground and it is expected to return to normal anytime soon. With that, we're slipping into a very short break showing you the visuals of the snowfall. Stay tuned and we'll be back soon.
But I will order federal workers to get back to the office in person or be terminated from the job immediately. And we will create the new Department of Government Efficiency headed by Elon Musk. And no, he's not taking the presidency. I like having smart people. You know, they're on a new kick. Russia, 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 Ukraine, 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 all the different hoaxes. And the new one is President Trump has ceded the presidency to Elon Musk. No, that's not happening. But Elon's done an amazing job. Isn't it nice to have smart people that we can rely on? Don't we want that? He's done a great job. Our citizens, we're going to protect our citizens. But no, he's not going to be president, that I can tell you. And I'm safe, you know why? He can't be. He wasn't born in this country. But the fake news knows that. No, he's a great guy, and we want to have him. Everybody, so many people are in this audience that have helped.
Donald Trump on Wednesday pressured his fellow Republicans in Congress to reject a stopgap bill that would prevent a government shutdown. The president-elect's intervention disrupts a bipartisan effort to keep the government funded past the end of the week. Trump instead urged Congress to pass legislation that would raise the debt ceiling, a politically difficult task. He also said lawmakers should strip out elements backed by Democrats, whose support would be necessary for passage. He warned that Republicans who vote for the current package could have trouble getting reelected, writing, quote, "Any Republican that would be so stupid as to do this should and will be primaried." Trump ally billionaire Elon Musk chimed in as well, pressuring Congress to reject the bill and saying that those who back it should be voted out of office. Musk spent more than $250 million to help Trump get elected and has been tasked by Trump to prune the federal budget. Right now,
Hello and welcome back. Thanks for staying with us. Well, now we are tracking some updates from the eastern parts of the country where a chilling development has emerged after the arrest of Javed Ansari, a member of the militant organization TUM. A note in Urdu recovered from him reveals alarming details about his plans to travel to Bangladesh via water routes. Now, this raises a crucial question. Are terrorists now seeking to exploit waterways to infiltrate India? With Bangladesh increasingly becoming a safe haven for Pakistan-backed operatives and the rise in flights between Pakistan and Bangladesh, security forces are now on high alert. The vast network of rivers and rivulets between Bengal and Bangladesh poses a significant challenge to keeping terrorist activities in check. Now, the probe into this entire alarming situation and shift in strategy is pretty much intensifying.
You know, with now a couple of 3 terrorists till now has been arrested in like 5 to 6 days. Bengal STF has also taken a very important part, but as opposition, they are saying that Bengal is the safe corridor.
You see, how can you ignore the history? You see, in the CPM regime, you see the USIS was attacked by extremists. You see, there was a blast. RDX blast, more than 100 deaths and injured in Baubazar. RDX packed truck was recovered from Baranagar going to Assam. That was in left regime, and in the other states also, BJP ruled states, there are series of activities, but not only in Bengal. Bengal now situation is better. Police is doing their best, and the problem is the border, which is under jurisdiction of BSF. So BSF is totally failure due to failure of BSF. The outsiders are taking entry, and now the opposition is doing politics, making such bogus statements.
So getting names into voter rolls, that is a very, don't you think that's a concern?
You see, after taking entry within West Bengal, a huge population, they are mixing up themselves with the crowd, and there may be some confusions, but we all are alert. And the same thing is going on in Delhi and other states also.
सर अभी जो धुलिया में आपने 4 नागरिकों को पकड़ा है, बोला जा रहा है कि वो बांग्लादेशी नागरिक है, तो इस पे आपने क्या कार्रवाई की हुई है और आगे क्या कार्रवाई करेंगे?
धुले पुलिस में आज़ाद नगर पुलिस स्टेशन में एक होटल में ऐसा एक इनपुट मिला था कि 4 लोग जो इलीगली स्टे कर रहे हैं और वो बांग्लादेशी हो सकते हैं। तो हम लोगों ने रेकी करने के बाद वहाँ पे उनको पकड़ने के बाद हम लोगों ने ये किया, तो वो लोग, उनके नाम थे मोहम्मद शेख और रफ़ीक शेख, शिल्पी शेख और ब्यूटी बेगम पोलश शेख, ऐसे 4 लोग थे। उनको हम लोगों ने अभी अरेस्ट किया हुआ है। फॉरेनर्स एक्ट और पासपोर्ट एक्ट के खिलाफ उनके ऊपर मुकदमा दर्ज किया हुआ है। अभी उन लोगों को हम लोगों ने कोर्ट में हाजिर किया हुआ है। तो प्राइमरी इसलिए वो बांग्लादेश के हैं और इलीगली इंडिया में रह रहे हैं। आगे का इन्वेस्टिगेशन हम लोग अभी कर रहे हैं।
Country, those are adjacent to Bangladesh. We are facing that kind of problem and infiltration is going on. As you know, in some places the borders are porous due to the land acquisition policy of few state government, and as a result demography of this country is also changing. You see, in Bangladesh whatever happening now, it is not acceptable and it is not good for any society. And as radicalization is day by day increasing in Bangladesh, so obviously India will face this kind of problem. But our government as well as our forces, they are very ready, they are well equipped to control or to counter this kind of things.
Well, we are now getting some fresh inputs ahead of External Affairs Minister Jaishankar's US visit. MEA sources have now informed that Jaishankar is likely to meet Trump and Biden administration officials from 24th of December till 29th of December. US and India are also trying to schedule a visit to India by outgoing US NSA Jake Sullivan in early January. Now, Jaishankar and Foreign Secretary Misri are also expected to engage with the members of the Trump transition team and top nominees of the State Department and Department of Defense. Furthermore, talks are also likely on a date for Trump to travel to India for the Quad Summit to be hosted by PM Modi next year. These are the latest inputs that we are tracking from the ground, and to provide further insights into this significant visit, we have Akanksha, our senior correspondent tracking international affairs, who will elaborate on the key developments and the expectations from this trip. A very good morning, Akanksha. What are the key objectives of Jaishankar's visit to the US, and what can we expect from this high-level engagement?
It's a very good morning to you too, and all of you. As we all are aware, confirmed by the Ministry of External Affairs that Dr. S. Jaishankar will be in the United States from 24th till the 29th of December. He will, of course, be joined. India's Foreign Secretary from Misri is already in Washington for Foreign Office consultations. We are also being made aware that the External Affairs Minister would be chairing a conference of the consuls of India in the United States. Now, to give it perspective, Kohina, we are being made aware that you can expect Mr. Jaishankar to also schedule a last meeting of the NSA level initiative on critical and emerging technologies for the Biden administration actually makes an exit. India and the United States are working on possible visit by the US and Jake Sullivan to Delhi. Expect that to happen in as early as January itself. As far as the initiative on critical and emerging technology is concerned, it's one of the projects that was initiated by India and the United States under the Biden administration. So India and US would want to see it reach its completion as well. The two sides have already discussed cooperation in quantum technologies, biotechnology, artificial intelligence. Now, to come to the transition that we've been talking about, as far as Donald Trump is concerned, Mr. Jaishankar was already in the United States during Trump's first tenure when he was about to take over. So, Mr. Jaishankar had visited back then. Expect Mr. Jaishankar to also bring a sort of transition for India and the United States. We all are aware that India has not been extended an invite to the President-elect Donald Trump's inauguration ceremony. perhaps there will be some forward movement on that as well. Remember, this is also a high-level visit ever since India received that indictment as far as from the DOJ is concerned and the Securities and Exchange Commission indictment on some Adani group.
Right, Akanksha, thank you so much for bringing all those details. Well, this visit will be a crucial one, especially in the light of the fact that Trump's second term is all set to begin, and the diplomatic talks will be beneficial for India or not. Well, time shall tell. With that, we're slipping into a very short break. Stay tuned. We'll be back with more updates on CNN News 18. Thanks for tuning in.
But I will order federal workers to get back to the office in person or be terminated from the job immediately. And we will create the new Department of Government Efficiency headed by Elon Musk. And no, he's not taking the presidency. I like having smart people. You know, they're on a new kick. Russia, 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 Ukraine, 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 all the different hoaxes. And the new one is President Trump has ceded the presidency to Elon Musk. No, that's not happening. But Elon's done an amazing job. Isn't it nice to have smart people that we can rely on? Right? Don't we want that? He's done a great job. Our citizens, we're going to protect our citizens. But no, he's not going to be president, that I can tell you. And I'm safe, you know why? He can't be. He wasn't born in this country. But the fake news knows that. No, he's a great guy, and we want to have him. Everybody, so many people are in this audience that have helped.
Donald Trump on Wednesday pressured his fellow Republicans in Congress to reject a stopgap bill that would prevent a government shutdown. The president-elect's intervention disrupts a bipartisan effort to keep the government funded past the end of the week. Trump instead urged Congress to pass legislation that would raise the debt ceiling, a politically difficult task. He also said lawmakers should strip out elements backed by Democrats whose support would be necessary for passage. He warned that Republicans who vote for the current package could have trouble getting reelected, writing, quote, "Any Republican that would be so stupid as to do this should and will be primaried." Trump ally billionaire Elon Musk chimed in as well, pressuring Congress to reject the bill and saying that those who back it should be voted out of office. Musk spent more than $250 million to help Trump get elected and has been tasked by Trump to prune the federal budget. Right now, the bill would fund government agencies at current levels and provide $100 billion for disaster relief and $10 billion in farm aid. It also includes a wide range of unrelated provisions, such as a pay raise for lawmakers and a crackdown on hidden hotel fees. It does not cover benefit programs like Social Security, which continue automatically. Trump said Congress should limit the bill to temporary spending and disaster relief and also raise the government's borrowing authority. The next steps for Congress were unclear as of Wednesday night. However, a shutdown at this time would disrupt a wide range of services, from air travel to law enforcement, and the days leading up to the Christmas holiday.
Dankeschön für alles.
Good
morning. Welcome to the Breakfast Club. We're just a day away from Christmas. Just a few hours away, in fact. So we're going to say Christmas Eve to you. But we're also going to talk a little bit today about something that brings all of us joy. Different kinds of treatments that we actually go to, especially during holiday season, to get a little bit of a break. What are we talking about?
Holiday season, party season, hangover season, and that also leads to detox. What are the different ways in which the affluent in the country are looking at detox? Is it infrared sauna? Is it colon therapy? There is so much, or the very famous IV drips. Everything you need to know about that is what we're going to cover on the program today. First up, let's take a look at what's all coming up on the program. The luxury detox, the high-end health fix, how India's elites stay healthy and glowing, IV drips, infrared sauna, body sculpting and much more.
And the TBC tribute to Shyam Benegal, the pioneer of Indian parallel cinema, the veteran filmmaker, passed away at the age of 90. He just turned 90 this month. He's a legendary filmmaker, and his film, replete with social commentary, is what we're going to be celebrating right here on the show.
Also on the program, tiny pill, big impact, how a robotic capsule is actually becoming a fix for several non-invasive diagnostics. Is this the future of endoscopy? Internal scans without any invasive procedure. What is this Pillbot? Report coming up.
And after that, despite that the NCR region saw sprinkling through the day yesterday, it doesn't actually mean the AQI has gotten much better, even if it feels like it does. We bring up the numbers for you, but the Delhi NCR region still very much in the severe category.
And that's not it. We've also got the Mini Cooper S review coming up on the program. Overdrive brings you the verdict. So the affluent are taking health and wellness to new heights in the country. Luxury clinics across India offer intravenous drips like the very popular Myers cocktail for quick energy boost, detoxification, anti-aging is what they claim as well. Now these IV therapies, starting at anywhere between 2,500 rupees, which is for one session, that is, cater to about high pressure lifestyles, pre-vacation prep, some post-party recovery as well. But beyond IV drips, far infrared sauna, a sort of a sauna that sort of again claims to be doing a lot of detoxification, claims to be bringing in anti-aging therapies as well. Colon hydrotherapy have all become quite popular in the detoxification and gut health sector, while chiropractic and physiotherapy sessions address stress-related injuries and screen fatigue. All of this is happening all around us. These are trends that everybody here in Delhi NCR are also picking up.
So clinics across the country actually are buzzing. You have top executives, homemakers, teenagers sometimes even, all looking for innovative solutions to counter stress, hectic schedules and lifestyle challenges. In a world where networking, business, social commitments all demand that you look good, these are high-tech treatments that promise to make you look good but also keep you relaxed and feeling energized. Women in particular, it seems, are opting for non-invasive treatments, and we'll talk a little bit more about what those treatments are right here on the show. But as we are right in the middle of holiday season, partying's taking place already in full swing, we thought this was the right time to explore how so many people in the Delhi NCR region choose to recover from that partying, choose to look their best. Dr. Saurabh Mangal, the Director of Health Sense Physio and Wellness Clinic, is with us. And Dr. Preeti Nanda Sibbal, she's India's leading functional medicine expert and the creator of Cyclic Keto. She's with us here this morning to tell us a little bit more about all of these treatments. Let's go over to Dr. Preeti first, just to understand a little bit more. Dr. Preeti, good morning. Just tell us first, just an overview. What are the treatments that we see Delhi's wealthy, India's wealthy opting for? And when we say, the cost, tell us about the ranges involved. What are the most popular treatments? Give us the overview first.
So, thank you for having me here, and thank you for taking this topic up, because I think this is not a luxury. This is what we need to do in the environment we are living. So, IV therapies, our gut health is becoming so compromised that we all are almost nutritionally deficient. The food has less nutrition and we have less absorption. And IV therapies help us take the direct route and get those nutrients in our body. Simple IV therapies like glutathione and vitamin C help in improving collagen synthesis, help in anti-aging, help in improving your skin complexion, and most importantly, it helps in getting away from fatigue, so feeling more energetic. And this is what people are doing now. Before going to a trip, if you can take these IVs, it really increases or enhances your stamina, your well-being, and the fun you have in the trip. And when you are back, again, another one can actually boost the nutrients in your body, and the body feels again recharged. And that concept of a holiday after a holiday is now going away, and they're saying drip after a holiday helps you get back to the office all fully charged and in good health.
Right, Dr. Preeti, you make it sound like it's almost routine for people getting it done. Not sure how one can actually say that. Could you tell us a little bit more about who should get this done? And also, it's a quick fix band-aid solution, right? It does not sort of change things internally for the long run.
I won't say it's actually a quick fix. The effect of an IV drip lasts for about 2 weeks, and there are people who get the feel of it and actually have to lead that, high-end lifestyle where you are sleeping late, getting up early, you're very ambitious, you have to achieve a lot. Then they get a membership of 2 drips a month. And I sometimes feel it's like going to a parlor and getting your hair cut or doing the routine things which you need to live a healthy life.
Do you think there should be age limits or restrictions around it? I ask because one of the things we covered that is accurate is that you have teens coming in, sometimes school students coming in, sometimes those in their early 20s, and these kind of treatments can often be used to offset, going out at night, partying late, maybe treating your body the way you shouldn't be treating it. What are your thoughts there?
So, I don't recommend it for people less than 18 years, unless there is a medical reason. I don't recommend this to become a routine for people. But yes, I strongly support this because a lot of chronic diseases can be avoided. And more than that, you can live at your full. There are people today who don't even know how they would feel when they are very energetic. Right? How does it feel to stay at the same energy level throughout the day? Not having those crashes, glucose crashes during the day and then going for a cup of tea or a coffee. And also these are nutrients which we get from food. So they are healthy. And if done under right guidance, they don't have any side effects. They are like, for example, if we talk about Mayor's cocktail, we give vitamin C, magnesium, B complex, with some other vitamins depending on how we want to customize it. Now, only if you take magnesium, you can get it from spinach, right? Palak. We all used to hear that story, Popeye the Sailor Man, right? And spinach was there. I remember, telling that story to my kids when they were young. Every time I had to make them eat spinach, right? Now, having 30 bowls of spinach, because the magnesium in spinach has gone down, our absorption and appetite has gone down. So the nutshell is that whatever we were able to get 20, 30 years back, we are not able to get the same nutrition in the day. So we need to find a way to get the same nutrition. In fact, we are working more.
Like it's almost a supplement of sorts these days.
Exactly.
But the worry with that is, and just a little caveat over there, one must be sure how much magnesium is already in the body, because an overdose also can be. Just putting out words of cautions over there. Dr. Saurabh Mandal has also been waiting, and just want to get in a quick word from him. Dr. Mandal, you don't do a lot of these invasive therapies, you do a lot of physiotherapies and help people come. But are you seeing an influx of patients these days? It's the holiday season, it's the partying season after all. Are you getting a lot of people wanting to detox after big nights?
Definitely, people are coming to us. I'll also say that this is a party season and people are coming. They're coming just for the relaxations, because after the late night party, they just get headaches and they get hangovers. And the very next day, they're just coming to us. They are saying that after the last night party, I am very much drained. Can you please help us to rejuvenate our body?
Dr. Saurabh, tell us, and Dr. Preeti perhaps pitch in right after, but tell us about the price ranges involved, just so we can give our audience a taste. One session, what's the cost? Regular sessions with you, what are the costs?
Price range starts from 2,000 rupees per session, and it can extend it to 3,000 to 4,000 rupees a session. It depends what people need. Like if they're coming only to just relax the upper body, they just say, okay, I just want to get rid of this migraine, I just want to get rid of this headache, then the price range is different. And if they say just we want a general relaxation, I want to sleep here for another 1 hour or 2 hours, so that price range varies.
So going to a therapy session and then getting to sleep there, these sleep capsules, I heard they were a thing in Japan, but they're picking up in India. That's quite something. Dr. Preeti, then I have to come and ask you about this very interesting colon therapy that you have been speaking about. It is at the heart of how human body actually operates. What exactly happens in this colon cleansing?
The colon, we all know 80% of our bacteria, which tells us how healthy we are, is in a large colon. So in colon hydrotherapy, we use filtered water at 42 degrees centigrade and clean the colon 18 times in a 40-minute session. Now, especially the moment you started the session, I was hearing you were mentioning that AQI still is very high in Delhi.
Yeah.
Right? And so toxins, they all, stick in the colon. We have lot of stuck material there, which over the days and months keep making us sick. Now, during this colon therapy, all of that can be washed out. After that, you get a clean slate, you get a clean canvas, and you can write your health in it. When I say this, it means that you get one more opportunity to cleanse your lifestyle and to improve your eating habits. You have good probiotic foods, you have easy to digest foods, you sleep on time. And within 2 to 3 days, you can feel the difference in the energy in the skin. Your skin starts glowing. Your hair becomes better. Your sleep becomes better. And to the extent which I never realized, but 5 years back when I started doing this in my clinic, there were people who used to come after the session and say, we can meditate better now. Now that's so powerful, and it's a very simple, natural thing. And people are doing it post their travels, when they travel for more than 5 to 7 days. In this weather where the AQI is high, people are doing it, using it for detox. And combining this with far infrared sauna, right? Now, far infrared sauna, if I tell you the price point, it's just 1,200 to 1,500 rupees a session. And it works at your mitochondria level. Now, mitochondria is the engine of your cell. We all studied it in biology. I always thought we were taught in 8th or 9th class. I met a parent a few weeks back and she said, now in 4th class, this is being taught, what mitochondria is. Now, all our health conditions, all the fatigue, all the sickness, all the dark circles, dull skin, is because of mitochondrial activity getting compromised. Now, this infrared sauna, it actually stimulates the mitochondrial health, it detoxifies the body, it makes you sleep better, it relaxes you. And really helps you get back the circadian rhythm.
What's the male to female ratio walking in for these treatments though? Tell us. We know that, we talked a little earlier about certain treatments that women are in particular going for that tighten their muscle structure, both in the face and in the body. But overall, are there treatments we're also seeing men opt for increasingly? What are the numbers like?
Yes. So I feel the numbers are almost similar now. The only difference I see is that males generally come with a fear of heart disease, and that's where we do IV chelation, where we take out heavy metals in the body by giving IV drips. Right? Whereas women come more for collagen building, fairness, good hair, headaches, anti-aging. So, but I am seeing that a lot of men, even we do hydrofacials and peels and stuff like that for face. I'm seeing a lot of men walking in there too. It's not only a women's world now.
Yeah, I have a quick last minute, but I want to give a word of caution and hear that from Dr. Saurabh Mandal. Do you have any word of caution for those watching? It's in no way that we are propagating these treatments. We are saying, of course, go to your doctor and understand if this is right for you.
Yes.
Definitely, people should consult their physicians whenever they're going for this kind of treatments, because whenever we are inserting anything inside our body, it can produce certain side effects as well. Because everything is having their positive side and their negative side. So always before checking anything with anyone, I know everybody is expert in their field, but still before giving our body to anybody, please go and check everything with your general physician.
That's a good note to leave the discussion on, but so much really happening.
I want to add here.
Very quickly, ma'am. Yes.
Go to your functional medicine doctor. A lot of physicians still have to read about the newer things which are happening in the market. And they are safe if done under right guidance.
If done under the right guidance with the right people at the right time.
Very important.
Lots of boxes to be ticked, so please ensure that you have expert advice. Don't believe us or don't believe anything else that any other pamphlet tells you. Thank you both for joining us with the very latest on these very fascinating treatments.
Yeah. Which especially I really want to circle back to what we were saying earlier. Holiday season, and it's really when I see people sometimes pushing their bodies beyond what their bodies will allow them. And then you see treatments like this. IV drips, though, have been around for a few years now.
But again, an overdose can be dangerous. So one has to be careful. One has to be careful about all these things. But let's move on from that and bring you some news that came in last evening. And this is about Shyam Benegal, much beloved director Shyam Benegal, someone often referred to as the force behind India's parallel cinema movement, passed away yesterday at the age of 90 in Mumbai. Now, Shyam Babu, as he came to be known as by his friends and collaborators, originated from what it comes to has been his middle name at the name, which is Middle Cinema as well. His work won 80 National Film Awards, and he received the Padma Bhushan back in 1991 and the Dadasaheb Phalke Award as well, India's highest award in films back in 2005.
Right, the filmmaker died due to chronic kidney disease, that's what we're hearing. So many of his films, so you have Bhumika, Junoon, Mandi, Mamo, Sardari Begum, they're all celebrated as classics, as searing social commentaries made with depth, with sensitivity, and as tributes continue to pour in. We thought director Shekhar Kapoor's words really put it beautifully. He said, Benegal would always be remembered as the man who changed the direction of Indian cinema.
That's so true. That's so true. All right, on that note, we're going to slip into a quick break. Coming up on the other side, there is a Pillbot that you need to know about. It's a tiny pill with a massive impact, which is non-invasive. Come right back on the other side for it.
But I will order federal workers to get back to the office in person or be terminated from the job immediately. And we will create the new Department of Government Efficiency headed by Elon Musk. And no, he's not taking the presidency. I like having smart people. You know, they're on a new kick. Russia, 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 Ukraine, 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 all the different hoaxes. And the new one is President Trump has ceded the presidency to Elon Musk. No, that's not happening. But Elon's done an amazing job. Isn't it nice to have smart people that we can rely on? Right? Don't we want that? He's done a great job. Our citizens, we're going to protect our citizens. But no, he's not going to be president, that I can tell you. And I'm safe, you know why? He can't be. He wasn't born in this country. But the fake news knows that. No, he's a great guy, and we want to have him. Everybody, so many people are in this audience that have helped.
Donald Trump on Wednesday pressured his fellow Republicans in Congress to reject a stopgap bill that would prevent a government shutdown. The president-elect's intervention disrupts a bipartisan effort to keep the government funded past the end of the week. Trump instead urged Congress to pass legislation that would raise the debt ceiling, a politically difficult task. He also said lawmakers should strip out elements backed by Democrats whose support would be necessary for passage. He warned that Republicans who vote for the current package could have trouble getting reelected, writing, quote, "Any Republican that would be so stupid as to do this should and will be primaried." Trump ally billionaire Elon Musk chimed in as well, pressuring Congress to reject the bill and saying that those who back it should be voted out of office. Musk spent more than $250 million to help Trump get elected and has been tasked by Trump to prune the federal budget. Right now, the bill would fund government agencies at current levels and provide $100 billion for disaster relief and $10 billion in farm aid. It also includes a wide range of unrelated provisions, such as a pay raise for lawmakers and a crackdown on hidden hotel fees. It does not cover benefit programs like Social Security, which continue automatically. Trump said Congress should limit the bill to temporary spending and disaster relief and also raise the government's borrowing authority. The next steps for Congress were unclear as of Wednesday night. However, a shutdown at this time would disrupt a wide range of services, from air travel to law enforcement, and the days leading up to the Christmas holiday.
Dankeschön für alles.
Welcome back to the Breakfast Club. Yesterday, all of the Delhi NCR region saw foggy, grey outsides and there was a drizzle. For many of us, it felt like winters had formally started. But what does any of that mean for the AQI? Are we going to see the AQI improve in the next few days or does it stay the same? Sonal brings us a check-in and the numbers.
Alright, surprisingly numbers haven't become very better despite the rain, despite little drizzle, in fact, if you can call it that happened in spots across Delhi NCR region, because numbers still tell a very bad story. 401, that's pretty much in the severe category. In fact, it was much worse yesterday in the evening and seems to be picking up now. But if you look at areas which have been most impacted, usually the patterns remain the same. In the range that they remain polluted remains the same as well. The one and only yellow dot that pops up on the Delhi map is actually in Faridabad, where it is below 150. That's the only part of Delhi NCR which is actually below 50. And how 150, then that's how sad it is at the moment. But overall, if you're looking to party tonight with Christmas Eve, the only sort of advice we have for you is to ensure that you have your N95 masks on and try to keep it indoors as well. Temperatures will continue to dip. Whether or not wind velocity picks up and clears out that pollution a little bit, we don't know. Meanwhile, also remember, for those stepping out today evening, GRAP 4 is still in place to ensure that you have the right vehicles to sort of ply you from one place to the other.
Okay, so moving on from that now, let's take you very quickly to something entirely different. Stories that are coming in from across the world. First, we're checking in on two adorable golden tigers. The visuals we're showing you on your screen right now, that's Ava and Luna. These are rare 3-year-old golden tigers, and they've stolen the spotlight at Chiang Mai Night Safari. This is with their dazzling, you could see them, golden coats and very, very cute kitten-like features. Apparently, the hearts of thousands of visitors from the world have been captured. Now, these twin sisters were born in captivity. They made their debut in the zoo in June. Their introduction to the public via social media sparked a frenzy of excitement. You have thousands of fans liking, sharing pictures and videos of this adorable duo.
One of the most active volcanoes in the world on Hawaii's Big Island sprung into action as it started to spew lava and volcanic gas. Look at those visuals now. The Hawaiian Volcano Observatory in report stated that it erupted at around 2 a.m. local time when it started to spew lava. However, the officials said there was no immediate danger to residents.
Russian scientists have displayed the remarkably well-preserved, these are the remains of a baby mammoth. Look at that. It was found in the permafrost-covered region of Yakutia in Siberia. This is a 50,000-year-old female mammoth's visuals that we're bringing you this morning on the Breakfast Club. It's been nicknamed Yana after the river in whose basin it was discovered this summer. Experts say it's the best preserved mammoth carcass in the world. Look at that. And it's one of only 7 whole remains that have ever been found.
And it is that time of the year. Santa Claus is now officially on duty as he hops on his sleigh and departs from the Arctic Circle hometown in North Pole to bring gifts around the world. So time to put on and put up all your socks and ensure that you're on the list. The nice one.
And as Santa is moving around the world in his sleigh, we've also got skippers in boats trying to do exactly that. This is the Vendée Global Sailing Race. It got in the Christmas spirit. 2 leaders continued their approach towards Cape Horn. Only a few miles between them. You have Charlie Dallin on one side, Johan Richomo on the other. They found time to put up some Christmas decorations amid all of that. They are due to go around Cape Horn. The Vendée Globe, which is the race we're talking about, it's one of sport's toughest challenges. It starts and ends its 24,000 nautical mile route, maybe comparable to Santa. It starts it in Les Sables d'Olonne in France, and it takes competitors through the Atlantic Ocean, around the southern capes of Africa, Australia and South America, and then back up to the Atlantic.
Phew.
On the show here today, we're not done focusing on cutting-edge technology in the health and the medical sector. What we're moving to next is a tiny device that is set to transform the world of medical diagnostics. What we're talking about today, just this small, is Pillbot. It's the world's first low-cost, disposable, remote-controlled endoscopy pill.
You heard that right. It's an endoscopy pill developed by the US-based company Detox. This robotic capsule is making its India debut at the AIG hospital in Hyderabad. Let's take a closer look at how this groundbreaking tech could actually change the way gastrointestinal examinations are done and performed.
In a landmark moment for medical science, India has witnessed the debut of Pillbot, a tiny, swallowable robotic capsule designed to improve gastrointestinal diagnostics. Developed by California-based Detox, Pillbot eliminates the need for traditional invasive endoscopy procedures by offering a remote-controlled, high-resolution internal scan of the stomach. Before taking the Pillbot, patient only need to drink water to aid its journey through the digestive system. Once swallowed, the 13 mm by 30 mm capsule activates using its embedded camera and thrusters to navigate the stomach.
The robot that we put together is called Pillbot. Think of it like the tip of the endoscope. And it has similar things that the endoscope has. It has a camera, so you get a live video feed. There's a multi-flex circuit, so it has all the circuitry that is normally on the outside of the endoscope system. All of that capability is now built inside that tiny little robot. It has LEDs because in order to provide light inside the stomach. There's a data transceiver, so all the data transmits out wirelessly. So that live video feed, there's no wires, all that transmits out directly to where the doctor is at, and he sees that live video feed.
Controlled remotely through a wireless device, even a smartphone, it provides real-time visuals to the doctors, allowing them to detect abnormalities like ulcers, bleeding, or other gastrointestinal conditions. After completing its task, the capsule naturally exits the body within 24 to 48 hours. With its promise of accessibility, affordability, and efficiency, Pillbot is poised to enhance gastrointestinal care globally. Bureau Report, CNN News 18.
Yeah. Okay, now to tell us more about all of this cutting-edge technology and its potential impact on healthcare in the Indian context, we're joined by the Padma Bhushan awardee, the chairman of AIG Hospitals, Dr. Nageshwar Reddy, with us this morning on the show. Dr. Reddy, thank you for joining us here on The Breakfast Club. Dr. Reddy, we believe you have the Pillbot handy. So if we could actually just start by sharing with our audiences what it looks like. And then also, Dr. Reddy, if we could ask you a little bit about the costs involved, because this is an interesting aspect of it. You don't need to actually go to hospital to see what's inside. I know doctors like you can access the visuals from home. So in one way, a patient is saving consultation costs, but also spending on the Pillbot. So how does the cost work?
Sonal and Toya, thank you for having me on the show. This is a very interesting technology, and this is the pill that we use. It's actually, if you see, it's very small, just like an antibiotic. And you see the lights coming there that are coming in this. Well, actually what happens is these are LED lights, so the camera there on the top there. You swallow this pill, it goes inside the body, and then after it goes inside the body, the camera gets activated. There's batteries here, there's a transmitter here at the bottom. All this is technology packed into this. This transmits images by radio frequency to a television screen outside, or you can have a belt which actually receives all these images. Once it goes inside, it's a continuous video, approximately 60,000 frames we get throughout the gastrointestinal tract. This is a diagnostic pill that we got long back. This is very interesting because this was several years back, in late 1990s. Paul Swain, a friend of mine, a gastroenterologist in UK, was actually going in a flight and was sitting beside him Idan, a missile scientist from Israel. So Paul told him, look, you're developing missiles, why don't we do something like drones into the human body? And that's how the concept came. In 2000, Paul actually visited us and we gave him a lot of suggestions, and the first capsule endoscope, this was a refined version now came, and in 2001 we introduced this at the AIG hospitals. We've been using this extensively to study the body, but the problem with this capsule is that it goes inside, goes by peristaltic waves. You can't control it. You get beautiful pictures, but you can't direct it to the place you want and do surgeries. So right now all the surgeries are done with endoscopy, which is a long tube that you put inside, then you can see cancers, remove them and so on. This is a revolution, but still it involves this endoscope. So what happened was about in 2010 or 15, that period we developed a concept at AIG where we can use this capsule in a therapeutic form, like a small robot. So this is like a drone. Can we convert this into a robot? Yes, we did. We could convert this. I made a lot of films and cartoons. In fact, the original capsule was based on a movie called The Fantastic Voyage, which was made to show how a Russian a spy who escaped from Russia, an American spy, had clots in the brain, and people were made into small miniatures, put in a capsule, sent to wipe it out. And that was the initial inspiration. But then when we made these films or cartoons where we showed that the capsule actually can go to the site of the lesion, do surgeries and remove them, Dr. Vivek Kumbari, who was a professor of gastroenterology at the Mayo Clinic, and Alex, who was a space scientist in Stanford, came together. They took these cartoons and asked me, can we take a permission to make something like this into an actual pill? And then they worked for it for a long time, almost now 8 or 9 years. Finally came out with this new Pillbot, which we demonstrated last week at the AIG. This is very unique. Actually, you swallow this capsule and then it's got you can actually direct it, remote control using joysticks. You can joysticks, it can go like a submarine in the water. It finds the spot where this lesion is, and then actually you can now direct it wherever you want.
Oh,
the next development is going to be into making it into do procedures actually. We can attach small arms to this, and with these arms it can cut the early cancers, or it can stop bleeds. All this technology is coming very fast. In fact, next year, middle of next year or later part of next year, we're going to have the first version commercially available, and the cost is going to be very cheap. The original capsule was costly because of all the technology. The current one, each capsule can be made for $35. Can you imagine $35?
Wow.
Which is less than 5,000 rupees. Yeah. And once we attach therapeutic potentials, it's got a huge potential because theoretically you can be sitting Sonal in Delhi. I can give you the capsule, and from Hyderabad I can control the capsule here, go to the spot where if you have a bleed or a early cancer and remove it from here. That's the potential it's got. It's going to be fantastic. It's going to revolutionize how we practice medicine. And in about 5 years' time, I can see that our practice, at least in gastroenterology, is going to be different from what we are doing right now. And also, I think this is going to spread to other specialties also, and we are going to get capsules in other areas. But this is just the beginning of a new revolution in medicine.
Really a drone inside the body, it really does sound like a marvel. But tell us, at the moment, is this already in use in India, and who all can actually take advantage of this tech?
Currently we are using this diagnostic capsule. It's available for everybody, but what we are going to, when this Pillbot comes, which is somewhere next year, it will be available, but what we are going to do is to do it in a very staggered fashion. Only some big institutions would have it to validate all the things that we are doing with this, and once we are very sure, it will be widely available. My belief is in 2 years' time it will be available to anybody. Tomorrow you can just go to a doctor and say, look, I want to see what's inside my body. Can you use this Pillbot and direct it towards whatever lesion? You should be able to do it. And finally, I see long term where this can be available in supermarkets. You just put some coins or rupees or whatever it is, to get a Pillbot and put it into your body, and you can because it's very easy to direct it. It's like a submarine swimming in water. It's a small robot in the intestinal tract. You can direct it to wherever you want, and then do all sorts of surgical techniques to remove tumors and so on. So I think it's going to greatly enhance our capability to diagnose all these cancers or tumors, ulcers very early before they go into complication, and ultimately it's going to save a lot of cost because then you don't require hospitalization, all types of surgeries and so on.
Dr. Reddy, I was reading that experts and those who actually worked on this are also excited to see how AI will tie together with this. So, as AI itself develops, the ways in which it could tie together. Can you just explain that to us?
Yeah, that's a very interesting concept. What's going to happen is right now it's a drone. It's going to become a robot soon, very soon. And then you add AI, it's a artificial intelligent robot. You can imagine what all we can do with it. For example, right now when we put this Pillbot, we have to search for the lesion. I have to see where the ulcer is, where the cancer is, and try and navigate it towards that. But if you have artificial intelligence will sense before itself. It doesn't take a long time. We'll immediately get to that spot. And once we see this tumor, the artificial intelligence, we are already doing it with our endoscopes. The artificial intelligence will tell us whether this is a dangerous tumor, whether it's an ordinary tumor which can be left alone, how deep should we cut to take it out, and so on. We are now doing it with a regular endoscope. It's called CADX and CAD-E, where we use this technology. But just imagine putting into a small capsule like this and using it. It's going to be remarkable in that sense. So artificial intelligence robot is going to be the future, and not very long future. It's going to be very soon now coming.
Dr. Reddy, it's been an eye-opening chat trying to understand about this Pillbot. You're saying anywhere, and it's in the near future. Within the next 2 years, you're saying it's going to be available for all of us to sort of try on. That's equally fascinating, and can I just say it's equal measure fascinating and equal measure scary as well. So
and
let's
so
see.
Cool.
And let's see what actually comes out of it. Thank you so much for joining us with all the latest and giving us a glimpse of that Pillbot.
Okay, we're going to be taking you into a quick break. After that, from inside the human body, we're taking our audiences onto the roads. We're bringing you a review of the Mini Cooper S. Is it better because it's bigger? Is it the last of its kind? We're going to bring you a review, and Overdrive, of course, is also going to tell you the verdict. Should you go for it or not? Stay with us in just a few minutes.
But I will order federal workers to get back to the office in person or be terminated from the job immediately. And we will create the new Department of Government Efficiency headed by Elon Musk. And no, he's not taking the presidency. I like having smart people. You know, they're on a new kick. Russia, 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 Ukraine, 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 all the different hoaxes. And the new one is President Trump has ceded the presidency to Elon Musk. No, that's not happening. But Elon's done an amazing job. Isn't it nice to have smart people that we can rely on? Right? Don't we want that? He's done a great job. Our citizens, we're going to protect our citizens. But no, he's not going to be president, that I can tell you. And I'm safe, you know why? He can't be. He wasn't born in this country. But the fake news knows that. No, he's a great guy, and we want to have him. Everybody, so many people are in this audience that have helped.
Donald Trump on Wednesday pressured his fellow Republicans in Congress to reject a stopgap bill that would prevent a government shutdown. The president-elect's intervention disrupts a bipartisan effort to keep the government funded past the end of the week. Trump instead urged Congress to pass legislation that would raise the debt ceiling, a politically difficult task. He also said lawmakers should strip out elements backed by Democrats whose support would be necessary for passage. He warned that Republicans who vote for the current package could have trouble getting reelected, writing, quote, "Any Republican that would be so stupid as to do this should and will be primaried." Trump ally billionaire Elon Musk chimed in as well, pressuring Congress to reject the bill and saying that those who back it should be voted out of office. Musk spent more than $250 million to help Trump get elected and has been tasked by Trump to prune the federal budget. Right now, the bill would fund government agencies at current levels and provide $100 billion for disaster relief and $10 billion in farm aid. It also includes a wide range of unrelated provisions, such as a pay raise for lawmakers and a crackdown on hidden hotel fees. It does not cover benefit programs like Social Security, which continue automatically. Trump said Congress should limit the bill to temporary spending and disaster relief and also raise the government's borrowing authority. The next steps for Congress were unclear as of Wednesday night. However, a shutdown at this time would disrupt a wide range of services, from air travel to law enforcement, and the days leading up to the Christmas holiday.
Dankeschön für alles.
Welcome back, and we're taking you now, as we promised earlier, to the roads. We're putting the pedal to the metal with a legendary ride. This is the Mini Cooper S. It's a car that's been stealing hearts and scenes in Hollywood movies for decades.
But is it still the ultimate driving machine? Overdrive takes you to the 2024 Cooper S for a spin. Find out more.
Very few cars scream British opulence in the most obvious way. You have the Rolls-Royces and the Bentleys, but come to think of it, Britain, just like India, has tight city roads. That's where this comes in. Now, it's pretty debatable as to whether Mini is still British or is it considered German now, but I think that's a topic for another day. Today, we're here to find out if this 2024 Mini Cooper S still drives like one of its predecessors, because let's face it, a Mini has always been a driver's car. Before we get into the car, let's get over with the basics. The Mini Cooper has grown up. It's gotten evidently larger over the generations, but the essence remains the same. The headlights, the grille, still as iconic as I remember, but the overall proportions have gotten a lot more bubbly. And I think that's where the BMW influence gets in. Nevertheless, the wheels, these 17-inch wheels, they look quite stunning, but in the side profile, I have a bone to pick with Mini. In the electric version of this car, you get flush door handles, but in this ICE version, you get these pop-out ones. How much money did you really save on that, Mini?
Over at the rear, things are simple. It gets a full LED treatment as well, and I'm so glad that Mini have done away with the Union Jack flag in the tail lights. A bit too much in my opinion. What isn't too much though is this color. It's called Sunny Side Yellow, making this look like the perfect breakfast run vehicle.
Mini has stepped up their interiors by a long shot, and that actually threatens other manufacturers, because just look at this bold move. Whoever in their right mind would have thought of putting a circular infotainment in their vehicle. And the best part is that this actually fits with the personality of the car. It uses an OLED panel, it's absolutely stunning to look at. The menus are laid out very well and it's very easy to use on the move. For that matter of fact, you don't even get instrumentation for the driver. All you get is a head-up display because everything is buried into the screen. It might be a little off-putting to look at the speed every time you look in the middle, but it's fine, it works really well. Another thing about this dash that I would like to say is this material used over here. It's not contemporary, it's I think made of recycled material, and my only thing is, how would you ever clean it? Because it's kind of a mesh.
If you ever feel like putting stuff in the boot, you might want to avoid carrying those extra passengers, as with all the seats in place, you only get 210 liters of boot capacity. It's only when you fold down the 60-40 split bench can you access the full 725 liters of space. Now, let's get to my favorite part.
Now the best part about the Mini Cooper can only be experienced from the driver's seat. When I say experience, I mean that in the most literal term. But more on that in a minute. Now this 2-liter 4-cylinder engine is quite a joy to put to the test. It might only produce 204 PS on paper, which isn't the most ludicrous number, but keeping this car's form factor in mind, it is a total hoot. You don't even have to tap the accelerator pedal flat on the floor. Just a slight tap and this thing's gone in the wind.
The Harman Kardon sound system serves a very important role in this powertrain, and that is pumping in engine noise into the cabin. Something most people believe is in poor taste, but I don't mind it at all. I believe it enhances the driving experience.
Coming back to the experiences bit, Mini has not given this any driving modes. Instead, you get experiences. You get stuff like Vivid and Green and Core, and there's a bunch of them, but what you need to know is that there's just one that feels drastically different from the remaining, and that would be the go-kart mode. The throttle gets more sensitive, the suspension feels noticeably more stiff, and all of a sudden you feel like you are driving a go-kart on the streets. The car also feels effortlessly agile. There is a bit of understeer too, but it's not the kind that would jump scare you. It's just the right amount that would keep you engaged and put a big fat smile on your face. Pretty much like the one that you see on mine right now. Now the ride quality is just about all right. It does well in the city for everyday driving, but keep a lookout for those larger potholes as this thing might just bottom out.
Alright, next we bring you a special section on the financial markets. It's powered by Money Control Pro, Money Control's premium destination for investing and business insights. Let's take a look first at markets in general. GIF Nifty suggests a flat start to Indian equities as we speak today. Asian markets opened higher through lackluster volumes. This is obviously ahead of holiday season. Gold prices opened marginally higher in early trade. Crude oil prices are up on the back of strong US economic data.
Let's move on to sectors now. The one in focus this morning. Global spending on pharmaceutical and R&D is more than $277 billion as of 2023 as per Frost and Sullivan. Now, the average cost of development and commercializing a new drug today exceeds about $1 billion per drug, which is about 10 times higher than in 1970s. High cost is due to rising complexity of drug discovery and development processes requiring significant investment in research. High manufacturing costs and limited capacity bandwidth for the biotech pharma companies explains the growing importance of outsourcing of these activities. Now you can log into Money Control Pro to find out more about India's pharmaceutical sector and various other actionable insights on the markets. It's a premier destination for all the investing views and financial insights you will ever need, brought to you by Money Control. And with that, another programming note, India, it's that time of the year again. The Indian of the Year awards are back. This is your chance to celebrate the visionaries, icons making India proud. From trailblazing business leaders to inspiring youth icons, entertainers, sports legends, change makers, these incredible individuals have left their mark, inspiring millions worldwide. You can show your support by voting for your favorite Indian at indianoftheyear.com. Together, we can honor India's pride, the world's inspiration. RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN News 18, Indian of the Year 2024. And with that, we're drawing our show to an end. It's just a few hours before Christmas dawn. I'm very excited for this, we can tell. Ours मतलब एक दिन है
but अभी जाके वही तो करने वाले हैं. You know, now it's time for gifts. You sit around, you eat into tomorrow morning and afternoon. We hope you have a lovely day through the day today. From our side, Merry Christmas.
That's right. And tomorrow when we are back, if you are looking for some last minute Christmas fix, it could be about food, it could be about decor, it could be about Christmas games and stories. Well, we've got you covered. We are not going anywhere. We'll be right here 8 o'clock in the morning to take you through all the Christmas cheer and ensure you have a merry one. Until then, stay healthy. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Bye.
But I will order federal workers to get back to the office in person or be terminated from the job immediately. And we will create the new Department of Government Efficiency headed by Elon Musk. And no, he's not taking the presidency. I like having smart people. You know, they're on a new kick. Russia, Ukraine, Ukraine, all the different hoaxes. And the new one is President Trump has ceded the presidency to Elon Musk. No, that's not happening. But Elon's done an amazing job. Isn't it nice to have smart people that we can rely on? Don't we want that? He's done a great job. Our citizens, we're going to protect our citizens. But no, he's not going to be president, that I can tell you. And I'm safe, you know why? He can't be. He wasn't born in this country. But the fake news knows that. No, he's a great guy and we want to have him. Everybody, so many people are in this audience that have helped.
Donald Trump on Wednesday pressured his fellow Republicans in Congress to reject a stopgap bill that would prevent a government shutdown. The president-elect's intervention disrupts a bipartisan effort to keep the government funded past the end of the week. Trump instead urged Congress to pass legislation that would raise the debt ceiling, a politically difficult task. He also said lawmakers should strip out elements backed by Democrats whose support would be necessary for passage. He warned that Republicans who vote for the current package could have trouble getting re-elected, writing, quote, "Any Republican that would be so stupid as to do this should and will be primaried." Trump ally billionaire Elon Musk chimed in as well, pressuring Congress to reject the bill and saying that those who back it should be voted out of office. Musk spent more than $250 million to help Trump get elected and has been tasked by Trump to prune the federal budget. Right now, the bill would fund government agencies at current levels and provide $100 billion for disaster relief and $10 billion in farm aid. It also includes a wide range of unrelated provisions, such as a pay raise for lawmakers and a crackdown on hidden hotel fees. It does not cover benefit programs like Social Security, which continue automatically. Trump said Congress should limit the bill to temporary spending and disaster relief and also raise the government's borrowing authority. The next steps for Congress were unclear as of Wednesday night. However, a shutdown at this time would disrupt a wide range of services, from air travel to law enforcement, and the days leading up to the Christmas holiday.
Dankeschön für alles.
morning, viewers. Hello and welcome to the Morning News Show, where we bring you the latest headlines and insightful stories to kickstart your day. I'm Queena Sharma and you are watching CNN News 18. First up on top of this bulletin, we're tracking some updates on growing drug menace in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, Jammu and Kashmir is facing a serious challenge with a sharp escalation in drug abuse, and this would certainly be one of the first challenges the newly elected government has on its hands. Now, from 289 cases in 2020 to 394 cases in 2022, the rise in cases is worrying, but the government says that this just means there is a better detection of drug addiction cases. Now, the last report of the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment placed in Parliament says that there are 10 lakh drug abusers in Jammu and Kashmir alone, and a majority of them consume heroin. Now, are women being increasingly used as drug mules? Are enforcement agencies less suspicious of women when it comes to drug peddling? Is this mere coincidence or a part of a larger conspiracy? Well, CNN News 18 travelled across Jammu and Kashmir to find out the answers to all of these unothering questions, to unravel a web of deep-rooted nexus that finds its origin in Pakistan. Let's take a look first.
मैं यहाँ से अपनी गाड़ी में गई इस्लामाबाद, वहाँ पे जो भेजने वाले था पेडलर जो था, मैंने उसको गाड़ी की चाबी हाथ में थमा दी। मैंने वहाँ पे उससे 50 ग्राम लिए और मैंने गाड़ी उसको वहाँ पे छोड़ दी। वहाँ से मैं हीरोइन लाती थी। इवन कि मतलब कोई भी ऐसी चीज़ नहीं होगी, मतलब इतना ये इंसान को मजबूर करता है ना कि मतलब हेल्पलेस इंसान इतना हो जाता है।
मैं आपको पर्टिकुलरली तो नहीं बोल सकता हूँ इसी कारणवश, बट ये है कि हाँ, महिलाओं के ज़रिए जो गाँव आगे हैं, वहाँ से कहीं ना कहीं से महिलाओं के जरिए आता है पीछे। ड्रग्स पे जितना कंट्रोल हो सके, जितना नहीं पूरा कंप्लीटली कंट्रोल होना चाहिए।
Are women easy drug mules? Are agencies less suspecting of women peddling drugs? Mere coincidence or a conspiracy? The pattern is definitely concerning, one that our security agencies are not neglecting. CNN News 18 reported in early 2024 on Pakistan's role in pushing narcotics into Jammu and Kashmir, highlighting involvement of overground workers in recruiting for this trade.
चाहे वो बच्चे हैं, चाहे वो औरतें हैं, चाहे कैसे भी करते हैं, उनको पता है आपके कोई भी हमारा दाव पे जो भी है, उन्होंने हम सब भी हथकंडे इस्तेमाल किए, लेकिन इंशाल्लाह वो फेल रहे। ये जो यूथ है तो इसको भी उकसाने का मसला है। कोई स्कूल से है, कोई कॉलेज से है, कोई कहीं से है, किसी को पता ही नहीं होता, सिर्फ पैसों की लालच है।
Despite visible law enforcement actions, drug syndicates continue adopting new methods. This time around, we visited areas like Rajouri, Poonch, Doga, Anantnag and Baramulla that are revealing a significant trend: increasing participation of women in the illegal narcotics trade.
मिलिटेंटों को और उनके भेजने वालों को ये मालूम है कि हिंदुस्तान से जम्मू कश्मीर को पाकिस्तान नहीं छीन सकता। इस सब के लिए यहाँ का आदमी चाहिए, और यहाँ का आदमी उनके साथ वही जा सकता है जो कहीं मजबूर होता है। मिलिटेंट हमारे लिए इतना नुकसानदेह नहीं है जितना हमारे घर का एक लड़का भी अगर इस नशे की लत में फंस गया तो वो बगैर गोली के पूरी फैमिली को मार सकता है।
महिलाएं एक आसान सा टारगेट है और वो ये काम करती हैं, मगर हमारी पुलिस और ये जो एजेंसियां हैं ये पूरी तरीके से चौकन्ना है।
Since 2023, 3,190 cases have been registered and 4,536 individuals arrested in Jammu and Kashmir's crackdown on illegal narcotics. To disrupt supply chains, authorities invoked the PIT-NDPS Act, lending to 463 detention orders in 18 months. In Rajouri district alone, 27 cases have been registered and 39 arrests made in 2024, with several cases involving women.
अगर करना वाले जो है या वहाँ उस साइड वाले वो तो ईजिली लाते हैं, लेकिन वहाँ से जो फिर दूसरे डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में जो पेडलर्स लाते हैं, हम तो ठहरे छोटे मोटे करने वाले है ना, मतलब हम लाते 4 ग्राम 5 ग्राम जो केजीज में लाते हैं। कॉमन सेंस की बात है, जब तक उनको वहाँ पे मतलब किसी का सपोर्ट नहीं होगा, किसी के साथ बातचीत नहीं हो, इतना इजी तो है नहीं कि ये आटे का थैला तो नहीं है ना इंसान हाथ में लेके थमा के चलेगा। मेरे साथ भी ऐसे कुछ थे पुलिस के, मतलब जिनको पता था कि मैं करती हूँ और उनको पता था ये यहाँ से आती है जाती है रोज, मतलब इसको लाना होता है 50,000 का भी, 10,000 का भी, 20,000 का भी। हाँ, इट्स मतलब कॉमन थिंग है। मैं भी उनको मतलब इवन के मतलब कभी कभार ऐसा होता था, फिर वो बोलते थे नहीं अब आप हमारे साथ एक सौदा कर लो, अगर तुम महीने में मतलब 4 लाख 5 लाख का लाती हो, चलो हमें भी 50,000 दिया करो महीने में। Yes, exactly. हाँ बिल्कुल।
In past also we have done a lot of seizures. In past also 10 kg this narcotics was seized, and that was of high value. And recently also we have seized 9 kilograms of ganja that was being carried out from this border belt. So our efforts are on. And we have also seized as well as attached the properties of these narco smugglers. So we are acting tough against these narco smugglers, and our endeavor is that there should be zero tolerance for this narcotics. And our endeavor is that to get rid of these activities, and we are acting tough against these narco smugglers. So our efforts are on, and will ensure that no sort of these narcotics are used in this process. Our teams are out and we are doing our best on this.
While the Indian Army conducts checks at border posts, the shortage of female personnel limits thorough searches of women. Police face similar challenges, unable to search every individual crossing over, creating vulnerabilities.
It is one established fact that Pakistan is pushing narcotics in India. We have seen the drone-based deliveries. We have seen the infiltration attempts where security personnel have recovered narcotics from the terrorists. And this particular area where I'm standing as of now, I'll try to give you a sense as to what is the kind of terrain that we have in this particular area. This is one remote area in Poonch, and I'm showing you the visuals of the villages here. When we talk about areas like Rajouri, Poonch and Doda, so we have seen an increased number of cases related to narcotics. Police is very much working on it. The different agencies are working on it, and not just these agencies, but now the Indian Army is also working to counter these attempts, and in fact the illicit trade that is happening in this particular area. The modus operandi has changed in the last few months, few years, and now there is a theory that not just men but women have been employed for the illicit trade, because we have seen a number of cases where in fact women have been arrested.
Sir, each shipment includes a Pakistani contact who guides these mules through the chain. Participants in the delivery process remain isolated, hindering agencies from establishing connections. This compartmentalization makes it challenging for authorities to trace the entire network. Even then, agencies like the Anti-Narcotics Task Force have got more than a few successes.
Mostly we are dealing with the commercial quantity cases, big cases. We bust the entire network, forward as well as backward network involved in the case, and we proceed for the property attachment also. If the property is made out of the proceed of drugs, that is confiscated also. And the third mandate is awareness. To go to the different school, colleges and public gatherings, aware the public about the drug abuse, as the awareness is for prevention, and prevention is better than cure. And the last step is as far as the rehabilitation of the patient is concerned, we ask the public to share the name of the addicts.
Since 2023, J&K police has seized assets worth rupees 10.36 crores in 43 cases, including houses, land and vehicles to cripple trafficking networks.
Along with terrorism, drug trafficking has emerged as one big threat, with agencies uncovering direct links between narcotics and terrorism. Despite constantly evolving tactics, law enforcement agencies are implementing strict measures against those who are involved to combat this growing menace. With cameraman Ravi Ranjan, this is Akash Sharma from Jammu and Kashmir for CNN News 18.
Well, Akash Sharma is now joining us on the broadcast with a deeper look at the narco-terror nexus and its implication for national security. A very good morning, Akash. Well, Akash, the sharp rise in drug addiction cases highlights both an alarming trend and improved detection. But the numbers that we are tracking this morning point to a crisis demanding urgent attention. Talk to us about the drug nexus that has been impacting the national security, and what role does Pakistan play in this entire network?
You see, Kuhina, we have traveled in a number of districts in both Jammu and Kashmir, and we know that how incidents have happened, south of Peer Panjal, and especially, if you talk about areas like Rajouri, Poonch and Doda. So we know the kind of incidents that have happened. And it is not about south of Peer Panjal only. We have seen incidents in Kashmir as well. Since 2021, we have ceasefire understanding with Pakistan, where Pakistan is not involved in any sort of a border firing. But then also, they are very much involved in this sort of infiltration where they are sending terrorists, from the Pakistan to Indian boundaries. And in fact, these people are coming with drugs, narcotics. There are several sort of recoveries that have been made by Indian Army, and not just Indian Army, but Jammu Kashmir Police as well. And they have found that how they are carrying kgs of, narcotics, drugs in fact. And this particular, nexus, in fact, we have traveled in the areas. We have had a word with several individuals, who are either addicted or somewhere a part of this nexus. In fact, the police officials who are very much investigating the whole nexus, they are telling us that this works, as in cases like fruits and vegetables, where you have wholesaler, where you have a distributor, consumer. And this nexus is not very easy to detect or not very easy to target, because as far as law enforcement agencies are concerned, so they have got several sort of rules, manuals, and they can only work on the basis of those rules and manuals. But in these cases, either they are using women for the transportation, or they are using in fact children in many cases. One official I had a word with, he was categorically saying that even children are used for this, because as far as these packets are concerned, so they will make small packets. They will then transport these packets via trucks or vehicles from one place to another. That particular person will further transport that particular packet to some other third person. That third person will give it to fourth, fifth, sixth, and so on. As far as villages ahead of AIS, are concerned, so we know that how Indian Army is very much guarding these villages. But in fact, Indian Army has got shortage of, women personnel, and this is one big challenge in this particular case, where we have seen that how, drugs are coming from villages, forward villages to the hinterland, and how people are, getting addicted to it.
Right, Akash, I'd like you to stay with us on the broadcast, as joining us live today is SP Ved, the former Director General of Police of Jammu and Kashmir, a seasoned law enforcement officer with decades of experience in tackling the region's most pressing security challenges. A very good morning, Mr. Ved. Mr. Ved, let's begin with talking about detection versus the growth of the entire problem. While detection seems to have improved on the ground, the number of drug abusers in Jammu and Kashmir is now becoming concerning. Is the rise in cases purely a result of better detection, or there are other underlying causes or reasons at play at this point of time?
Good morning. There is no doubt about increased number of detections. In fact, police and other security forces are working very hard to crack down on the drug nexus. But then, it's not very simple situation. We all know how deep state of Pakistan is I think, one of the biggest drug peddler of the world. It has been changing tactics. I have been watching for last more than 3 decades. Initially, I recall in 90s they were using trans-border smugglers on the border to smuggle in as many drugs as possible. Then they started in the 90s with each group, of terrorists. They would ensure that every infiltrating group carries some amount, few packets of heroin and other drugs, including fake currency. That was the pattern in 90s and early 2000. And with new invent of new technology like drones, now it has complicated the situation even further. Today, with the use of drones, you can drop packets of drugs quite deep within the territory, not necessarily only on the border, and then get in touch with the concerned person within our territory who are on their payrolls to pick up the consignment. So this is a war which I personally feel only police cannot fight, and we need the cooperation of everyone in this, including the civil society, the parents, the maybe medical fraternity, your judiciary, everyone on board, because the way things are going on, I've been watching. Initially, Kashmir was getting increasing numbers in the early 90s and early 2000, and how we started drug detection center in police control room Srinagar and then in Jammu. But increasingly over the years, even Jammu region, as I was seeing the report of Akash, how Rajouri, Poonch and as while Doda district people are getting, they are being used, and most disturbing is the use of more women and children. Now, generally there is a tendency in the checking points of the police to avoid women frisking, because not every place you have a women police. Children you generally don't suspect. So the drug peddlers and the drug mafia people are devising new ways of avoiding detection. And the way we have seen Urta Punjab, I think days are not far off when even Jammu Kashmir will face a situation like that. And there is a the hate economy which Pakistan's deep state is propagating across the border. That is making use of every means to destroy the youth of Jammu and Kashmir and the rest of India. So when you have abode policy of destroying India's youth, destroying India by any means, whether it is through fake currency or drugs, and this is how they are generating funds for running terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir and rest of India. So I think Pakistan's deep state, we need not only a massive program to enlist people's cooperation, educate them how the bad effects of drugs can destroy your life, and elicit the cooperation of the parents and teachers, because I'm seeing many of the young boys and girls, they are made drug addict through the process of offering small doses of these through various means outside schools and colleges. And I think that is the area where we need to focus on.
Right, Mr. Ved, I request you to stay with us on the broadcast as we are getting another report on this. In the picturesque Jammu and Kashmir, a new saga is unfolding where Jammu and Kashmir police have launched a massive operation against the creeping menace of narcotics. A massive scale operation is actually underway where the police are now cracked down on narco-terror nexus as well. Here is how the Jammu and Kashmir police are turning the tide into this battle. Let's take a look at this special report by Ishan Wani.
40 crore worth of properties seized across Kashmir, 2,000 cases registered, 3,000 narcotic dealers and smugglers arrested in the last 2 years. After the abrogation of Article 370, the Jammu and Kashmir police, along with security agencies, have launched a massive operation against drugs coming in from across the border. Police are investigating an insidious link between narcotics and terrorism.
Narcotics has become a prominent issue for some time here, and Jammu Kashmir police has taken it on mission mode to exert a kind of crackdown on all these kind of things. Jammu Kashmir police has started using more of illegal provisions to take care of all these kinds of violations of law. And if you could see, for last 2 years, this thing has intensified, and it could be appreciated that we have lodged more than 2,000 FIRs, and in which about more or less 3,000 people got arrested.
In this border village of Uri, 13 people have been booked and arrested under the Prevention of Illicit Trafficking in Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substances Act. As per the NIA's investigation, drugs like heroin are being pushed into Kashmir from Pakistan, and the money is generated to fund terror outfits in Kashmir.
This is one such property which has been attached. It clearly been written that no one to purchase it, and it is not to be sold, and owner cannot lease it nor can he transfer it, or he cannot create any third party interest. It has been attached after narcotics was found in one of these persons living here inside this house.
In Baramulla alone, 192 drug peddlers have been arrested and 140 cases have been registered under the NDPS Act since January this year.
We have a very synergetic relationship between police and the Indian Army, who man the line of control. So the line of control is monitored 24/7 for any sort of movement that might happen either on land or in case the other side wants to drop in the consignment via drones. So everyone is very alert. The population that lives along or near the line of control, it also is under constant monitoring.
The local populace, tired of the drug menace, has actively begun participating in bringing these drug peddlers to book. Tips from locals have often led to significant breakthroughs.
कुछ सालों से जो पुलिस ने एक्शन किया है, हम बहुत ही मशकूर हैं समाजी तौर पे इनके। इन्होंने जो एक्शन किया है यहाँ पे, उसमें कमी ज़रूर आई है, और इसके लिए जो कानून है वो भी सख्त है। कई प्रॉपर्टियाँ इसमें जब्त की गई हैं, कई FIR दर्ज की गई हैं।
हम बहुत ही शुक्रगुजार जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस के हैं कि जो ड्रग्स के खिलाफ जो भी कार्रवाइयाँ कर रहे हैं, इस मुबारकबाद के मुस्तहिकम वो हैं कि अगर वो ऐसे लोगों पे कार्रवाई करें, और करते भी हैं, तो ये तो बहुत ही अच्छा कदम है, और उम्मीद करते हैं कि इससे भी बढ़ चढ़ के वो इस चीज़ पे सख्ती करें।
In the bordering areas, one of the challenges is to stop the flow of drugs to other areas, and to ensure that JNK police lays nakas like these behind me. You will see in the Uri sector, where JNK police at the line of control, close to the line of control actually, is stopping vehicles. They keep on receiving inputs from different agencies, and also generate their own input regarding people and their involvement in cases of drugs, body frisking, vehicle checking, and these activities keep on happening and taking place in these bordering areas to ensure that the drug flow is stopped, and all those who are involved in this trade are booked. And there are sometimes sniffer dogs also involved, along with the other forces, who try to ensure that before any narcotics goes out from places like these, it is stopped from ruining lives of youngsters. With Bashir Loon Shanwani from Uri for CN News 18.
Well, Akash Sharma and Mr. SP Ved continue to stay with us on the broadcast, sharing more of their expertise. But also joining us on the broadcast is Ishan Wani from the ground in Jammu and Kashmir with updates on the police crackdown. A very good morning, Ishan. Ishan, with 10 lakh drug abusers in Jammu and Kashmir, as per the Ministry of Social Justice, the fight against this menace is intertwined with cross-border threats. But are there any specific areas on the ground or districts emerging as hotbeds or hot pockets for narco-terror activities?
Well, yes, there are certain areas, particularly in districts which are close to the line of control, where this trade has flourished in the past, and there have been families after families and generation after generation who have been engaged in with this kind of business. Why? Because there are certain villages which are ahead of the fence, and many of them have been involved in these activities. There was a larger plan that the Indian Army, along with the security agencies, had to relocate those people who were actively involved in drug smuggling and also getting weapon into the Indian territory. The plan was to basically shift them from ahead of the fence to back on the fence. The plan is in planning, and whether or not that happens, that's for the policymakers to decide. But this is somewhere where people have been by and large very concerned, and that's prompting the police action. Why is police going hard on it? Because they're also receiving an overwhelming support from the society. You have religious leaders, you have the political parties who even had to mention that they will be curbing drug abuse in Kashmir and Jammu as well if they are elected to power. And that's why you saw that several political parties had this as part of their manifesto. But yes, it has increasingly going towards the younger generation who are ruining the lives, not only their families, but also of the younger generation. And that's why the concern was that the population wanted an action from the police. And that's why you're seeing that properties worth 40,000 crore just in Kashmir Valley has been seized. There are several cases that police is now cracking down on and receiving inputs. There are general knockouts which have been laid. Remember, there has been some improvement in the security situation that is also leading police to now focus on this kind of challenge because this money is flowed in and used for international activities, and several times the youngsters ruin their lives, and particularly in the line of control area where it reaches at a small amount, and then when it's transported to Srinagar or any other city and beyond Jammu and Kashmir as well, it gives them high money. And that's why this is the sort of process where you earn a lot of money by just trading this drug out of Kashmir and also to some areas by selling it to the youngsters.
Right, Ishan, you've been rightly pointing out the larger impact of this entire nexus is the younger generation and younger adults in the valley. But Mr. SP Vaid also stays with us on the broadcast. Mr. Vaid, you've been talking about the role of cross-border threats, and you quite rightly mentioned that the drug menace is pretty complicated situation and closely linked to cross-border threats. But what are some of the biggest challenges that the law enforcement agencies actually face while tackling the drug trade in Jammu and Kashmir, especially given the complex dynamics involved?
See, certain changes in the law are required. There is a particular quantity which is mentioned, and drug peddlers are very, very shrewd while distributing drugs which is consumed within Jammu and Kashmir. They ensure that quantity below that level, I think about 10 gram is used, so that they can escape the dragnet of law. I take advantage. Similarly, let me mention here, when I was DGP in 2016 to 18, I tried to motivate my officers and the civilian population to launch a war on drugs. Today, the requirement, I think that's what tremendous work is being done by Jammu and Kashmir police, including the army. There were some difficulties the army was facing on the border checkposts. So that time we provided them women SPOs for frisking of women if there are anybody crossing in that border areas. Most actually vulnerable, as Ishan was mentioning, are the border districts. Kupwara, district of Handwada, district of Udi area, all these Keran, Karna sectors. So these are the areas in Kashmir and Rajouri, Poonch area and border districts of the international border like Samba, Kathua and Jammu. Now these people in these areas, there are areas where they have to go for their farming, which is they have to cross the checkpost. So they need to frisk. Once these drugs make actually the entry inside, then it is very, very difficult to detect unless you have hard intent. So many of them actually end in international market like Mumbai or Delhi, and they are transported on trucks which normally like from Kashmir Valley to Delhi and Mumbai. So I think these are the areas. Let me mention here international trade which was going on between India and Pakistan. I remember the DGP, 70 packets of heroines were actually brought in that truck. So Pakistan will do anything to do. We need to launch a war on this and enlist the cooperation of everyone in the society.
Right, Mr. Ved, thank you so much for bringing in all those details. Well, challenges, while we are already discussing about the challenges in combating drug trafficking, I'd like to bring in Akash. Akash, what is the scale of the current ongoing operation in the valley?
You see, both police and army are involved in the kind of operations, and Ishan was pointing out. But if we talk about challenges, so you see, when we talk about the fencing, the AIOS system where we have Indian Army deployed, so there is a shortage of women personnel. And in fact, I remember, I had a word with one brigadier of Indian Army, and he was categorically mentioning that when it is about women personnel in Indian Army, so CMP is there, and we have limited number of women personnel even in CMP, that is military police. So in fact, SP Ved was mentioning about that sort of challenge. Agencies have multiple challenges, but as far as forward villages are concerned, so this is one big challenge. Also, when drugs are coming to your hinterland, so even if you have the hard intelligence, it is close to impossible to track that particular movement, because these peddlers are very smart. They are distributing the drugs into packets, and then these packets are further distributed. So there are multiple challenges, but yes, our agencies are working on it.
Right, Akash, Mr. SP Ved and Ishan Wani, I'd like to thank all of you for getting your valuable insights. The drug crisis in Jammu and Kashmir demands urgent action, as the future of our country is at a huge risk. We'll continue to get you all the latest news and updates on this report, but right now we're slipping into a very short break. Stay tuned, we'll be back with more on the other side of this segment.
But I will order federal workers to get back to the office in person or be terminated from the job immediately. And we will create the new Department of Government Efficiency headed by Elon Musk. And no, he's not taking the presidency. I like having smart people. They're on a new kick. Russia, 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 Ukraine, 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 all the different hoaxes. And the new one is President Trump has ceded the presidency to Elon Musk. No, that's not happening. But Elon's done an amazing job. Isn't it nice to have smart people that we can rely on? Don't we want that? He's done a great job. Our citizens, we're going to protect our citizens. But no, he's not going to be president, that I can tell you. And I'm safe, you know why? He can't be. He wasn't born in this country. But the fake news knows that. No, he's a great guy, and we want to have him. Everybody, so many people are in this audience that have helped.
Donald Trump on Wednesday pressured his fellow Republicans in Congress to reject a stopgap bill that would prevent a government shutdown. The president-elect's intervention disrupts a bipartisan effort to keep the government funded past the end of the week. Trump instead urged Congress to pass legislation that would raise the debt ceiling, a politically difficult task. He also said lawmakers should strip out elements backed by Democrats, whose support would be necessary for passage. He warned that Republicans who vote for the current package could have trouble getting re-elected, writing, quote, "Any Republican that would be so stupid as to do this should and will be primaried." Trump ally billionaire Elon Musk chimed in as well, pressuring Congress to reject the bill and saying that those who back it should be voted out of office. Musk spent more than $250 million to help Trump get elected and has been tasked by Trump to prune the federal budget. Right now, the bill would fund government agencies at current levels and provide $100 billion for disaster relief and $10 billion in farm aid. It also includes a wide range of unrelated provisions, such as a pay raise for lawmakers and a crackdown on hidden hotel fees. It does not cover benefit programs like Social Security, which continue automatically. Trump said Congress should limit the bill to temporary spending and disaster relief and also raise the government's borrowing authority. The next steps for Congress were unclear as of Wednesday night. However, a shutdown at this time would disrupt a wide range of services, from air travel to law enforcement, in the days leading up to the Christmas holiday.
Dankeschön für alles.
شعبنا والاعتداء عليه.
Hello and welcome back. Thanks for staying with us. Well, now we are tracking some updates from down south, where amid the ruckus over the stampede, trouble seems to be mounting for actor Allu Arjun, as the Pushpa 2 actor has now been summoned by the Telangana police today at 11 a.m. Although the actor was granted interim bail by the High Court, but the High Court had also directed him to cooperate with the ongoing investigation in the stampede case. Now, the actor has been summoned by the police in connection with the Sandhya Theatre stampede incident. Meanwhile, political blame game still continues in the entire case of Allu Arjun's house's vandalization.
वो केस में पूरा जो भी है वो उस्मानिया यूनिवर्सिटी स्टूडेंट्स है, उन लोग पीसफुली डिमॉन्स्ट्रेट कर रहे थे। उन लोगों का ऊपर जो उनका फोर्सेस है उसका अटैक करे, तो उन लोग सेल्फ डिफेंस के लिए उन लोग प्रोटेक्शन करे। सो है वही केस में पुलिस वाले उन लोगों का ऊपर 7 सेक्शन लगा के जो जज साहब कुछ क्वेश्चन उठाए थे, वही क्वेश्चनों का ऊपर जो भी जवाब दिया था, वो जवाब का ऊपर जो भी कोर्ट सैटिस्फाई हुआ था। सैटिस्फाई होने के बाद जो 6 आदमी को 10,002 सूरटियाँ लगा के कुछ भी कंडीशन अभी नहीं दिए, बिना कंडीशन से बेल मंजूरी किया। सो है
మా ఇంటి బయట జరిగింది అంతా చూశారు మీరు, కానీ ప్రస్తుతం మేము సంయమనం పాటించాల్సిన సమయం. మేము దేనికి రియాక్ట్ అవ్వకూడదు ప్రస్తుతం అవి చూసి. బట్ పోలీసులు వచ్చారు, వారిని తీసుకెళ్లారు, కేసు పెట్టారు. ఇవన్నీ ఇక్కడికి ఎవరైనా గొడవ చేయడానికి వస్తే పోలీసులు తీసుకువెళ్ళిపోవడం రెడీగానే ఉన్నారు. కనుక ఇటువంటి ఎవరు ఎంకరేజ్ చేయకూడదు. అయినా నేను చెప్పేది ఏంటంటే, మేము ఇప్పుడు దాని మీద రియాక్ట్ అవ్వడం కానీ, ఈ మీడియా మీరు వచ్చారు కదా అని ఏదో మాట్లాడడం కానీ జరగదు. మేము ఇప్పుడు సంయమనం పాటించాల్సిన సమయం, అందుకని అదే పాటిస్తున్నాము. దయచేసి లా ఇట్ విల్ టేక్ ఇట్స్ ఓన్ కోర్స్. వాళ్ళందరినీ తీసుకుని వెళ్ళారు.
Well, this breaking input is also relevant to the Allu Arjun case. In fresh trouble now brewing for Allu Arjun, a senior leader of the Congress in Telangana has filed a complaint with the police against Telugu superstar Allu Arjun over his new movie Pushpa 2, The Rise, alleging a scene in it insults the police forces also. Now, Congress's Thenamar Malanna filed the complaint with the Medipalli police station. Besides the actor, the complaint names the movie's director Sukumar and the producers. The MLC has now described the scene as disrespectful and disregarding the dignity of the law enforcement officers. Well, these are the latest inputs that we are tracking from the ground. Now joining us on the broadcast is Swastika Das, who's been tracking all the details from Allu Arjun's movie release to all of the controversies that have been brewing. A very good morning, Swastika. Swastika, a fresh allegation and a fresh case against Allu Arjun. What specific allegations is the MLA escalating against Allu Arjun, and how will the legal team respond?
Well, the legal team of Allu Arjun is currently definitely caught up with multiple updates. The first one being him being summoned by the Chikatpalli police station at 11. In fact, he's going to appear as a routine process, considering that the court, which had granted him interim bail, had also specified that he will have to focus on the course of investigation as well and cooperate with them. Now, the Raw Hill Timar Malana MLC has specifically seen where the protagonist in fact urinates into a swimming pool while a police officer is still in it. He has filed a complaint saying this is nothing but mocking the police and in fact deriding them in a movie theatre just for earning profits. And in that context, this MLC, Timar Malana, has filed a police complaint against the makers of Pushpa 2.
Right, Swastika, thank you so much for bringing in all those details. We'll continue to track the story and the latest updates on this as the day progresses. But now we're shifting our focus to yet another breaking input that we are getting. Now, after the appointment of the new NHRC chief, former Supreme Court Judge Justice V. Subramaniam, Congress has now come out with a dissent note on this entire update. Now, the note has been signed by Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge. They were both part of a meeting that took place in Prime Minister's office over the entire matter. As per the letter, they have raised objection on the grounds that there was no mutual consultation. Well, these are the latest inputs that we are tracking from the ground, where after the appointment of new NHRC chief, former Supreme Court Judge Justice V. Subramaniam, Congress has now escalated dissent over this entire situation. Now, there has been a note that has been signed out by Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge. Both of them were actually a part of a meeting that took place in Prime Minister's office over the entire matter. As per the letter, they have raised objections on the ground that there was no mutual consultation. Congress is once again raising objections over the appointment of Justice V. Ramasubramaniam as NHRC chief, claiming lack of mutual consultation in the entire decision-making process. Well, after the appointment of new NHRC chief, there is yet another fresh controversy that's brewing up, with Congress raising objections over the appointment of Justice V. Subramaniam. Now joining us is Pallavi Ghosh for a better perspective into the entire situation. Very good morning, Pallavi. Pallavi, what are the main objections that are being raised by Congress regarding the appointment of Justice V. Subramaniam as the NHRC chief?
So if you look at the copy of that letter, which has been written by both Mr. Kharge and Rahul Gandhi as a dissent note, they've actually pointed out three reasons why they've objected to the name of the new chairperson. One, of course, they say that there should have been greater consultation, they should have been kept in the loop, and this is something which does not reflect that. But more than that, their names, for example, they said we offered of Fali Nariman, we offered that of Justice Qureshi. They are the ones also who should have been considered. If you haven't done it, it clearly goes on to show that the government once again has acted in an arbitrary manner, and it has not really been representative of the true spirit of what the NHRC should be all about.
Well, Pallavi, reading out the letter, the first very big allegation that comes to fore is that there was lack of mutual consultation.
पीछे का दिख रहा है, आगे का नहीं दिख रहा.
Lack of mutual consultation in the decision-making process. But help us also understand how significant will be this dissent in the context of future appointments to these key positions.
Kohina, I don't think this dissent note is really going to make much of a difference. This is one way in which opposing political parties put it on the record. So on the record, it is going to go across as a dissenting note coming in from the Congress party. These are decisions which are taken by the leader of the House and also by the Prime Minister. He was present there, the Speaker. The dissenting note is just to put it on record that the Congress disagrees with the choice of the name and the fact that they feel it's not really truly representative of the people.
Right, Pallavi, thank you so much for bringing in all those details. Well, it will be very interesting to watch what is the response of the central government on this dissent that has been presented by the Congress leaders. But now we're slipping into a very short break. Stay tuned, we'll be back.
Baba.
But I will order federal workers to get back to the office in person or be terminated from the job immediately. And we will create the new Department of Government Efficiency headed by Elon Musk. And no, he's not taking the presidency. I like having smart people. You know, they're on a new kick. Russia, 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 Ukraine, 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 all the different hoaxes. And the new one is, President Trump has ceded the presidency to Elon Musk. No, that's not happening. But Elon's done an amazing job. Isn't it nice to have smart people that we can rely on? Right? Don't we want that? He's done a great job. Our citizens, we're going to protect our citizens. But no, he's not going to be president, that I can tell you. And I'm safe, you know why? He can't be. He wasn't born in this country. But the fake news knows that. No, he's a great guy, and we want to have him. Everybody, so many people are in this audience that have helped.
مفادها أننا شعب يمني جاهز للسلام العادل والمشرف لكننا في نفس الوقت أيدينا.
Donald Trump on Wednesday pressured his fellow Republicans in Congress to reject a stopgap bill that would prevent a government shutdown. The president-elect's intervention disrupts a bipartisan effort to keep the government funded past the end of the week. Trump instead urged Congress to pass legislation that would raise the debt ceiling, a politically difficult task. He also said lawmakers should strip out elements backed by Democrats whose support would be necessary for passage. He warned that Republicans who vote for the current package could have trouble getting reelected, writing, quote, "Any Republican that would be so stupid as to do this should and will be primaried." Trump ally billionaire Elon Musk chimed in as well, pressuring Congress to reject the bill and saying that those who back it should be voted out of office. Musk spent more than $250 million to help Trump get elected and has been tasked by Trump to prune the federal budget. Right now, the bill would fund government agencies at current levels and provide $100 billion for disaster relief and $10 billion in farm aid. It also includes a wide range of unrelated provisions, such as a pay raise for lawmakers and a crackdown on hidden hotel fees. It does not cover benefit programs like Social Security, which continue automatically. Trump said Congress should limit the bill to temporary spending and disaster relief and also raise the government's borrowing authority. The next steps for Congress were unclear as of Wednesday night. However, a shutdown at this time would disrupt a wide range of services, from air travel to law enforcement, and the days leading up to the Christmas holiday.
Dankeschön für alles.
Hello and welcome back. Thanks for staying with us. Well, we continue to get breaking inputs coming in from down south, where in connection to the CT Ravi versus Lakshmi Hebalkar abuse controversy, the Home Ministry is thinking of handing over the case to CID. CID will now investigate the audio and the visual evidences of whether CT Ravi used those unparliamentary words or not. Well, these are the latest inputs that we are tracking from the ground in connection with the C.T. Ravi versus Lakshmi Hibalkar abuse controversy. Now the Home Ministry has handed over the case to the CID for investigation into the alleged unparliamentary language that was being used by C.T. Ravi. Well, these are the latest inputs that we are tracking from the ground.
ನೋಡಿ, ನಾನು ಈಗ ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ವ್ಯಾಖ್ಯಾನ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. CIDಗೆ ತನಿಖೆಗೆ ಆದೇಶ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಈಗ ಅದರ ತನಿಖೆ ನಡೆಯುವಾಗ ನಾವು ಯಾವುದೇ ಹೇಳಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನು ಮತ್ತು ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಕೊಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದರಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ನವ್ರ ಕೆಲಸ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯ ಇದೆ. ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಅವರು ಅವ್ರ ಕೆಲಸ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ.
Well, joining us on the broadcast is our colleague Sudhit Bhardwaj for a better perspective into the entire situation. A very good morning, Sudhit. Sudhit, what has prompted the Home Ministry to hand over the entire case to the CID, and what specific allegations will be investigated now?
Well, all angles will be investigated, will be reviewed in this regard. All the council members who were present when the unfortunate incident took place will be asked to come into questioning, and possibly the statements will be recorded too. So that is one thing that will definitely be checked. And remember, the Congress is trying to apply a lot of pressure on the BJP in this regard, calling out the party that claims itself to be, something that promotes culture. The Congress says that, this is exactly what reflects the mindset of the BJP. They have been, trying to put a lot of pressure on the BJP. Well, the BJP continue to back C.T. Ravi. While they have not, directly always refuted the allegations, they have said that, C.T. Ravi was treated very poorly in police custody. He faced a lot of harassment, and the fact that a former minister was treated like that is unfortunate, and that must be investigated, is what the BJP has always claimed. They haven't necessarily refuted the allegations to the extent they should have. But there is also a little dissent within the Congress, where a minister too, Satish Jarkioli, recently claimed that the matter should be closed with an apology, with yet another backing him as well. But the Congress is definitely looking to take this all into account, and that's why they have handed over the case to the CID. All the voice samples will be checked, all the statements will be recorded, and we can very well expect a charge sheet to be filed in a few months.
Right, so thank you so much for bringing in all those details. We'll continue to track the story as the day progresses, and we get more reactions and updates on this. But now, shifting our focus, Swami Rambhadracharya has now hit out at Mohan Bhagwat over his Mandir Masjid remarks, saying that it seems Mohan Bhagwat has been influenced by some form of appeasement politics. He's further questioned Bhagwat so as to why Bhagwat did not speak anything about the violence that occurred in Sambal. Well, these are the latest inputs that we are tracking from the ground, where Swami Rambhadracharya has strongly criticized and condemned Mohan Bhagwat's recent remarks on the Mandir Masjid issue, suggesting that they may be influenced by appeasement politics, and he is also questioning his silence on the recent violence in Sambal. What exactly did Swami Rambhadracharya say about Mohan Bhagwat's remarks on the Mandir Masjid issue? Let's hear out.
उनका व्यक्तिगत बयान है, वो सार्वजनिक नहीं है, वो उन्होंने अच्छा नहीं कहा. कोई नहीं, तो हिंदुत्व के आधार पर संघ भी बना है. जहाँ जहाँ हमारे मंदिर मिल रहे हैं, मंदिर के अवशेष, वहाँ हम लेंगे. जहाँ नहीं मिलेंगे वहाँ नहीं लेंगे. हम कहते, आप बताइए, एक यहूदी कोई मार देता है तो इजराइल ऐसी तैसी कर देता है. हजारों हिंदू मारे जा रहे हैं, सरकार कुछ कर नहीं रही. सरकार को चाहिए कठोरता से बांग्लादेश से निपटे अब. और इस प्रकार का उनका बयान बहुत अनुचित है. वो हमारे अनुशासक नहीं है. हम धर्माचार्य हैं, हमारा विषय अलग है, उनका अलग है. वो संघ के सरसंघचालक हो सकते हैं, हमारे थोड़े होंगे.
For a better perspective into this entire situation, Pallavi Ghosh joins us on the broadcast. Pallavi, Swami Rambhadracharya is a renowned Hindu spiritual leader and scholar. With him criticizing Mohan Bhagwat, it comes as a deep impact. But what has actually forced Swamiji to link Bhagwat's comments to appeasement politics, and what will be the implications of these accusations?
See, this is again going to snowball into yet another controversy, because this is already divided to very strong points of view, as we know. The Congress party also has been extremely critical of the comments made by Mohan Bhagwat. Also, what they are saying, we're calling out the bluff of the RSS and the double standards of them. Now, these latest comments are also going to be either supported by the Congress, many of the opposition parties who are going to make precisely this point.
Right, Pallavi, thank you so much for bringing in all those details. We'll continue to track more as we get more political updates on this entire situation and war of words. But now we're shifting to another breaking input. This time, PM Modi's government will launch a single nationwide toll-free number for farmers in 2025 with a 100-seat call center to come up in the Delhi NCR region. Well, this is a huge development in this entire case. As per the details with CNN News 18, the project will be operational soon. This will create a single contact helpline number to address farmer grievances in respect to the schemes implemented in agriculture sector by the central government and state UT governments, providing information related to various ongoing schemes regarding the farmers and extending help to them by the centre to improve farmer services by resolving grievances in timely manner. Well, these are the latest inputs that we've been tracking. Well, with all those news and updates, it's almost a wrap from our side. Stay informed and stay tuned to CNN News 18. Thanks for tuning in this morning.
Baba.
But I will order federal workers to get back to the office in person or be terminated from the job immediately. And we will create the new Department of Government Efficiency headed by Elon Musk. And no, he's not taking the presidency. I like having smart people. You know, they're on a new kick. Russia, 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 Ukraine, 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 all the different hoaxes. And the new one is President Trump has ceded the presidency to Elon Musk. No, that's not happening. But Elon's done an amazing job. Isn't it nice to have smart people that we can rely on? Right? Don't we want that? He's done a great job. Our citizens, we're going to protect our citizens. But no, he's not going to be president, that I can tell you. And I'm safe, you know why? He can't be. He wasn't born in this country. But the fake news knows that. No, he's a great guy, and we want to have him. Everybody, so many people are in this audience that have helped.
Donald Trump on Wednesday pressured his fellow Republicans in Congress to reject a stopgap bill that would prevent a government shutdown. The president-elect's intervention disrupts a bipartisan effort to keep the government funded past the end of the week. Trump instead urged Congress to pass legislation that would raise the debt ceiling, a politically difficult task. He also said lawmakers should strip out elements backed by Democrats whose support would be necessary for passage. He warned that Republicans who vote for the current package could have trouble getting reelected, writing, quote, "Any Republican that would be so stupid as to do this should and will be primaried." Trump ally billionaire Elon Musk chimed in as well, pressuring Congress to reject the bill and saying that those who back it should be voted out of office. Musk spent more than $250 million to help Trump get elected and has been tasked by Trump to prune the federal budget. Right now, the bill would fund government agencies at current levels and provide $100 billion for disaster relief and $10 billion in farm aid. It also includes a wide range of unrelated provisions, such as a pay raise for lawmakers and a crackdown on hidden hotel fees. It does not cover benefit programs like Social Security, which continue automatically. Trump said Congress should limit the bill to temporary spending and disaster relief and also raise the government's borrowing authority. The next steps for Congress were unclear as of Wednesday night. However, a shutdown at this time would disrupt a wide range of services. from air travel to law enforcement, and the days leading up to the Christmas holiday.
Dankeschön für alles.
All right, good morning. You're watching the breaking news show right here on CNN News 18. My name is Toya Singh, and over the next 1 hour, we're going to bring you up to date with political developments that are taking place across the entire country. Our first story takes us down to Hyderabad, where amid a continuing showdown over what was initially a stampede at a theatre and resulted in the death of one person, trouble seems to be mounting for the actor Allu Arjun. The controversy that's been playing out in Telangana is not set to end anytime soon. 11 a.m. So in just an hour from now, he's been summoned by the Telangana police. The actor, remember, we'll just catch you, bring you up to date. He was granted interim bail by the High Court, but the court had also directed him to cooperate with the continuing investigation into this entire story. Now, he's been summoned, as we said already, in connection with the Sandhya Theatre stampede incident. And at the same time, you have the ongoing controversy playing out with the Congress within the state. A senior leader of the Congress in Telangana has filed a complaint with police. They're saying that Arjun, over his new movie Pushpa 2, in that, they've said there's a scene in which he insults, and the film insults, the police force. That's at least the argument they're making. Besides the actor, the complaint names the movie's director and other producers. We're just going to play out some reactions for you, then we'll go over to reporters for more. Take a look.
वो केस में पूरा जो भी है वो उस्मानिया यूनिवर्सिटी स्टूडेंट्स है, उन लोग पीसफुली डिमॉन्स्ट्रेट कर रहे थे, उन लोगों का ऊपर जो उनका फोर्सेस है उसका अटैक करे, तो उन लोग सेल्फ डिफेंस के लिए उन लोग प्रोटेक्शन करे, सो है वही केस में पुलिस वाले उन लोगों का ऊपर 7 सेक्शन लगा के, जो जज साहब कुछ क्वेश्चन उठाए थे वही क्वेश्चनों का ऊपर जो भी जवाब दिया था, वो जवाब का ऊपर जो भी कोर्ट सेटिस्फाई हुआ था, सेटिस्फाई होने के बाद जो 6 आदमी को 10,000 2 सूरटियाँ लगा के कुछ भी कंडीशन अभी नहीं दिए, बिना कंडीशन से बेल मंजूरी किया सो है.
మా ఇంటి బయట జరిగింది అంతా చూశారు మీరు. కానీ ప్రస్తుతం మేము సంయమనం పాటించాల్సిన సమయం. మేము దేనికి రియాక్ట్ అవ్వకూడదు ప్రస్తుతం అవి చూసి. బట్ పోలీసులు వచ్చారు, వారిని తీసుకెళ్లారు, కేసు పెట్టారు. ఇవన్నీ ఇక్కడికి ఎవరైనా గొడవ చేయడానికి వస్తే పోలీసులు తీసుకువెళ్ళిపోవడం రెడీగానే ఉన్నారు. కనుక ఇటువంటి ఎవరు ఎంకరేజ్ చేయకూడదు. అయినా నేను చెప్పేది ఏంటంటే, మేము ఇప్పుడు దాని మీద రియాక్ట్ అవ్వడం కానీ, ఈ మీడియా మీరు వచ్చారు కదా అని ఏదో మాట్లాడడం కానీ జరగదు. మేము ఇప్పుడు సంయమనం పాటించాల్సిన సమయం, అందుకని అదే పాటిస్తున్నాము. దయచేసి లా ఇట్ విల్ టేక్ ఇట్స్ ఓన్ కోర్స్. వాళ్ళందరినీ తీసుకుని వెళ్ళారు.
Swastika has been following every development in this story. She's here to tell us the latest. Swastika, in just an hour from now, we can expect Allu Arjun, the actor, to turn up as he has been summoned. Just tell us first about the most recent developments, then we'll ask you about everything that's taken place in the last few days.
Well, yes, at 11 is when Allu Arjun is slated to appear before the Chikatpalli police. This is under the Hyderabad Police Commissionerate, which is investigating the stampede row. And we're given to understand that this is a routine process in the sense that when he was granted bail, remember, by the Telangana High Court on the 13th of December, one of the conditions that was laid forward was for him to cooperate with the ongoing investigation. So in that context, Allu Arjun has been asked to appear before the police today. However, there is also a possibility that the police may ask him questions with respect to the press conference, remember, that he had held 2 days ago responding to Chief Minister Revanth Reddy's comments that he had made on the floor of the House. Now, why is that a contention? Because as per the guidelines given by on the bail conditions, he's not supposed to, or the rule is that you're not supposed to do anything that could influence witnesses or it could influence the investigation. So we are expecting that perhaps there could be questions being asked on that line as well. And as of now, we are understanding that the legal team of Actor Allu Arjun is cooperating with the investigation because as of now, we are expecting that the actor will appear before the police station.
Swastika, can you just share with our audiences, Arjun himself is arguing that this is character assassination, that he's the result of a political witch hunt. But can you tell our audiences, how strong do legal experts believe is the police case against him?
Because they are in fact in the moot point of challenging the bail given to actor Allu Arjun legally, and that could either be in the Supreme Court or in the High Court if the police sort of is able to come up with a defense that there was a violation of the bail condition. So in that case, that appeal will be made in the High Court. But definitely, that is something that is upcoming, and more importantly, as far as actor Allu Arjun's legal team is concerned, they have in fact built their defense around the factor that the actor had no malified intention. This is one of the main observations put forth by the Telangana High Court while granting interim bail. And second, the sections that have been imposed against him, in accusing him of harming without not amounting to murder, that charge in itself, the section 105, which is in contention, that in itself has been challenged by his legal team. So to break it down in simple terms, the question was whether permission was at all granted or not. The police, during its initial argument at the Telangana High Court, remember, could not produce physical evidence of them denying the permission. So in that context, Allu Arjun's legal team contended that when permission was in fact sought by Sandhya Theatre, and there was no objection from the police's side, and that's why he went on to do whatever he did as a law-abiding citizen. And these were the defenses that we saw play out in the court. But now, him being called before the Chikatpalli police station, the line of questioning is something that is being anticipated upon. Is something that could turn a new chapter in terms of the legal standpoint as far as the police is concerned. But one thing that is very clear is that the police will definitely challenge Allu Arjun's bail.
Swastika, thank you for bringing us those details. Okay, we're going to move on, but this is a story we'll check back in on in about an hour from now when the actor is expected to appear. We are shifting focus right now, though. We're taking you from Hyderabad to West Bengal, where it seems as if controversy once again playing out between the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee and the Chancellor of the Jadavpur University. We're referring, of course, to the West Bengal Governor, CV Bose. The two, remember, have seen a back and forth between each other multiple times over the last few years. This particular one revolves around the convocation ceremony that is set to take place there on Christmas Eve. So it's going to commence today itself. West Bengal Governor CV Bose is the Chancellor of the University, and he said that his permission was not taken for the event, and thus he's arguing the degrees that have been awarded in the ceremony will be invalid. We'll bring you more on the controversy itself. We'll also tell you a little bit more about this aspect of it, where we are seeing Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister of the state, hit out and a word exchange take place. The Raj Bhavan media cell, so the governor's media cell, they issued a statement and they've also said, they've given more context there, but at the same time, we've just told you it's going to be one more back and forth. Our colleague Kamalika joins us right now to tell us more about this story. Kamalika, the convocation ceremony and the governor's comments on it, we've known for a little while, but tell us more about what Mamata Banerjee has had to say on this right now.
See, the tussle between the governor and the government is always there, and the governor happens to be the chancellor of universities, and Jadavpur University is also one of those universities where the governor is chancellor. Now, from time immemorial, 24th is the day where convocation takes place. But till now, there are court issues for which there is no permanent VC in Jadavpur University. The VC, in few days, that thing will be settled. But in spite of that, according to the governor's point, the university is going ahead with the convocation program. Now, according to Raj Bhavan, they cannot go with such program, or if they go with such program, the legality of those certificates which will be given to the students remains in question because the governor has raised certain points on the legality of this convocation. On the other hand, the education minister, he has clearly tweeted and he has stated that since it is the norms from time immemorial that on 24th December the convocation will take place, the convocation this time too will take place. So we'll have to really see. What we are coming to know that the governor will definitely go and attend the convocation ceremony. But what happens thereafter, what happens, whether he raises, because yesterday there were clear instructions from Raj Bhavan sources, which tells News 18 that the legality of these things will be questioned.
Okay, Kamalika, if we could ask you to stay with us. We're actually going to take our audiences from developments in West Bengal right now to developments taking place in Bangladesh. Now, our focus in particular is a story that's emerging after the arrest of Javed Ansari. He's a member of the organization TUM. Specifically, it was a note that was recovered from him, and it reveals alarming details seemingly about plans to travel to Bangladesh via water routes. It raises for security officials a crucial question. Are militants now trying and seeking to exploit waterways to infiltrate within India? Bangladesh is increasingly becoming and being seen as a safe haven for Pakistan-backed operatives. And there's a rise in flights between Pakistan and Bangladesh. Security forces are now on high alert. Now, we'll tell you a little bit more about this story as the vast rivulets between India and Bangladesh seem to be the next focus for security agencies. We'll just play out reports for you, then we'll go over to reporters for more.
You know, within a couple of 3 terrorists till now has been arrested in like 5 to 6 days. Bengal STF has also taken a very important part, but as opposition, they are saying that Bengal is the safe corridor.
You see, how can you ignore the history? You see, in the CPM region, you see the USIS was attacked by extremists. You see, there was a blast, RDX blast, more than 100 deaths and injured in Baubajar. RDX packed truck was recovered from Baranagar going to Assam. That was in left region, and in the other states also, BJP-ruled states, there are series of activities, but not only in Bengal. Bengal now situation is better, police is doing their best, and the problem is the border, which is under jurisdiction of BSF. So BSF is totally due to failure of BSF. The outsiders are taking entry, and now the opposition is doing politics, making such bogus statements.
But getting names into voter rolls, that is a very, don't you think that's a concern?
After taking entry within West Bengal, a huge population, they are mixing up themselves with the crowd, and there may be some confusions, but we all are alert. And the same thing is going on in Delhi and other states also.
सर, अभी जो धुलिया में आपने ये 4 नागरिकों को पकड़ा है, बोला जा रहा है कि वो बांग्लादेशी नागरिक है, तो इस पे आपने क्या कार्रवाई की हुई है और आगे क्या कार्रवाई करेंगे?
धुले पुलिस में आज़ाद नगर पुलिस स्टेशन में एक होटल में ऐसा एक इनपुट मिला था कि 4 लोग जो इलीगली स्टे कर रहे हैं और वो बांग्लादेशी हो सकते हैं। तो हम लोगों ने रेकी करने के बाद वहाँ पे उनको पकड़ने के बाद हम लोगों ने इनके किया, तो वो लोग, उनके नाम थे मोहम्मद शेख और रफ़ीक शेख, शिल्पी शेख और ब्यूटी बेगम पोलश शेख, ऐसे 4 लोग थे। उनको हम लोगों ने अभी अरेस्ट किया हुआ है। फॉरेनर्स एक्ट और पासपोर्ट एक्ट के खिलाफ उनके ऊपर मुकदमा दर्ज किया हुआ है। अभी उन लोगों को हम लोगों ने कोर्ट में हाजिर किया हुआ है, तो प्राइमा फेसिली वो बांग्लादेश के हैं और इलीगली इंडिया में रह रहे हैं। आगे का इन्वेस्टिगेशन हम लोग अभी कर रहे हैं।
Country, those are adjacent to Bangladesh. We are facing that kind of problem and infiltration is going on. As you know, in some places the borders are porous due to the land acquisition policy of few state government, and as a result demography of this country is also changing. You see, in Bangladesh whatever happening now, it is not acceptable and it is not good for any society. And as radicalization is day by day increasing in Bangladesh, so obviously India will face this kind of problem, but our government as well as our forces, they are very ready, they are well equipped to control or to counter this kind of things.
All right, Munshi, who we're focusing on right now, he's an alleged expert in IED and weapons, and right now the investigation is looking to understand how many times he used the rivulet, whether he was recruiting people in West Bengal, and whether there were sleeper cells within the state. Our colleague Kamalika joins us once again to bring us updates on the investigation. Kamalika, over to you.
See, the Bengal STF and the Jammu and Kashmir STF has actually nabbed him, and 30 till 31st the transit remand has been given to Jammu and Kashmir police. So he's been interrogated by both the police, Jammu and Kashmir and also Bengal police. What we are getting information is that Tariq-e-Mujahideen is also a very dangerous militant outfit, and now, like it used to happen before 1971 and also certain times in Bangladesh, that this water route used to be taken by the terrorists, and because the water route was easy. Now, when the Sheikh Hasina was in power, that point of time, Bangladesh was very strict on allowing any militants in their own ground. But now things have changed. So what is happening, according to some agencies, is that now there are a lot of rivulets between Bengal and Bangladesh, and it is very difficult to keep an eye on all those small rivers and rivulets. So it is becoming now again the terrorists, the route which they used to take before 1971 or also before or also some 15 years back, that they used to come from Pakistan to Bangladesh, and from Bangladesh through rivulets they used to enter India. This was the route, and vice versa. That means if one wants to go from India to Pakistan, then also these reverse route were taken. The terrorists used to go to Bangladesh. From there, they used to go to Pakistan. Now we know that the flights have also increased between Pakistan and Bangladesh. So again, that old route, this route was stopped when Sheikh Hasina's regime was there. Neither from Nepal nor from these rivulets they were allowed to go to Bangladesh. There where the question is that are the terrorists, again they have started using the water route. That is the big question on which the investigators, the agencies, they are working, they are interrogating him, and also they are working it, because Jammu and Kashmir militants arrested from Bengal is something which is not very common. Like the infiltrators come from Bangladesh, Bangladeshi extremists come in Bengal. That is not something which is weird. But the fact is, Jammu and Kashmir militants arrested from Bengal is something which is not in the normal parlance.
Virtually
and
unheard
that's
of.
why the investigators are working on that.
Kamalika, thank you for bringing us those details. Okay, we're going to move on to another breaking news story. Right, news we're receiving right now of the National Security Advisor of the US, Jake Sullivan, speaking on the phone with Bangladesh's Chief Advisor, Professor Mohammad Yunus, on Monday evening. The official readout from the White House says they discussed issues of mutual interest. It also says both leaders expressed their commitment to protect human rights of all people, regardless of the religion. But to bring you more detail about exactly what was discussed, our colleague Siddhant is with us on the phone to bring us the details. Siddhant, of course, the backdrop top here is the escalating outrage over large-scale attacks on minority Hindus in Bangladesh. Do we know to what detail that might have been addressed between the two of them from the White House readout?
Well, this was the first conversation between US NSA Jake Sullivan and Mohammad Yunus Toya. And in fact, Jake Sullivan has praised him for the progress that the country has made. This is perhaps what Bangladesh has said in their readout. In fact, Bangladesh also says that that there is a report which is expected, after which there would be a consensus building process, and we will begin to prepare the nation for the reforms and elections. But US has its own readout on this conversation, and perhaps that readout says that both leaders expressed their commitment to respecting and protecting the human rights of all people regardless of religion. Perhaps a very, very important line in US readout. And since it was the first conversation between Jake Sullivan and Mohammad Yunus, so both leaders have discussed the reports of attacks on minorities. And in fact, this is a reason that this line has been particularly been mentioned in the US readout. You will not find this line in Bangladesh's readout. So in US readout, it is very, very much mentioned that both leaders expressed their commitment to respecting and protecting the human rights of all people, regardless of religion. Toya, from day one, Mohammad Yunus government has been in denial. At times they call it the work of Indian disinformation factory. At times they say that these are the exaggerated media reports, But lately they have agreed to some incidents which took place. In fact, there have been action also in those incidents. There have been many errors that have taken place, especially after Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri's visit to Bangladesh in December. And since this was the first conversation, it means that US did speak to Mohammad Yunus, Jake Sullivan did speak to Mohammad Yunus about the reports of attacks on minorities. So because this concern was raised by Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi for the first time, and if you remember, Toya, when Prime Minister Modi spoke to President Biden, at that point in time also he did take up the issue of the attacks on Hindus and other minorities in Bangladesh. So it was Prime Minister Modi who first spoke about it. Then in the run-up to the elections, Donald Trump also did mention it. And now we are getting to know that since Jake Sullivan and Mohammad Yunus have spoken, there was a mention of human rights violation. And in fact, there was a commitment by both the leaders to respecting and protecting the human rights of all people regardless of religion.
Thank you, Siddhant, for bringing us those details. Okay, we're going to move on very quickly to a different story entirely. All right, you remember a few days ago, the Parliament had descended into chaos on the penultimate day of the winter session. You had members accusing each other of jostling, throwing others to the ground, and we're bringing you details on the investigation right now. Top sources have informed the Delhi Police Crime Branch that they'll go to the Parliament either this evening or tomorrow morning. The Crime Branch is in touch with the Lok Sabha Secretariat. CCTVs will be checked, but we'll bring you more details on all of these developments in just a second from now. Our colleague Anshul is with us. Anshul, we're learning the cops are in touch with the Lok Sabha Secretariat. Effectively, what can that mean we'll expect in the next few hours?
So yes, the Delhi police is likely to go to the parliament either today evening or tomorrow morning, is what we are being told by sources in the Delhi police. Basically, the Delhi police would initially would want to go ahead and seek permission initially to get their hands on the CCTVs that were installed in that entire area on which this entire incident happened. That is outside the Makar Dwar and in and around that area, just to figure out as to what was the exact sequence of events. Apart from this, the Delhi police will, if at all they do not have the requisite amount of visual evidence, then they will also try and get permission to recreate the scene inside the parliament so that they could get an exact sequence of events of how this entire incident transpired inside the parliament. Apart from that, the Delhi police will also send out notices and will ask the other MPs who were present in that vicinity during the time of the incident to come and record their statement, to record their statement as eyewitnesses. And also, in all likelihood, in the next few days, we are expecting that the Delhi police will also serve notice to Rahul Gandhi to come and join into the investigation and to present his side of the version. Remember, the FIR that has been registered by Delhi police in this entire matter are not on very strong sections as the BJP had wanted, and that is the reason why we are seeing that a very a very logical and stable investigation is going on in this entire matter. Yes, it remains to be seen how will things eventually pan out, but yes, the Delhi police is trying to make sure that the entire procedure that they are carrying out is according to the law, and only if required, the version of other MPs and also the MPs who have been injured in this entire incident, their statements can only be recorded.
Okay, Anshul, thank you. Let's go over to our colleague Anvit, who's also with us on the phone right now. Anvit, what details can you tell our audiences about the process of evidence collection? For example, do we know where the CCTV cameras are located within the Lok Sabha? How good an angle they may have had of this incident, for example?
See, security has always been an important angle to the new building of Lok Sabha, and most of the areas are covered in cameras and surveillance cameras, and the police are also in process. They haven't begun yet, but yes, they will be collecting CCTV footage to corroborate the allegations that have been made against the opposition, and people who are injured, their statements will be recorded. The statements have not yet been recorded. What we know as a statement, the notices for statement has not been sent out yet. But senior officials in Delhi police have confirmed that they are in touch with Lok Sabha Secretariat. They are doing proper and regular communication. And as and when things move forward, as and when the probe in this direction moves forward, they will go on to record the statement of the injured. Also, like Anshul mentioned, some of the witness statements will also be recorded. So it will help Delhi police with the help of CCTV footages to identify people who were present there, and then people who were involved in that protest that happened that day, the crimes that happened, and to identify those who were present. Other than that, cell phone records might be used of the people who were there. Bulk data might be picked up. But because this is a sensitive case, because it involves MP, Delhi police is also at a back foot. This matter is entirely political, and again and again, there are some links to this case. The Delhi police are probing, but they are not coming, out and declaring all that is the part of the investigation. However, they have maintained that they are in touch with Lok Sabha Secretariat. It is a political matter. They are going slow on it because they would not want to go wrong in any direction. However, the statements are yet to be recorded, and Delhi police are in touch with the officials of the Lok Sabha to ascertain the incident that has happened, to establish the sequence of events, so that the FIR that has been registered, it can be probed further.
Okay, Anvit and Anshul, thank you for bringing us those details. We're going to head into a quick break. On the other side, in just a few minutes, we very much continue with all of the country's top stories. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
But I will order federal workers to get back to the office in person or be terminated from the job immediately. And we will create the new Department of Government Efficiency headed by Elon Musk. And no, he's not taking the presidency. I like having smart people. You know, they're on a new kick. Russia, 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 Ukraine, 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 all the different hoaxes. And the new one is...
मैं यहाँ से अपनी गाड़ी में गई इस्लामाबाद, वहाँ पे जो भेजने वाले था पेडलर जो था, मैंने उसको गाड़ी की चाबी हाथ में थमा दी। मैंने वहाँ पे उससे 50 ग्राम लिए और मैंने गाड़ी उसको वहाँ पे छोड़ दी। वहाँ से मैं हीरोइन ला दी थी। इवन के मतलब कोई भी ऐसी चीज़ नहीं होगी, मतलब इतना ये इंसान को मजबूर करता है ना कि मतलब हेल्पलेस इंसान इतना हो जाता है।
मैं आपको पर्टिकुलरली तो नहीं बोल सकता हूँ किसी कारणवश, बट ये है कि हाँ, महिलाओं के जरिए जो गाँव आगे हैं, वहाँ से कहीं ना कहीं से महिलाओं के जरिए आता है पीछे। ड्रग्स पे जितना कंट्रोल हो सके, जितना नहीं पूरा कंप्लीटली कंट्रोल होना चाहिए।
Are women easy drug mules? Are agencies less suspecting of women peddling drugs? Mere coincidence or a conspiracy? The pattern is definitely concerning, one that our security agencies are not neglecting. CNN News 18 reported in early 2024 on Pakistan's role in pushing narcotics into Jammu and Kashmir, highlighting involvement of overground workers in recruiting for this trade.
चाहे वो बच्चे हैं, चाहे वो औरतें हैं, चाहे कैसे भी करते हैं, उनको पता है आपके कोई भी हमारा दाव पेच जो भी है उन्होंने हम सब भी हथकंडे इस्तेमाल किए, लेकिन इंशाल्लाह वो फेल रहे। ये जो यूथ है तो इसको भी उकसाने का मसला है, कोई स्कूल से है, कोई कॉलेज से है, कोई कहीं से है, किसी को पता ही नहीं होता, सिर्फ पैसों की लालच है।
Despite visible law enforcement actions, drug syndicates continue adopting new methods. This time around, we visited areas like Rajouri, Poonch, Doga, Anantnag and Baramulla that are revealing a significant trend: increasing participation of women in the illegal narcotics trade.
मिलिटेंटों को और उनके भेजने वालों को ये मालूम है कि हिंदुस्तान से जम्मू कश्मीर को पाकिस्तान नहीं छीन सकता। इस सब के लिए यहाँ का आदमी चाहिए, और यहाँ का आदमी उनके साथ वही जा सकता है जो कहीं मजबूर होता है। मिलिटेंट हमारे लिए इतना नुकसानदेह नहीं है जितना हमारे घर का एक लड़का भी अगर इस नशे की लत में फंस गया तो वो बगैर गोली के पूरी फैमिली को मार सकता है।
महिलाएं एक आसान सा टारगेट है और वो ये काम करती हैं, मगर हमारी पुलिस और ये जो एजेंसियां हैं ये पूरी तरीके से चौकन्ना है।
Since 2023, 3,190 cases have been registered and 4,536 individuals arrested in Jammu and Kashmir's crackdown on illegal narcotics. To disrupt supply chains, authorities invoked the PIT-NDPS Act, lending to 463 detention orders in 18 months. In Rajouri district alone,
Okay, welcome back. You're watching the breaking news show right here on CNN News 18, and we're taking you right now to a story playing out in the national capital right here in Delhi. A major breakthrough as the Delhi police has dismantled an illegal immigration racket. They've arrested individuals involved in forging documents and aiding the entry of Bangladeshi nationals into India. The group includes document forgers, Aadhaar operators and tech experts who reportedly created fake websites to produce counterfeit identification documents. But to get exact details on this, our colleague Anshul is with us. Anshul, reports indicating 11 people were arrested. Can you confirm? Do we have different numbers?
So yes, 11 people have been taken into custody. These people have been accused of making false documents of illegal immigrants who were traveling from Bangladesh to the national capital, and once they used to reach to the national capital through donkey routes, all their documents were made, which actually made them Indian nationals. These documents actually include serious documents like Aadhaar cards, voter ID cards, ration cards. Each and every document that an Indian citizen has, all of these documents were made. Now, these people who have been arrested have been accused of facilitating those illegal immigrants who used to cross over from Bangladesh to jungle routes and enter into India. Once they enter into the eastern part of India, they used to take express trains and then eventually reach out here in the national capital, where they were initially given accommodation, and post that all these documents, all these false documents were made due to were initially made for them, and that is how they used to reside in India. Now remember, this has become a massive political issue during this political season out here in the national capital as well, whereas on one hand, where the BJP is accusing that there are several illegal immigrants who have made their way through the system and have enrolled in the voter list, and hence their names should be cut off. On the other hand, the Aam Aadmi Party says that the BJP is trying to cut off votes that are supporters of the Aam Aadmi Party. So this entire controversy of people being enrolled into the voter list has become a political issue, and now the Delhi police arresting people who have been involved in forging such documents definitely becomes a massive issue. During the course of interrogation, it remains to be seen as to for how many people have these people made fake documents. That will give an exact idea as to how deep was this entire syndicate running. But what the police forces are telling us that this is a massive bust that has been done by them, and over the next few days we will get more details as to how many people have used their services for making false documents out here in the national capital.
Okay, Anshul, thank you for bringing us those details. We're going to shift focus right now back to the story we were tracking right in the beginning of the show. told you a little earlier that actor Allu Arjun had been summoned by the police at 11 a.m. and as we are tracking this story, he's about to leave for questioning any moment now. Remember, this is the story that continues to be investigated by the police within the state. A stampede taking place at a theatre, resulting in one woman's death and her son ending up in hospital. We're actually bringing you these visuals from outside Allu Arjun's house. Remember, it's over the weekend that this house also was attacked, seemingly by miscreants, but that investigation very much continues. Now, the actor is expected, as we told you a little earlier, to appear at the police station at 11 a.m. today. The actor was granted interim bail by the High Court, but the court had also directed him to cooperate with the ongoing investigation into this entire cake. The actor has been summoned in connection with the Sandhya Theatre stampede incident. Now, we'll bring you more context on this, but remember, a few days ago, the Chief Minister had also railed against the actor. The Chief Minister of the state belongs to the Congress. He'd railed against the actor openly in the State Assembly. You'd had a back and forth around it. Now, we're going to bring you more context on this story, but the Congress has specifically criticized a scene where the protagonist urinates in a swimming pool while a police officer is in it. They've quoted that or talked about that and said that the film itself is disrespecting police officers and that is an example of it. So we're going to be bringing you more context of this story. Remember, Pushpa 2 continues to be shown in theatres across the entire country. We'll be bringing you more context right now on this entire story. Right now, the actor is set to leave for the police station at any moment now, and we continue to track these developments. This is, of course, actor Allu Arjun, who's been at the eye of the storm ever since Pushpa 2 released in theatres. Remember, though the film has done incredibly well across the country in Hindi belts too, the actor has been at the eye of a storm after a Sandhya case stampede took place. A case has since been lodged against him. But it's at that stampede, remember, that one woman lost her life. Her son ended up in a critical condition in hospital. Remember, the political controversy after that, in the days after, have followed. Arjun, remember, was in police custody for a little while. He was let out shortly after, where he was met by his wife, his family. And since you've had top actors of the industry visit him, it's been seen very much as two opposite sides, the actor and the acting fraternity on one side, the Congress government on the other. That's the way in which the political drama has played out within the state of Telangana. These are visuals, and as you can see, the sounds. That is actor Allu Arjun, as you can see, arriving outside his house. He's on his way as he speaks. That's his wife with him, and our colleague Harish Upadhyay with us to bring us more details on this. Harish, it was just a few days ago that we saw Allu Arjun leave the police custody, be welcomed by his wife, his kids. Right now we can see him once again leaving for the police station for questioning. Just bring us more context.
Well, remember, this investigation has to proceed further. He's been summoned by the police. He's supposed to appear before the investigating officer at around 11 o'clock in a short while from now. That's why he's heading out. Although on one side, we've seen a lot of controversy, the way the state government has handled it, the allegation and the counter allegations that have come out from Allu Arjun's team, and then the police going on putting out the CCTV footage and the whole sequence of events that had taken place. The police saying that there were enough warnings given. In fact, not just Allu Arjun's team, Allu Arjun himself was told that the situation was getting out of hand at the theatre and he should make an exit as soon as possible. All those charges coming in. We've also seen the team of producers giving a compensation to the victim's family as well. All this is played out, but the investigation is supposed to go forward now. This means recording Allu Arjun's statements, asking him questions, seeking details, also seeking details on the plan that was there on that day, because although there was a request that went in from the theatre, the police would want to understand the whole sequence of events. When was it planned? And what was the plan? Who were the people who were in know of it? What was conveyed to them? All of this
has to be on record.
We're
has
just
to
going
be,
to check back in with you. We are joined by a guest, and we're going to go to the guest right now. Thinmar Malana joins us right now. He's a Congress leader from the state, and he's with us. He's an important voice in this story because it's he that filed the complaint against the actor Allu Arjun. It's a separate complaint and one that's come to light in the last few days. Mr. Malana, just stay with us. I want to tell our audiences details from your complaint first. Then we'll come over to you with questions. In your complaint, you allege that there's a scene within Pushpa 2 within the police force is being disrespected, and your argument in this scene, you actually see the protagonist, you see Allu Arjun urinating in a swimming pool while a police officer is in it. That you have said is disrespectful to police officers, correct? Sir, just elaborate on your complaint first, then we'll come to you with follow-up questions.
Right, yesterday I went to the movie and watched along with my team and other police officers, and in that movie, particularly the swimming pool scene is very objectionable. It is deliberately insulting the police or cops, some security officers who are working for the people. So that is very objectionable. I went to the police station and given complaint to the Rajkunda police. So in that movie, what I'm saying, so now here going in Telangana, that is particularly Chikadpalli police Sandhya theatre issue.
Yeah.
I filed against the whole team about this issue only,
Right.
not about the Sandhya theatre issue and other
Right.
issue. So what I'm saying, the movie team have, I request to the police officer, station house officer to take action against them about this issue. So I requested to the movie team also try to remove this scene from the movie. So what is going, I don't know next level, but we are not entering that Sandhya theatre issue because my party high command has given clearly instruction to the all leaders and all party workers to stop the issue about this because we have some other public issues. We focus
Okay.
on that one.
Mr.
So
Malana,
that's what.
Mr. Malana, if it's all right, now we'll ask you some counter questions. We do want to get to know more about your complaint itself. Mr. Malana, first question I want to ask you is that one could argue, because I know that in your case, you made the point that it's not just the actor. You've also written about the producer, the director, all of them you've named in this complaint. But I do want to ask you, sir, they could argue that A, artistic freedom is important, and B, that you have many films in which, for example, you show police officers doing corruption. That's something we show often in films across the country. Those could also be considered disrespectful, sir. So how would you argue to that this is artistic freedom, it should be allowed?
No, everybody has freedom to speak and express their views. But here is particularly one IPS officer particularly insulting by the. I thought that one only. My view, particularly my point of view. So I am saying what this kind of scenes will create panic in the viewers or public. So, movie team or responsible citizens should control himself if he release that kind of scene to the public that will create some issue between the police and nobody can police family go to the go that movie and cannot see that scene because the movie particularly in that scene swimming pool scene scene that is very objectionable. So that's why I given complaint. This is only for myself only. That's not my behind my no party, no other things.
Okay.
My party and my party and all are given clear instruction. Nobody can enter in the Sandhya theatre issue.
Okay. So, Mr. Malana, I want to ask you, I appreciate your point. Your point is that I'm making this as an individual citizen. Don't look at it as the Congress. I appreciate that point, sir. But I do want to ask you, as I said earlier, so many films depict, for example, corruption of police officers.
Yes,
we don't see cases like that come up again and again. Don't you think, whether you like it or not, sir, you are a Congress leader, this will be seen as a Congress witch hunt continuing? Very much what the narrative has been in the last few years.
So that all are is very unfortunate things going in happening in movies. So particularly bribe or corrupted police, corrupted officers. That scenes are very now it's going in the real life also. So now it's going in the real life also. That's why. So entire movie team or responsible citizen should be control himself also to reduce the panic and don't entertain that kind of such issues in the public life.
No, but Mr. Malana, I do want to point out for you here that there are many famous examples. Mr. Malana, you can hear us, right? There are many famous examples of films that are critical of both politicians and police officers. I can think, for example, of the film Rang De Basanti, where it was critical of the defense ministry at the time. And at that time, the Congress government was in power, sir. The Congress was in power. The Congress did not raise a question to it, in fact. They allowed the film to come out. They said that press freedom, film freedom is important. Sir, don't you think that what you've done will only further the case that the Congress is now making a witch hunt happen in Telangana?
So I understand your point, and you are comparing past and recent
Correct.
issue. So what I'm saying as an individual, it is in my life I saw 11 or 10 movies right now. So I particularly as a citizen of India, so these all are going in our life also. But Congress party and any other party, we take one stand about this issue. If in Tamil Nadu particularly somebody asked me one particular issue, so that is looking like similar Allu Arjun issue also. So what I'm saying, it should be think more about this kind of issues. The politicians or government or censor board, whoever behind this talking about this issue. So we should take myself also like this kind of issues.
Okay.
Don't.
Mr. Malana, thank you for taking out the time for speaking to CNN News 18. Let's move on very quickly as we keep those visuals on your screen. You have the Telangana Minister, Shri Takka. He's questioned the national award for Pushpa, citing bias against films with social messages. She said films like Jai Bhim, which showcase rights and inspired the downtrodden, did not receive a national award. There are no central initiatives for such meaningful films. Instead, a smuggler stripping a policeman naked was awarded. What message does this send? Just take a look at that comment that's come in. Then we'll go over to reporters for more. All right, we'll just go over to reporters directly. Swastika, it's interesting. We just had a Congress leader who told us that the Congress has given a directive that they should stay away, the entire Congress party should stay away from attacking the Pushpa issue and the Sandhya Theatre issue in particular. We are seeing ministers, though, and political leaders continue to comment. Can you bring us more context on this?
Well, yes, this comment was made by Telangana Minister, in fact, Sitaka, yesterday before the directive came in. But nevertheless, the Congress party, since you mentioned the directive, has in fact issued an off-record a message to all the party spokesperson to refrain from commenting on the whole issue because the matter is sub judice, and considering how it has been playing out in the public domain, garnering a lot of attention, while like I said, the matter is sub judice. But yes, now there's a lot of controversy with respect to what Telangana Minister Sitaka has said. She's raised question over the legality or the grounds on which a national award was given to actor Allu Arjun for his role in Pushpa, remember, where he plays the role of a smuggler. She says that where films like Jai Bhim, where rights of the downtrodden are being fought for, movies like that are not recognized. But in a movie where an actor plays the role of a smuggler, literally attacking and hoodwinking the system, and the police is awarded for his role, is this the kind of justice, or what kind of messages does it send to the society? This is a big point, in fact, and this also clearly is first of such kind of comment coming in from Telangana minister raising questions over the national award that awarded by the central government to actor Allu Arjun.
Swastika, we'll ask you to stay with us. Allu Arjun was actually the first Telugu actor to receive the National Award for Best Actor back in 2023 when he had this win. We'll just play out for our audiences what it is that the politician had to say, and then after that we'll go back to you for more context on this entire story.
రూపం వస్తున్నటువంటి బిడ్డ యొక్క సినిమాను అద్భుతంగా మన ముందుకు తీసుకొచ్చింది.
అవునా మాకు ఈ హక్కులు ఉంటాయా అని ఎంతో మందికి ఈ సినిమా ప్రేరణగా నిలిచింది. కానీ అలాంటి సినిమాను ప్రోత్సహించలేదు. అలాంటి వాళ్ళకి అవార్డులు రాలే జేబీఎం సినిమా లాంటి వాటికి. కానీ ఇవాళ పోలీస్ అధికారులు చట్టబద్ధంగా ఉండేటువంటి డ్యూటీలో ఉంటారు. వాళ్ళని బట్టలు ఇప్పేసి ఒక స్మగ్లర్ పాత్రలో ఒక స్మగ్లర్ పాత్రలో ఉండేటువంటి ఒక స్మగ్లింగ్ చేసేటువంటి హీరోలు పోలీస్ అధికారులను పోలీస్ స్టేషన్లలో బయట బట్టలు ఇప్పేసి నిలబెట్టి యథేచ్ఛగా స్మగ్లింగ్ చేసేటువంటి సినిమాలకు మాత్రం కేంద్రం నుంచి అవార్డులు వస్తున్నాయి.
Okay, let's go back to Swastika. Swastika, it's obviously hard to ask you to tell us, what the entire population of Telangana feels about this controversy, but is there a way for you to bring us a temperature check? How do they see this ongoing back and forth, something that has played out now pretty much to become between the Congress and Dr. Allu Arjun?
Well, frankly speaking, the public opinion is divided, but it is certainly a part of the discourse of the common public, because look at the image of Allu Arjun. He is one of the biggest superstars whose identity now transcends Tollywood also. He is seen as a big artist, and as you rightly mentioned, he was the first Telugu actor, in fact, to be conferred with the National Film Award, and that was a very big moment for the industry on the whole. Now, with as far as the public sentiment is concerned, see, look, fans of actor Allu Arjun have been extremely distressed with the manner in which he was arrested, and how the entire moment where Pushpa 2 has gone on to break so many records. As of now, it has crossed the 1600 mark and counting. Parallelly, in the last 15 days, actor Allu Arjun has been facing legal trouble with respect to the woman's death in the stampede, while her son, who's now currently stable, continues to be on fragile health grounds. So politically also, if you look at how I would say educated discourse has been rather on whether it should have been a moral responsibility on part of the actor to have ever visited a theatre at all. And then there is the other section of the crowd which believes that he is being perhaps dragged much more than what he actually did, and there are other liabilities that needs to be checked. For instance, what about the police bandobast? People are raising questions that if permission was indeed sought, then why is it that the police failed in providing adequate bandobast? On record, the Hyderabad police has categorically denied that permission was not granted, and despite that, Allu Arjun went ahead with the show. But yes, largely this seems to be the only talking point for people not just in Telangana but across the country now.
Thank you, Swastika, for bringing us those details. We're tracking actor Allu Arjun as he's set to appear any moment now at the police station. Remember, that was him arriving outside his house for questioning. The questioning is set for 11 a.m. We're going to head into a quick break. On the other side, more of the country's top stories, so do stay with us.
Presenting the
मैं यहाँ से अपनी गाड़ी में गई इस्लामाबाद. वहाँ पे जो भेजने वाले था पेडलर जो था, मैंने उसको गाड़ी की चाबी हाथ में थमा दी. मैंने वहाँ पे उससे 50 ग्राम लिए और मैंने गाड़ी उसको वहाँ पे छोड़ दी. वहाँ से मैं हीरोइन लाती थी. इवन कि मतलब कोई भी ऐसी चीज़ नहीं होगी, मतलब इतना ये इंसान को मजबूर करता है ना कि मतलब हेल्पलेस इंसान इतना हो जाता है.
मैं आपको पर्टिकुलरली तो नहीं बोल सकता हूँ किसी कारणवश, बट ये है कि हाँ, महिलाओं के ज़रिए जो गाँव आगे हैं वहाँ से कहीं ना कहीं से महिलाओं के ज़रिए आता है पीछे. ड्रग्स पे जितना कंट्रोल हो सके, जितना नहीं पूरा कंप्लीटली कंट्रोल होना चाहिए.
Are women easy drug mules? Are agencies less suspecting of women peddling drugs? Mere coincidence or a conspiracy? The pattern is definitely concerning, one that our security agencies are not neglecting. CNN News 18 reported in early 2024 on Pakistan's role in pushing narcotics into Jammu and Kashmir, highlighting involvement of overground workers in recruiting for this trade.
चाहे वो बच्चे हैं, चाहे वो औरतें हैं, चाहे कैसे भी करते हैं, उनको पता है आपके कोई भी हमारा दाव पेच जो भी है, उन्होंने हम सब भी हथकंडे इस्तेमाल किए, लेकिन इंशाल्लाह वो फेल रहे। ये जो यूथ है तो इसको भी उकसाने का मसला है। कोई स्कूल से है, कोई कॉलेज से है, कोई कहीं से है, किसी को पता ही नहीं होता, सिर्फ पैसों की लालच है।
Despite visible law enforcement actions, drug syndicates continue adopting new methods. This time around, we visited areas like Rajouri, Poonch, Doga, Anantnag and Baramulla that are revealing a significant trend: increasing participation of women in the illegal narcotics trade.
मिलिटेंटों को और उनके भेजने वालों को ये मालूम है कि हिंदुस्तान से जम्मू कश्मीर को पाकिस्तान नहीं छीन सकता। इस सब के लिए यहाँ का आदमी चाहिए, और यहाँ का आदमी उनके साथ वही जा सकता है जो कहीं मजबूर होता है। मिलिटेंट हमारे लिए इतना नुकसानदेह नहीं है जितना हमारे घर का एक लड़का भी अगर इस नशे की लत में फंस गया तो वो बगैर गोली के पूरी फैमिली को मार सकता है।
महिलाएं एक आसान सा टारगेट है और वो ये काम करती हैं, मगर हमारी पुलिस और ये जो एजेंसियां हैं ये पूरी तरीके से चौकन्ना है।
Since 2023, 3,190 cases have been registered and 4,536 individuals arrested in Jammu and Kashmir's crackdown on illegal narcotics. To disrupt supply chains, authorities invoked the PIT NDPS Act, lending to 463 detention orders in 18 months. In Rajouri district alone, 27 cases have been registered and 39 arrests made in 2024, with several cases involving women.
अगर करना वाले जो है या वहाँ उस साइड वाले वो तो ईज़िली लाते हैं, लेकिन वहाँ से जो फिर दूसरे डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में जो पेडलर्स लाते हैं, हम तो ठहरे छोटे मोटे करने वाले है ना, मतलब हम लाते 4 ग्राम 5 ग्राम जो केजीज में लाते हैं। कॉमन सेंस की बात है, जब तक उनको वहाँ पे मतलब किसी का सपोर्ट नहीं होगा, किसी के साथ बातचीत नहीं होगी, इतना ईजी तो है नहीं कि ये आटे का खेला तो नहीं है ना, इंसान हाथ में लेके थमा के चलेगा। मेरे साथ भी ऐसे कुछ थे पुलिस के, मतलब जिनको पता था कि मैं करती हूँ और उनको पता था ये यहाँ से आती है जाती है रोज, मतलब इसको लाना होता है 50,000 का भी, 10,000 का भी, 20,000 का भी। हाँ, इट्स मतलब कॉमन थिंग है। मैं भी उनको मतलब इवन के मतलब कभी कभार ऐसा होता था, फिर वो बोलते थे नहीं अब आप हमारे साथ एक सौदा कर लो, अगर तुम महीने में मतलब 4 लाख 5 लाख का लाती हो, चलो हमें भी 50,000 दिया करो महीने में। Yes, exactly. हाँ, बिल्कुल।
In past also we have done a lot of seizures. In past also 10 kg this narcotics was seized, and that was of high value. And recently also we have seized 9 kilograms of ganja that was being carried out from this border belt. So our efforts are on. And we have also seized as well as attached the properties of these narco smugglers. So we are acting tough against these narco smugglers, and our endeavor is that there should be.
Okay, we continue to keep our focus right now on the actor Allu Arjun, who in just a few minutes from now, remember 11 a.m. is when he's slated to appear at the police station for further questioning around the stampede that took place at the Sandhya Theatre at the Pushpa film release. Our colleague Swastika, very much with us, continues to bring us details on this entire story. Let's just go over to her. She's joining us live for more details on each of these developments. Swastika, as we continue to track this story and the most urgent developments, tell us a little bit more about the young boy who was in hospital in intensive care after that stampede. Do we have any health updates there?
Right. Teja, in fact, he is currently undergoing treatment here at a private hospital here in Hyderabad. And the good news is that after 20 days or so, he has in fact stabilized. His condition is much better, and in fact, he has been put on a normal ward. He's basically off the ventilator. However, since the impact of the stampede has been such and the suffocation was such intense, he's suffering from a condition called hypoxia. area, which essentially, as per the doctors, means that there was not enough oxygen that is sent to his brain. So that's why the electric impulse from the brain is something that's yet to be clear. He's not able to identify people, that's one thing. He's barely been responding. He's opening his eyes and having body movements as such, but he's not able to sort of identify, and that sort of path to recovery is certainly going to take much more time, Toya.
Right, Swastika, this is Avantika here. Good morning. Tell us what's going on. Allu Arjun has been summoned now. We saw the visuals once again, his wife bidding him adieu along with his young child. A lot has been happening in his life. There's also a narrative where people feel that he's being unnecessarily dragged into all of these investigations and cases. Some feel he's become a political target, but the government, the state government, strongly feeling that he is responsible for that stampede. So what happens now? Tell us, Allu Arjun, has he arrived at the police station?
All right, let me bring you up to speed with what's happening here on the ground.
Yes.
In fact, Allu Arjun left his residence a short while ago. You did see visuals of him, his wife. In fact, they're all smiles. In fact, if you look at the demeanor, it's certainly much better because on the 13th of December, when he was picked up by the Chikatpally police station, in fact, who'd arrived, the top cops who had come there to arrest him, it was a different atmosphere, and he was brought here, he was arrested. From here, he was taken to the for medical examination, then produced before the court. He was remanded to 14-day judicial custody until relief came from the Telangana High Court, which granted him interim bail and relief for the next 4 weeks. But yes, certainly the atmosphere is not somber. He's not coming here. The situation is much different. He's coming here though for routine questioning. And let me just walk you through why is this important, because remember, the Telangana High Court's interim order granting him bail had also stipulated that the actor will have to comply with the investigation time and again as and when required. And in that context, the police today has summoned him. He's slated to appear between 11 and 11:30. In fact, I guess he's on his way in another 10 or 15 minutes, so he'll be here. And that's the reason why there is enough police bandobast, so much so that in fact Vijay Venkatesh will show you, the media has been pushed to one side. This entire path has been cleared off until last time. In fact, this was the very spot where he was after arrest, he was brought in the same police station, so it was chaotic. Fans had gathered here. It is becoming very difficult for the police to take him from one point to the other, but today it's much different. They have in fact increased their presence across the main areas where he will be transiting from. Even on the road there is enough police bandobast. You also have the ACP and the DCP here who have in fact been very instrumental in their statement against Allu Arjun. They have in fact put on record that despite multiple requests to him at the Sandhya Theatre, where he had arrived without a police permission apparently, Allu Arjun refused to budge and in fact said that he would continue to watch the film despite knowing what the situation was playing outside. Right. This was a very big charge in fact levelled against him by the Hyderabad police, and that is definitely the main bone of contention here. And yes, that is the input that is getting you from the ground. There is some movement that I can sense that perhaps Allu Arjun might have already reached here, because there is a visible movement and there is a restlessness that we can see even among the police officials and media as well. So I guess in a couple of minutes Allu Arjun will be entering the police station. Back to you.
In fact, we're showing our viewers these two visuals. One on the right hand side is when Allu Arjun he left his residence. As you can see, his wife bidding him adieu. His young child is also with him. He has been summoned by the Hyderabad police to appear for questioning in the stampede case that had taken place. He is in fact on his way now, and Swastika is also keeping a very close track. A senior leader, however, has also filed a police complaint. So the legal troubles mounting for the Telugu superstar Allu Arjun over his new film Pushpa 2, The Rise. And this Congress leader has alleged that there is a scene in that particular film that he feels insults the police force. Besides the actor, the complaint also names the movie's director Sukumar and the producers of the film as well. Telangana minister has also questioned a national award for this film Pushpa, citing bias against films with social messages. In fact, it's the Telangana government clearly versus actor Allu Arjun, as he has been summoned now by the Hyderabad police for further questioning.
In your complaint, you allege that there's a scene within Pushpa 2 within the police force is being disrespected. And your argument in this scene, you actually see the protagonist, you see Allu Arjun urinating in a swimming pool while a police officer is in it. That you have said is disrespectful to police officers, correct? So just elaborate on your complaint first, then we'll come to you with follow-up questions.
Right. Yesterday, I went to the movie and watched it along with my team and other police officers. And in that movie, particularly the swimming pool scene is very objectionable. It is deliberately insulting the police or cops, some security officers who are working for the people. So that is very objectionable. I went to the police station and given complaint to the Rajkunda police. So in that movie, what I'm saying, so now here going in Telangana, that is particularly Chikadpalli police Sandhya theatre issue.
Yeah.
I filed against the whole team about this issue only,
Right.
not about the Sandhya theatre issue and other
Right.
issue. So what I'm saying, the movie team have, I request to the police officer, station house officer to take action against them about this issue. So I requested to the movie team also try to remove this scene from the movie. So what is going, I don't know next level, but we are not entering that Sandhya theatre issue because my party high command has given clearly instruction to the all leaders and all party workers to stop the issue about this because we have some other public issues. We focus
Okay.
on that one.
Mr.
So
Malana,
that's
Mr. Malana, if it's all right, now we'll ask you some counter questions. We do want to get to know more about your complaint itself. Mr. Malana, first question I want to ask you is that one could argue, because I know that in your case, you made the point that it's not just the actor. You've also written about the producer, the director, all of them you've named in this complaint. But I do want to ask you, sir, they could argue that A, artistic freedom is important, and B, that you have many films in which, for example, you show police officers doing corruption. That's something we show often in films across the country. Those could also be considered disrespectful, sir. So how would you argue to that this is artistic freedom, it should be allowed?
No, everybody has freedom to speak and express their views. But here is particularly one IPS officer particularly insulting by the, I thought that one only, my view, particularly my point of view. So I am saying what this kind of scenes will create panic in the viewers or public. So self movie team or responsible citizens should control himself if he release that kind of scene to the public that will create some issue between the police and nobody can police family go to the court, go that movie and cannot see that scene because the movie particularly in that scene swimming pool scene that is very objectionable. So that's why I given complaint. This is only for myself only. That's not my behind my no party, no other things.
రూపం పోసుకునేటువంటి బిడ్డ యొక్క సినిమాను అద్భుతంగా మన ముందుకు తీసుకొచ్చింది. అవునా, మాకు ఈ హక్కులు ఉంటాయా అని ఎంతో మందికి ఈ సినిమా ప్రేరణగా నిలిచింది. కానీ అలాంటి సినిమాను ప్రోత్సహించలేదు. అలాంటి వాళ్ళకి అవార్డులు రాలే, జేబీ సినిమా లాంటి వాటికి. కానీ ఇవాళ పోలీస్ అధికారులు చట్టబద్ధంగా ఉండేటువంటి డ్యూటీలో ఉంటారు. వాళ్ళని బట్టలు ఇప్పేసి ఒక స్మగ్లర్ పాత్రలో ఒక స్మగ్లర్ పాత్రలో ఉండేటువంటి ఒక స్మగ్లింగ్ చేసేటువంటి హీరోలు పోలీస్ అధికారులను పోలీస్ స్టేషన్లలో బయట బట్టలు ఇప్పేసి నిలబెట్టి యథేచ్ఛగా స్మగ్లింగ్ చేసేటువంటి సినిమాలకు మాత్రం కేంద్రం నుంచి అవార్డులు వస్తున్నాయి.
इस पार्टी की तेलंगाना सरकार किसी भी तरीके से इसको झुकाना है, इस मानसिकता से, इस इमरजेंसी मानसिकता से काम कर रही है। क्योंकि पहले भी उन्होंने जिस प्रकार से ओवररीच करके गिरफ्तार किया, जिस पर हाईकोर्ट की टिप्पणी और हाईकोर्ट का फैसला आ गया है, उसके बाद जिस प्रकार से लगातार उनके घर पे पथराव होना, जिसमें कांग्रेस का डायरेक्ट लिंक निकल कर आया है। पथराव करने वाला रेवंत रेड्डी जी का करीबी भी है और
Okay, so what you were hearing right now was the conversation my colleague was having with the Congress leader, Malana, who has lodged that police complaint against Allu Arjun, alleging that Pushpa to the rise disrespects the police force. And what you're seeing right now is that Allu Arjun has finally arrived. Now, he has been summoned by the Hyderabad police to appear for questioning on as part of the ongoing investigation into the tragic stampede during the screening of his recently released film Pushpa 2. The incident, in fact, led to the death of a woman, and her son, in fact, is still receiving treatment. He received some very serious injuries during that stampede. So now we are seeing Allu Arjun, who is in police custody. He is there for further questioning. He was released by the court, but the court has asked him to cooperate in the ongoing investigations. That tragic stampede that took place at the theatre resulted in the death of a 35-year-old woman. Some, in fact, believe, particularly the state government, that Allu Arjun is responsible for the death of that woman. In fact, it even left her son critically injured. I'm going to go straight across now to Swastika. She's tracking all the developments. Swastika, so the Telugu actor Allu Arjun, we can see, has already arrived. How long is he expected to be there in the police station, and what is expected from here on?
Allu Arjun just arrived. The black car that you may have seen on your screens right now was one in which Allu Arjun just entered the police station. This is going to be a routine process. I really cannot hazard a guess how long the questioning is going to take place, because he is definitely the key person here who will ascertain the facts in terms of the permission. The police does have a lot of routine questions to ask of him. But legally speaking, there has been a general question that has come to the fore, that is there a chance of him getting arrested? Well, no, there is no chance of him getting arrested, because he is currently under the 4 weeks protection period that has been granted to him by the Telangana High Court. He is on an interim bail. So what you see right now is a routine process. Allu Arjun coming here at the Chikatpalli police station is mainly because the police had summoned him to specifically ask him questions. And in fact, the notice copy that CNN News 18 has accessed of the notice copy that was issued to actor Allu Arjun clearly says that the case is under investigation. Your presence is quite essential before the undersigned officer to elicit answers from you about the incident, and if necessary for visiting scenes of offence in order to ascertain the true facts. So there is a possibility, perhaps, if the police feels that there is a need for him to accompany them to go to the scene of offence, which in this case is the Sandhya Theatre. That is also a possibility, but I would say that's a remote possibility, Avantika. For now, why has the police summoned him? Mainly because one of the guidelines that has been stipulated in the Telangana High Court interim order was that he has to cooperate with the ongoing investigation, and that's why today he is appearing before the Chikatpalli police station. Here there will be line of questioning. What we can certainly anticipate is the police perhaps asking him to detail out the entire sequence from the time he started from his residence, that is on the 4th of December, whether at all there was any information given to him with respect to the permission. Remember, the police has constantly maintained that no permission was granted to him, and in fact the mediator here was actually Sandhya Theatre management. So the questioning could be that whether Sandhya Theatre owners did actually convey to Allu Arjun's team that there was no permission granted in the first place at all, and that is as per their claim. Second, there could be questioning asked on why did he go at all with a road show despite not having a permission. And then the other aspect that could also crop up, as we can anticipate, is him holding that press conference, remember, 2 days ago, responding to the allegations that were levelled by Chief Minister Revanth Reddy and Akbaruddin Owaisi, MIM leader, into which he said that my character was being assassinated, this is nothing but pure accident. So as per the legal terms and conditions, any remote possibility or instance that could perhaps be seen as an attempt to influence the investigation, that could put him in legal dock. Now, if the police sees that the press conference was a negative aspect of actor Allu Arjun's clarification, then that could definitely land him in trouble. But the bottom line is he has come here for routine questioning, as this was stipulated by the Telangana High Court guidelines itself, that he had to cooperate with the ongoing investigation. Back to you.
Absolutely. So these are the visuals, Swastika. We'll just remind our viewers, for the benefit of our viewers who have tuned in, the three separate visuals that you're seeing. The extreme left-hand side are the visuals coming in from the police station. Telugu actor Allu Arjun, he's been summoned by the Hyderabad police to appear for questioning as part of the ongoing investigation into the tragic stampede that led to the death of a 35-year-old woman and her son sustaining critical injuries. So he has arrived at the police station as confirmed by our reporter Swastika. Right in the middle are those shots when Allu Arjun was leaving his residence. Once again, a very emotional moment for him. He's been going through quite a bit. His family members, his wife and his young child also bidding adieu as he left his residence for the police station. And we also have the notice that the police commissioner, or the police in fact, had sent to Allu Arjun. In fact, the police commissioner C.V. Anand had also released a video showcasing the sequence of events at the theatre, because the state government firmly believes that all of this happening is because of Allu Arjun disobeying the police and when he was asked to leave the theatre at that time. Vishnu Vardhan Reddy from the BJP joins us now for more on this. Mrs. Reddy, we are seeing all these visuals coming in. Allu Arjun has reached the police station. Now, many say that, from the stampede route to his house being trespassed and vandalized, many feel that, Allu Arjun is being particularly targeted, that he's become a political target. What do you make of these events? He's been summoned by the police. He has arrived at the police station for further questioning.
Yeah, good morning. 100% this is a political vendetta. Some Congress party sponsored people that trespass the Allu Arjun house. This no one they cannot supporting this type of incidents. But what is the happening in there in theatre and benefit show time? That is 100% who is the victim is the everyone, even BJP or other political party also, they are supporting that incident. What the happening is that totally he is responsible, theatre management and some part of the responsible also. Allu Arjun also is the responsible. That is the one thing. That is the one side of the story. That is the police also, their investigation, some matter is also on the court case is also the pending. But particularly continuous scenario, what is the happening in their last 5-6 days in Allu Arjun episode is 100% behind the Congress party. Congress party, they are terrorized to film industry, particularly in the Telangana state.
But why do you think so? Let me just also get in Mr. R. Sridhar Reddy from the BRS. I was just speaking to Mr. Vishnu Vardhan Reddy from the BJP, and they firmly believe that this is nothing but a political witch hunt against Allu Arjun. He is being made a target. He's been deliberately targeted when the real culprits were the theatre management. Would you also agree?
I mean, I just can't say, but I can firmly tell you that there is something more than the case behind the screen.
And why do you feel
that? Because there were many stories going around in the state, in media circles or in, general public that, an act of ignorance of the, actor concerned during a film event, not remember, as if, he was not remembering the name of the chief minister or something, which led to this kind of disturbance, rather the chief minister annoyed, the kind of behavior he has shown and all that. There are many stories. While I am not confirming it, it is the ultimate reason, but see, everybody knows that there was a tragic incident occurred and it resulted into a death, and the boy is in the critical condition in the hospital.
Yes.
The film star was arrested, released on bail. After that also, this episode is being continued. In normal case, generally the government allow the investigation agencies to continue their probe or law to take its own course. But here, after that, the CM went on giving lengthy explanation on the floor of the house, then followed by an unnecessary press meet, which was not warranted at all, even by the actor concerned, then followed by this attack on the film actor's house.
Right.
And those guys who have attacked the film actor's house are part of the Congress party. And one of the guys actually has contested on a Congress party ticket in a local body election. And their photographs with the top brass of the Congress party were,
Do you think they were also behind the vandalism that happened at the superstar's house? You had these miscreants who trespassed on his property. Yes.
Whether exactly they have sent or whatever, but these statements made by the people at the responsible positions definitely provoke this kind of sentiments. And these youth would have got instigated by the kind of statements made by all Congress leaders. So, see, what happened at the theatre was completely not acceptable.
Yes.
The police, the administration, even the actor concerned also equally responsible. I will not go, back on saying that, because he also would have made some sensible decision whether to go there or not. The police would have given proper security to the people there. Administration of the theatre also should have taken proper care. Ultimately, we lost a life.
Right.
But now, once after the arrests are made, when the matter is in sub judice, all parties must have maintained some restraints, and everybody should have maintained, maintained some kind of discipline to ensure that this issue dies down. Rather, it will not provoke any further unnecessary incidents.
Right. Let me get in Vishnuvardhan Reddy. I wanted to ask you, what did you make of the attack that happened at the superstar's residence? You had these miscreants trespassing on his property. They vandalized his residence. All of those protesters were seen scaling the compound. They were raising slogans against Allu Arjun. And to add to that, we also have news that there's a Congress leader, T. Malana, who has lodged a police complaint. There's a new case now that has been filed against the superstar because he alleges that there is a scene in this film that disrespects the police force. So what do you make of all these events and all these developments coming in the Allu Arjun case?
Hello.
Yes, Mr. Reddy, can you hear me?
Hello.
Mr. Vishnuvardhan Reddy, can you hear me?
Hello.
Right, I'll try and fix your audio. We're having an issue there. But Mr. Sridhar Reddy, there is the Congress leader, T. Malana, who spoke to CNN News 18 as well. He has also lodged another police complaint against Allu Arjun. And Allu Arjun, the superstar, finding himself in legal trouble once again because he's raised objections to a particular scene in that film. He says that that scene disrespects the police force and therefore action should be taken against the superstar.
One need to understand, while I am not supporting the scene shown in the movie, I am also a bit disturbed seeing that kind of a scenes. How come the censor board is already cleared it? The embassy concerned and others must know that the movie is cleared by the censor board. What were you doing before this event happened? So this is again a kind of a witch hunting now. And this particular MLC is known for that kind of behavior. You can call it as, I don't want to even name him rather. So let us not take it very seriously, but now he is in Congress party. Earlier he was in many parties and he is known for this kind of behavior, intimidating people with case and all that. I don't get into it because I want to question Congress party, our Congress PCC president. Are you acknowledging this case filed by your MLC? Are you not in the knowledge that this particular movie is cleared by censor board? Are you only got disturbed after these tragic incident happened? And today I have seen Child Protection Committee also went on filing a case in one of the police stations here. So this means this is happening, a proper happening according to an orchestrated plan by the congressmen now. Now we can firmly believe incident after incident is happening, filing cases and trying to fix him. This is not correct. Tragic incident occurred, everybody felt bad, we have a concern for the victim. Now let the law take its own course. Let's not unnecessarily too much politicizes further unnecessarily create a bad environment, unwarranted environment in the state.
Right, indeed. Thank you so much for joining us, Swastika. But the law has already taken its course, and that's exactly why Allu Arjun has been summoned today for further questioning. Now, clearly, Allu Arjun versus Revanth Reddy has turned into one big political battle with all the three political parties involved in the case in which a 35-year-old woman very tragically lost her life. So, just take us through the sequence of events and also this latest police complaint that has been filed against the actor by another Congress leader.
First briefing is on first let me just update on the complaint that has been filed, and the person who has complained is Congress MLC Timar Malana. In fact, he has said that he watched the film yesterday and there is a particular scene in the movie that he has taken an objection to, where actor Allu Arjun was seen in fact urinating into a pool where there was a cop in fact resting. And in fact, what we are given to understand is this particular scene Timar Malana has dubbed has not gone down well with the sentiments of the police. This clearly mocks the police and it coincides at the time when Allu Arjun himself is in the legal dock with respect to the stampede incident. To answer your first question, this has been a frenetic set of developments back to back. On the 13th of, or rather let me just take you back, on the 4th of December when that stampede happened, 5th was when an FIR was registered against Allu Arjun. He is accused number 11. The top accused are the Sandhya Theatre management, and in fact accused number 1 are the owners of Sandhya Theatre. On the 13th of December was when actor Allu Arjun was arrested by the Hyderabad police, booked under section 105 of the PNS, which is culpable homicide not amounting to murder, and this was a very big charge that was leveled against actor Allu Arjun, and this is something that did put him, it's a non-bailable offence, so this particular section did cause him a lot of trouble, and then he was subsequently taken to the magistrate, which remanded him to 14-day custody. But again, the Telangana High Court granted him an interim bail for 4 weeks. So that bail protection period is up to the 21st of January. So following that process, he will have to apply for a regular bail at a lower court. And parallelly, if the police challenges his bail in a higher court, which in this case could be the Supreme Court, or in fact citing violation of the conditions that have been put forth, they could also challenge his bail in the High Court. So depending on how the police navigates further, actor Allu Arjun's team will also have to navigate from that sense.
Absolutely. Let's also get in Ananya for more on the legal front. Ananya, I remember you had covered also the fast-paced developments when Allu Arjun was granted bail by the Telangana High Court. There was so much that had happened within within a few moments, within minutes, when he was granted bail. So he was given that temporary reprieve. What are the options for Allu Arjun now that he has been summoned for further questioning?
Definitely he enjoys the interim protection from arrest. As you know, in this particular case, this interim bail was granted to him by, in fact, the Telangana High Court itself. If you remember, it was a jam-packed day, and the turn of events happened so fast that even before he could go to jail, he was out from it. And very clearly, the High Court had noted that there is nothing that can come in the way of his liberty, and that's the reason why he should be granted, in fact, an interim bail in this particular case. So very clearly, today he has been asked to appear before the police, and he would definitely be, he will be appearing before, in fact, the police authorities in order to maintain this particular record that, see, I have appeared before you on multiple occasions. I am ready for any kind of investigation that you want me to go through. But at the same point of time, this interim protection can be extended on the next date of hearing if at all the conduct of Allu Arjun remains to be the same, and that is something that his lawyers would be pushing forth on Jan 21st, when this matter is to be heard again before, in fact, the Telangana High Court. Remember that he had sought for a quashing of this particular case. However, an interim relief of, in fact, interim bail was actually sought, and that was granted by, in fact, the Telangana High Court single judge bench to Allu Arjun in this particular case. But what happens next? How would this investigation go, and what would be the question that would be asked to Allu Arjun is something that would be very, very interesting to see.
Absolutely. Swastika, just take us through what the police commissioner C.V. Anand had to say when he detailed the sequence of events, because the police are firmly sticking to their stand that they had asked Allu Arjun to leave the premises, to leave the venue, but he had allegedly disobeyed his orders. So if you could just take us through the police commissioner's account, what exactly did they tell about the case, and also just how, in their eyes, Allu Arjun had disrespected their orders.
Well, 3 key takeaways, and I'll keep it brief. Number 1, police has said consistently that there was no permission sought. Despite that, Allu Arjun went ahead with a roadshow that was half a kilometer from RTC Crossroads, not very far from where we are standing, till the Sandhya Theatre. There were no designated entry or exit point. The police says there was no communication from the Sandhya Theatre management. That's not all. Another big charge that has come to the fore, and the biggest, I would say, is when the ACP and the DCP investigating the case alleged that, or rather claimed that they tried reaching out to Allu Arjun multiple times when the stampede was happening outside, when Revati was found unconscious, when her son was also found unconscious. But despite that, Allu Arjun did not heed. They first tried communicating through the Sandhya Theatre management because they were acting as a mediator. Allu Arjun was seated on the upper balcony of the theatre, and then when they tried to pass on the message, the Sandhya Theatre mediators said that they would. Then couple of minutes passed. This was around 9:45 onwards when the sequence of events started unfolding. After that, left with no choice, the ACP said that he himself went to he went to the upper balcony area, directly approached Allu Arjun and told him specifically about Revati's condition, about the child being found unconscious and the overall stampede that happened outside. And despite that, the ACP said, Allu Arjun's reply was that I'm going to walk out only after watching the entire film. This is a very big charge, and this has definitely come to light only 2 days ago because as we're given to understand, Allu Arjun's legal team maintains that this argument was not made before the court. And the police is now acting under what they call political pressure to add fabricated accounts, because what the Hyderabad police said is a very big charge. Remember, they are saying that they did go to Allu Arjun, they did tell him about Revati and also her son, but despite that, Allu Arjun apparently said that I will only come out after the completion of the entire film. Let me also bring you up to speed with what the version of actor Allu Arjun has been. Of course, this was responding to Chief Minister Revanth Reddy. They have as of yet not responded to the police's big charge. Allu Arjun said that there was no communication whatsoever. It was only his security team who had approached him saying that there was pandemonium outside because of the stampede, and they asked him to leave, and immediately from the spot he left. So there are many counter-attack and attacks coming forth, many startling facts coming to the fore, and that's why this investigation in fact has emerged into a big political talking point as well, with Allu Arjun himself now being summoned here at the Chikatpalli police station. I guess that the line of questioning, what we're going to understand from his legal team is largely going to be on this very factor, whether there was a communication that was passed on to him from the Sandhya Theatre side, who gave him the permission to conduct the roadshow, and above all, gauging his contact, because remember, Ananya was pointing out that the police has been really keeping a hawk eye on Allu Arjun because he is on a 4 weeks interim bail that ends on the 21st of January, and should there be any violation, any attempt to influence the investigation, the police will immediately knock onto the doors of the High Court, or in much case go to the Supreme Court also, if at all they want to go for the cancellation bail altogether. Depending on the legal course that the police takes, Allu Arjun's legal team is going to navigate from there onwards.
Yes, and we will come back to you for more on that. Allu Arjun clearly facing intense scrutiny for the stampede that took place at Sandhya Theatre, with the police and the state government blaming him for the woman's death. I'm going to request Ananya and Swastika to kindly stay on. We have to slip into a short break. We'll be back with lots more.
मैं यहाँ से अपनी गाड़ी में गई इस्लामाबाद, वहाँ पे जो भेजने वाले था पेडलर जो था, मैंने उसको गाड़ी की चाबी हाथ में थमा दी, मैंने वहाँ पे उससे 50 ग्राम लिए और मैंने गाड़ी उसको वहाँ पे छोड़ दी। वहाँ से मैं हीरोइन लाती थी। इवन के मतलब कोई भी ऐसी चीज़ नहीं होगी, मतलब इतना ये इंसान को मजबूर करता है ना कि मतलब हेल्पलेस इंसान इतना हो जाता है।
मैं आपको पर्टिकुलरली तो नहीं बोल सकता हूँ किसी कारणवश, बट ये है कि हाँ, महिलाओं के ज़रिए जो गाँव आगे हैं, वहाँ से कहीं ना कहीं से महिलाओं के ज़रिए आता है कुछ। ड्रग्स पे जितना कंट्रोल हो सके, जितना नहीं पूरा कंप्लीटली कंट्रोल होना चाहिए।
Are women easy drug mules? Are agencies less suspecting of women peddling drugs? Mere coincidence or a conspiracy? The pattern is definitely concerning, one that our security agencies are not neglecting. CNN News 18 reported in early 2024 on Pakistan's role in pushing narcotics into Jammu and Kashmir, highlighting involvement of overground workers in recruiting for this trade.
चाहे वो बच्चे हैं, चाहे वो औरतें हैं, चाहे कैसे भी करते हैं, उनको पता है आपके कोई भी हमारा दाव पेच जो भी है उन्होंने हम सब भी हथकंडे इस्तेमाल किए, लेकिन इंशाल्लाह वो फेल रहे। ये जो यूथ है तो इसको भी उकसाने का मसला है। कोई स्कूल से है, कोई कॉलेज से है, कोई कहीं से है, किसी को पता ही नहीं होता, सिर्फ पैसों की लालच है।
Despite visible law enforcement actions, drug syndicates continue adopting new methods. This time around, we visited areas like Rajouri, Poonch, Doga, Anantnag and Baramulla that are revealing a significant trend: increasing participation of women in the illegal narcotics trade.
मिलिटेंटों को और उनके भेजने वालों को ये मालूम है कि हिंदुस्तान से जम्मू कश्मीर को पाकिस्तान नहीं छीन सकता। इस सब के लिए यहाँ का आदमी चाहिए, और यहाँ का आदमी उनके साथ वही जा सकता है जो कहीं मजबूर होता है। मिलिटेंट हमारे लिए इतना नुकसानदेह नहीं है जितना हमारे घर का एक लड़का भी अगर इस नशे की लत में फंस गया तो वो बगैर गोली के पूरी फैमिली को मार सकता है।
महिलाएं एक आसान सा टारगेट है और वो ये काम करती हैं, मगर हमारी पुलिस और ये जो एजेंसियां हैं ये पूरी तरीके से चौकन्ना है।
Since 2023, 3,190 cases have been registered and 4,536 individuals arrested in Jammu and Kashmir's crackdown on illegal narcotics. To disrupt supply chains, authorities invoked the PIT-NDPS Act, lending to 463 detention orders in 18 months. In Rajouri district alone, 27 cases have been registered and 39 arrests made in 2024, with several cases involving women.
अगर करना वाले जो है या वहाँ उस साइड वाले वो तो ईज़िली लाते हैं, लेकिन वहाँ से जो फिर दूसरे डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में जो पेडलर्स लाते हैं, हम तो ठहरे छोटे मोटे करने वाले हैं, है ना। मतलब हम लाते 4 ग्राम 5 ग्राम जो केजीज में लाते हैं। कॉमन सेंस की बात है, जब तक उनको वहाँ पे मतलब किसी का सपोर्ट नहीं होगा, किसी के साथ बातचीत नहीं होगी, इतना इजी तो है नहीं कि ये आटे का थैला तो नहीं है ना इंसान हाथ में लेके थमा के चलेगा। मेरे साथ भी ऐसे कुछ थे पुलिस के, मतलब जिनको पता था कि मैं करती हूँ और उनको पता था ये यहाँ से आती है जाती है रोज, मतलब इसको लाना होता है 50,000 का भी, 10,000 का भी, 20,000 का भी। हाँ।
Welcome back. The state of Jammu and Kashmir is facing a serious challenge with the sharp escalation in drug abuse, and this would certainly be one of the latest and challenges that the newly elected government has on its hands. Now, from 289 cases in the year 2020 to 394 cases in the year 2022, the rise in cases is certainly worrying, but the government says it also reflects a better detection of such drug addiction cases. The latest report of the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment placed in Parliament says that there are 10 lakh drug abusers in the state of Jammu and Kashmir, and a majority of them are actually consuming heroin. So the big question that arises is, are women now being increasingly used to smuggle these drugs? Are enforcement agencies less suspicious of women when it comes to drug peddling? Is this mere coincidence, or is this part of a larger conspiracy? Well, our team from CNN News 18 travelled across the state of Jammu and Kashmir to find answers to all these questions and unravel a web of deep-rooted nexus that finds its origins in Pakistan. Take a look.
मैं यहाँ से अपनी गाड़ी में गई इस्लामाबाद, वहाँ पे जो भेजने वाले था पेडलर जो था, मैंने उसको गाड़ी की चाबी हाथ में थमा दी। मैंने वहाँ पे उससे 50 ग्राम लिए और मैंने गाड़ी उसको वहाँ पे छोड़ दी। वहाँ से मैं हेरोइन लाती थी। इवन कि मतलब कोई भी ऐसी चीज़ भी होगी, मतलब इतना ये इंसान को मजबूर करता है ना कि मतलब हेल्पलेस इंसान इतना हो जाता है।
मैं आपको पर्टिकुलरली तो नहीं बोल सकता हूँ इसी कारणवश, बट ये है कि हाँ, महिलाओं के ज़रिए जो कहूँ आगे है, वहाँ से कहीं ना कहीं से महिलाओं के ज़रिए आता है कुछ। ड्रग्स पे जितना कंट्रोल हो सके, जितना नहीं पूरा कंप्लीटली कंट्रोल होना चाहिए।
Are women easy drug mules? Are agencies less suspecting of women peddling drugs? Mere coincidence or a conspiracy? The pattern is definitely concerning, one that our security agencies are not neglecting. CNN News 18 reported in early 2024 on Pakistan's role in pushing narcotics into Jammu and Kashmir, highlighting involvement of overground workers in recruiting for this trade.
ये जो यूथ है तो इसको भी उकसाने का मसला है, कोई स्कूल से है, कोई कॉलेज से है, कोई कहीं से है, किसी को पता ही नहीं होता, सिर्फ पैसों की लालच है.
Despite visible law enforcement actions, drug syndicates continue adopting new methods. This time around, we visited areas like Rajouri, Poonch, Doga, Anantnag and Baramulla that are revealing a significant trend: increasing participation of women in the illegal narcotics trade.
मिलिटेंटों को और उनके भेजने वालों को ये मालूम है कि हिंदुस्तान से जम्मू कश्मीर को पाकिस्तान नहीं छीन सकता. इस सब के लिए यहाँ का आदमी चाहिए और यहाँ का आदमी उनके साथ वही जा सकता है जो कहीं मजबूर होता है. मिलिटेंट हमारे लिए इतना नुकसानदेह नहीं है जितना हमारे घर का एक लड़का भी अगर इस नशे की लत में फंस गया तो वो बगैर गोली के पूरी फैमिली को मार सकता है.
अगर करना वाले जो है या वहाँ उस साइड वाले वो तो ईजिली लाते हैं, लेकिन वहाँ से जो फिर दूसरे डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में जो पेडलर्स लाते हैं, हम तो ठहरे छोटे मोटे करने वाले है ना, मतलब हम लाते 4 ग्राम 5 ग्राम जो केजीज में लाते हैं. कॉमन सेंस की बात है, जब तक उनको वहाँ पे मतलब किसी का सपोर्ट नहीं होगा, किसी के साथ बातचीत नहीं होगी, इतना इजी तो है नहीं. मेरे साथ भी ऐसे कुछ थे पुलिस के, मतलब जिनको पता था कि मैं करती हूँ और उनको पता था ये यहाँ से आती है जाती है रोज, मतलब इसको लाना होता है. मतलब कभी कभार ऐसा होता था, फिर वो बोलते थे नहीं अब आप हमारे साथ एक सौदा कर लो, अगर तुम महीने में मतलब 4 लाख 5 लाख का लाती हो, चलो हमें भी 50,000 दिया करो महीने में.
While the Indian Army conducts checks at border posts, the shortage of female personnel limits thorough searches of women. Police face similar challenges, unable to search every individual crossing over, creating vulnerabilities.
It is one established fact that Pakistan is pushing narcotics in India. We have seen the drone-based deliveries. We have seen the infiltration attempts where security personnel have recovered narcotics from the terrorists. And this particular area where I'm standing as of now, I'll try to give you a sense as to what is the kind of terrain that we have in this particular area. This is one remote area in Poonch, and I'm showing you the visuals of the villages here. When we talk about areas like Rajouri, Poonch and Doda, so we have seen an increased number of cases related to narcotics. And now there is a theory that not just men but women have been employed for the illicit trade, because we have seen a number of cases where in fact women have been arrested.
Each shipment includes a Pakistani contact who guides these mules through the chain. Participants in the delivery process remain isolated, hindering agencies from establishing connections. This compartmentalization makes it challenging for authorities to trace the entire network. Even then, agencies like the Anti-Narcotics Task Force have got more than a few successes.
Proceed for the property attachment also, if the property is made out of the proceed of drugs, that is confiscated also. And the third mandate is awareness. To go to the different school, colleges and public gatherings, aware the public about. And the last step is as far as the rehabilitation of the patient is concerned, we ask the public to share the name of the addicts.
Since 2023, J&K police has seized assets worth rupees 10.36 crores in 43 cases, including houses, land and vehicles to cripple trafficking networks.
Along with terrorism, drug trafficking has emerged as one big threat, with agencies uncovering direct links between narcotics and terrorism. Despite constantly evolving tactics, law enforcement agencies are implementing strict measures against those who are involved to combat this growing menace. With cameraman Ravi Ranjan, this is Akash Sharma from Jammu and Kashmir for CNN News 18.
And for more on this investigative report, I'm joined by both Akash and Ishan Vani. Akash, coming to you, the efforts of the government under the Nasha Mukt Bharat Abhiyan has indeed helped in better detection of these drug cases. But this spike, the increase in the number of drug addiction cases in the state of Jammu and Kashmir indeed is alarming. What did you find out? What is the modus operandi adopted by these peddlers?
Right. So, Avantika, you see, starting from January 2024, we have done multiple, shows and episodes specifically on, narcotics problem in Jammu and Kashmir. We know that how several, terrorist incidents have happened in Jammu and Kashmir in the past few months. Condition is relatively better now, but in the past few months, we have seen that how, areas specifically south of Pir Panjal were targeted. And when we talk about border districts like Rajouri and Poonch, so we know that how the problem of illicit narcotics trade is one big problem where not just police but also Indian Army is dealing with it. Now ahead of fencing, we have several villages where Pakistan try to send these narcotics to. They try to send infiltrators, they try to send drones and other things. Though agencies are there and they are in fact stopping Pakistan from doing so via various modes. But then also we know that how drugs are coming from across the border. Now one big challenge is of course that women and children are being used nowadays, and recent recoveries and in fact cases somewhere highlight the use of various tactics. In fact, we have increased presence of women peddlers now. Now, when it is about Indian Army, so we know that how Indian Army is very much there deployed at the fencing, and they are checking and frisking those who are coming from the villages or going to the villages. But then also, there is a shortage of women personnel. In fact, I was mentioning it just few minutes back that how, when it is about Indian Army, so they have, a limited number of women personnel in the military police, in fact. Jammu Kashmir police is very much there, but sometimes you have boundaries, sometimes you have operational areas, and finding the loopholes, these people take advantage of those loopholes and come with these substances, and in fact are very part of the trade that we are talking about. Now someone, one police official was comparing the situation with normal fruits and vegetables, where we have a distributor, a wholesaler, a consumer, and a whole chain. Similarly, in this particular case also, when it is about narcotics, so we have got chain where one person is transferring the particular packet to some other person, then to third, fourth, fifth. And it is near to impossible for the agencies, because even in rules and mandates, you have to show the recovery, you have to find the difference between the addicted person and someone who is a very part of the nexus, the peddler. So there are several sort of challenges, and one challenge is of course the shortage of women personnel, specifically if we talk about Indian Army. But definitely agencies are working, and in fact Jammu Kashmir Police is very much working. We had a word with several officials from Jammu Kashmir Police as well, and they are saying that from last 2 years they have made intensified efforts to target those who are very much involved in this illicit narcotics trade.
Absolutely. Akash, just kindly stay on with me. And as you're rightly saying, the rampant use of drug is indeed a very worrying development in the picturesque state of Jammu and Kashmir. A new saga that one is seeing unfolding, where Jammu and Kashmir police have launched a massive operation against the creeping menace of narcotics. A massive scale operation is presently underway, where the police are also now cracking down on the narco-terror nexus as well. Let's find out more in this exclusive report.
40 crore worth of properties seized across Kashmir, 2,000 cases registered, 3,000 narcotic dealers and smugglers arrested in the last 2 years. After the abrogation of Article 370, the Jammu and Kashmir police, along with security agencies, have launched a massive operation against drugs coming in from across the border. Police are investigating an insidious link between narcotics and terrorism.
Narcotics has become a prominent issue for some time here, and Jammu Kashmir police has taken it on mission mode to exert a kind of crackdown on all these kind of things. Jammu Kashmir police has started using more of illegal provisions to take care of all these kinds of violations of law. And if we could see, for last 2 years this thing has intensified, and it could be appreciated that we have lodged more than 2,000 FIRs, and in which about more or less 3,000 people got arrested.
In this border village of Uri, 13 people have been booked and arrested under the Prevention of Illicit Trafficking in Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substances Act. As per the NIA's investigation, drugs like heroin are being pushed into Kashmir from Pakistan, and the money is generated to fund terror outfits in Kashmir.
This is one such property which has been attached and clearly been written that no one to purchase it, and it is not to be sold, and owner cannot lease it nor can he transfer it, or he cannot create any third party interest, because it has been attached after narcotics was found in one of these persons living here inside this house.
In Baramulla alone, 192 drug peddlers have been arrested and 140 cases have been registered under the NDPS Act since January this year.
We have a very synergetic relationship between police and the Indian Army, who man the line of control. So the line of control is monitored 24/7 for any sort of movement that might happen either on land or in case the other side wants to drop in the consignment via drones. So everyone is very alert. The population that lives along or near the line of control, it also is under constant monitoring.
The local populace, tired of the drug menace, has actively begun participating in bringing these drug peddlers to book. Tips from locals have often led to significant breakthroughs.
कुछ सालों से जो पुलिस ने एक्शन किया है, हम बहुत ही मशकूर हैं समाजी तौर पे इन्होंने जो एक्शन किया है यहाँ पे, उसमें कमी ज़रूर आई है, और इसके लिए जो कानून है वो भी सख्त है। कई प्रॉपर्टियाँ इसमें जब्त की गई हैं, कई FIR दर्ज की गई हैं।
हम बहुत ही शुक्रगुजार जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस के हैं कि जो ड्रग्स के खिलाफ जो भी कार्रवाइयाँ कर रहे हैं, इस मुबारकबाद के मुस्तहिकम वो हैं कि अगर वो ऐसे लोगों पे कार्रवाई करें, और करते भी हैं, तो ये तो बहुत ही अच्छा कदम है, और उम्मीद करते हैं कि इससे भी बढ़ चढ़ के वो इस चीज़ पे सख्ती करें।
In the bordering areas, one of the challenges is to stop the flow of drugs to other areas, and to ensure that J&K police lays nakas like these behind me. You will see in the Uri sector, where J&K police, at the line of control, close to the line of control actually, is stopping vehicles. They keep on receiving inputs from different agencies, and also generate their own input regarding people and their involvement in cases of drugs, body frisking, vehicle checking, and these activities keep on happening and taking place in these bordering areas to ensure that the drug flow is stopped, and all those who are involved in this trade are booked. And there are sometimes sniffer dogs also involved, along with the other forces, who try to ensure that before any narcotics goes out from places like these, it will stop from ruining lives of youngsters. Bashir Loom Shalwani from Uri for Sale News 18.
And let's go straight across now to my colleague Ishan. Ishan, the escalating drug abuse crisis is certainly worrying. Substance abuse is not new really in the region, but if I'm not mistaken, heroin was never in the picture. So what explains the spike in substance abuse, particularly the consumption of heroin and Kashmir's heroin epidemic?
Well, one has to understand that there are two kinds of drug. One is that which is locally produced, mostly towards south part of Kashmir, and one which comes through the line of control. Most of it which comes through line of control is the narcotics, and that is where it gets very interesting. This is one of the deadliest things that has happened to the society in Kashmir, and that's why concerns have been raised by civil society, by religious leaders who are now showing and extending their support to the police to issue a massive crackdown, and they are holding the back of police so that they could provide information regarding drug peddlers, anyone using such substance and destroying their families. Because this does not just bring down a person, individual, it brings down the entire family. And that has been the primary concern of the police, that they want to act on it very tough. Because narcotics has been flowing in through the bordering areas of Baramulla, Kupwara, Handwara, Uri sector, and that is where the forces are trying to keep a deep vigil. And now with the advancement of technology, it's becoming difficult day by day to transport any sort of narcotics and send it to Kashmir. And it also goes beyond Kashmir towards other parts of India, Delhi, Punjab. It's becoming part of the international route to send in and flow narcotics through Kashmir Valley. One of the interesting things to note here is that the police is trying to crack down using the law. And that has resulted in lowering the number of cases and also those who have had direct involvement in such cases. They're using the PIT NDPS to book any such drug peddler, to send him to the jail immediately if there are such crime that he has committed by spreading drugs. And also, the properties are being seized. There are 40,000 crore worth of property that has been seized in Kashmir. And since the time we filed the story, there have been more properties which have been seized, particularly of those who police claims have been able to build their properties using the drug money by sending it, by selling it in the market. And, we spoke to several officials. When the drug comes in through the line of control, it is at a very small cost that is sent. And then when it reaches Kashmir and beyond, it's the money that is made in crores of rupees.
Yes.
And from 1 lakh rupees, when it turns to crores, it's a short thing where you earn a lot of money. But police is getting stringent in this because they're focusing on bringing down the network, because they are saying that this is also being used, the money, to fuel unrest in Kashmir Valley. And that's why you're seeing that the hardness from police, particularly in border districts, is going on.
Absolutely. Ishan Akash, thank you so much for getting us that exclusive investigative report. And quite a tragedy how Kashmir Valley, that is known for its beauty and is often referred to as paradise on earth, is slowly being overshadowed by this dark and severe drug abuse crisis. Well, with that, it's time for us to head into a break, but not before reminding our viewers that it's also at that time of the year again, the Indian of the Year Awards, which are back. And this is your chance to celebrate the visionaries and icons who are making our country proud, from trailblazing business leaders to inspiring youth icons, entertainers and sport legends, including all the change makers. These incredible individuals have left an indelible mark, inspiring so many of us. Show your support by voting for your favorite Indian at www.indianoftheyear.com, because together we will honor and continue to do so India's pride. This is RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presenting CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2024.
आपके घर के
मैं यहाँ से अपनी गाड़ी में गई इस्लामाबाद। वहाँ पे जो भेजने वाले था पेडलर जो था, मैंने उसको गाड़ी की चाबी हाथ में थमा दी। मैंने वहाँ पे उससे 50 ग्राम लिए और मैंने गाड़ी उसको वहाँ पे छोड़ दी। वहाँ से मैं हीरोइन लाती थी। इवन कि मतलब कोई भी ऐसी चीज़ नहीं होगी, मतलब इतना ये इंसान को मजबूर करता है ना कि मतलब हेल्पलेस इंसान इतना हो जाता है।
मैं आपको पर्टिकुलरली तो नहीं बोल सकता हूँ किसी कारणवश, बट ये है कि हाँ, महिलाओं के ज़रिए जो गाँव आगे हैं, वहाँ से कहीं ना कहीं से महिलाओं के ज़रिए आता है पीछे। ड्रग्स पे जितना कंट्रोल हो सके, जितना नहीं पूरा कंप्लीटली कंट्रोल होना चाहिए।
Are women easy drug mules? Are agencies less suspecting of women peddling drugs? Mere coincidence or a conspiracy? The pattern is definitely concerning, one that our security agencies are not neglecting. CNN News 18 reported in early 2024 on Pakistan's role in pushing narcotics into Jammu and Kashmir, highlighting involvement of overground workers in recruiting for this trade.
चाहे वो बच्चे हैं, चाहे वो औरतें हैं, चाहे कैसे भी करते हैं, उनको पता है आपके कोई भी हमारा दाव पेच जो भी है, उन्होंने हम सब भी हथकंडे इस्तेमाल किए, लेकिन इंशाल्लाह वो फेल रहे। ये जो यूथ है तो इसको भी उकसाने का मसला है। कोई स्कूल से है, कोई कॉलेज से है, कोई कहीं से है, किसी को पता ही नहीं होता, सिर्फ पैसों की लालच है।
Despite visible law enforcement actions, drug syndicates continue adopting new methods. This time around, we visited areas like Rajouri, Poonch, Doga, Anantnag and Baramulla that are revealing a significant trend: increasing participation of women in the illegal narcotics trade.
मिलिटेंटों को और उनके भेजने वालों को ये मालूम है कि हिंदुस्तान से जम्मू कश्मीर को पाकिस्तान नहीं छीन सकता। इस सब के लिए यहाँ का आदमी चाहिए, और यहाँ का आदमी उनके साथ वही जा सकता है जो कहीं मजबूर होता है। मिलिटेंट हमारे लिए इतना नुकसानदेह नहीं है जितना हमारे घर का एक लड़का भी अगर इस नशे की लत में फंस गया तो वो बगैर गोली के पूरी फैमिली को मार सकता है।
महिलाएं एक आसान सा टारगेट है और वो ये काम करती हैं, मगर हमारी पुलिस और ये जो एजेंसियां हैं ये पूरी तरीके से चौकन्ना है।
Since 2023, 3,190 cases have been registered and 4,536 individuals arrested in Jammu and Kashmir's crackdown.
Hello, and a very warm welcome. Thanks for tuning in to CNN News 18. I'm Kritsween Balia. Let's first up talk about the showdown that continues to take place over the stampede incident at Sandhya Theatre. Now, trouble seems to be mounting for actor Allu Arjun, as the Pushpa 2 actor had been summoned by the Telangana police for 11 a.m. and we did in fact put out those visuals of him appearing before the police a little while earlier. We have more news coming in on the same, but let's give you a quick context of what's really transpired. Though the actor was granted interim bail by the High Court, the court also directed him to cooperate with the ongoing investigation in the stampede case. Furthermore, a senior leader of the Congress in Telangana has filed a complaint with the police against Allu Arjun over his new movie Pushpa 2, alleging a scene in it insults the police force. Besides the actor, the complaint names the movie's director, Sukumar, and the producers as well. Let's also talk about the bit of breaking news update coming in with regards to the line of questioning for Allu Arjun. We're learning that the police interrogation is based on claims made by the actor in his press conference on Saturday. There's also possibility of the police confronting him with CCTV footage released by the Hyderabad commissioner detailing the sequence of events. Allu Arjun, remember, had claimed that no one from the police approached him. The police, though, says the ACP specifically spoke to him after multiple attempts to reach out to him through Sandhya Theatre management, and his personal security team wouldn't allow the ACP to meet the actor in the first place. Now, Allu Arjun, remember, claimed that he left the theatre early, but the police had come to say very clearly that he left only a little past midnight, close to 12:05 a.m. I want to go across to my colleague Swastika Das joining us with more details. Swastika, tell us about, the specific angles that are being probed by the police. Now, we're learning more with regards to the line of questioning, but what are these claims that were made by the actor on Saturday that the police want to question him on?
Well, remember, the actor said that, number one, this was in response to the statement that was made by Chief Minister Revanth Reddy and Akbaruddin Owaisi on the floor of the House. So, responding to that, actor Allu Arjun had done a press conference saying that his character was being assassinated. There's a lot of misinformation that's in the air, and he was duty bound to clear it. He said that this was nothing but purely an accident, and he said nobody is to be blamed for the entire accident, though the matter is sub judice, and he refused to talk beyond that one line that this was nothing but a pure accident. He also said that nobody from the police had approached him. Now, this is the bone of contention, because The police said, and very specifically so, one, they had released a CCTV footage, remember, detailing the sequence of events, and the police on its own statement said that the ACP, after multiple attempts to mediate through the Sandhya Theatre, who did not pay attention to the whole situation outside, they themselves went to Allu Arjun, told him specifically that there was a stampede, two people, one woman and her son had been found unconscious, and the situation was not conducive enough for him to continue watching the film. But the police said it seems that Allu Arjun replied telling them that I will leave only after watching the entire film. So today's line of questioning is definitely on the press conference that Allu Arjun had held on Saturday, where in fact there is a possibility of counter statements being filed by the police here. Basically, the police is going to state out its side of the facts, and Allu Arjun is going to put out the facts. They're going to counter him on the claims that he had made in the press conference. Number one, that he left the theatre immediately after coming to know about how the stampede had occurred, and he also said that he got to know about the demise of Revati in the stampede and her son's condition only the next morning. This is in contradiction to what the police had claimed earlier. Next is the whole point of contention is the police permission itself. Allu Arjun's legal team has consistently maintained that they have the police permission, and that's why they arrived at the theatre. The police had categorically denied, saying no police permission was given. Next, with respect to the road show that Allu Arjun had conducted while trying to enter the theatre on the 4th of December, and more importantly, there is a possibility, as we're given to understand and we are picking up by our sources, of confronting him with the CCTV footage that was released by the Hyderabad Police Commissioner detailing the sequence of events, and more importantly confronting him with that sequence of event. And the police, as per the notice copy, can also take him to Sandhya Theatre to the scene of offence should there be a need. As of now, inside is where actor Allu Arjun is being interrogated by the ACP and the DCP, as we're given to understand. From his family side, Allu Arvind, actor Allu Arjun's father, as well as his father-in-law are also here.
Okay, Swastika, continue talking to us. You know, a lot of media presence as well outside the police station. Currently, Allu Arjun is inside. He's being confronted by the police officials. You're giving us, you know, source-based information coming in on what that line of questioning may look like for the actor. You're also telling us that he may be taken to the scene of offence, which is Sandhya Theatre. But to give us a little bit of clarity with regards to, you know, why the police may want to confront him on the claims made by the ACP that he himself did in fact try and get in touch with the actor on that very day through Sandhya Theatre management, but was denied access in the first place. Is this communication that was being sought by the ACP, was it being attempted before he reached the theatre, or was it after the stampede situation arose, following which the police wanted him to leave immediately? Give us a brief timeline here.
Right. So, see, as per the police, and I'm going to put out two different versions. The police says that around 9:28, 9:40 is when Allu Arjun entered the theatre, and as soon as he entered the theatre, through the very same entry and exit points where normal film goers also enter, the security guards of Allu Arjun started jostling and pushing the crowd in such an aggressive manner that it created a pandemonium over there, leaving the entire crowd falling on each other. And Allu Arjun, in the meantime, had gone and entered the theatre in the upper lobby of the Sandhya Theatre. At the lower lobby was where the crowd surged, and many people even scaled the walls to catch a glimpse of actor Allu Arjun. And in that commotion, Revati and her son were found unconscious, and immediately they were taken out of the lower lobby of the Sandhya Theatre. CPR was administered. Revati was not responding. Her son, both of them were taken to first a normal hospital, Durgabai Deshmukh Hospital, which was closest, and from there they were taken to the KIMS Hospital. This was by the ACP himself. Then the ACP says he came back, first tried meeting with Allu Arjun directly, was stopped by the Sandhya Theatre management and an Allu Arjun's personal guard. The name that he took here was that of Santosh, in fact, who is said to be part of actor Allu Arjun's security personnel. And he tried to pass on a message that actor Allu Arjun should leave the spot because the situation was not conducive. But the management and his security team, as we given to understand, did not inform actor Allu Arjun. This is what the police has gotten to know. Then the ACP himself directly approached actor Allu Arjun, and this is where the contention is. The ACP says he went to Allu Arjun, specifically told him about Revati, the woman who died, and her son, and the stampede. And ACP says Allu Arjun replied to him that he would leave only after the entire movie was over. This is a very big red mark that has been highlighted, red flag that has been highlighted. Police. By the time the ACP came out, went to the higher official, which in this case was DCP. It's when the DCP had come, given an ultimatum to Allu Arjun around 11:45 p.m. This was on the 4th of December. That is when the DCP in stern voice said that only 10 to 15 minutes will be given to you. You have to exit the theatre. That is when Allu Arjun came out. Remember the CCTV footage that we have been consistently playing. As per that CCTV footage, Allu Arjun was seen exiting the upper balcony of the Sandhya Theatre at 11:37 p.m. But the police said by the time he finally came out of the theatre was 12:05 on the 5th of December. 5th of December midnight was when Allu Arjun, Rashmika Mandana and his wife came out of that theatre. And then what was transpired after that was police coming to know that Revati had passed away. She was declared brought dead, in fact, by the hospital, while her son was found in a critical condition. Countering that was this police's counter came a day after Allu Arjun had held his statement. He said, Allu Arjun, that this is nothing but character assassination. He said he was not approached by the police. He exited the theatre after his security team told him that the situation was not conducive, and he said he left immediately. He also said that if I had been really lawless or somebody who did not abide by the law, why would I leave my own children behind in the theatre to watch the film? It is only me, Rashmika, and my wife who left the theatre. My family was behind. And he also went on to say that he is going to comply with the investigation. He also specifically, remember, said that this was a pure accident, and that's why, and he also said that nobody should be held responsible for this incident, but the matter is sub judice and I will abide by the law. This was the exact statement of actor Allu Arjun. Then the police came up with its own CCTV footage. So the crux of it, and cutting to the chase, this has emerged as a showdown match between the Hyderabad police and actor Allu Arjun's team. Why has he been summoned here? Essentially to question him on the claims that he made in that press conference that happened on Saturday, and more importantly, there is a possibility that the police may want to sort of reconstruct the crime scene. It's very clearly, the offence scene, I beg your pardon, it's clearly mentioned in that notice copy. So there is a possibility that actor Allu Arjun may be taken to Sandhya Theatre. But before that, they are certainly confronting him with the CCTV sequence that has been released by the Hyderabad police, and that will be shown to him.
Oh yes, absolutely, because the police version seems to be that Allu Arjun's version, you know, the explanation that's coming from the actor so far doesn't seem to be sitting well as far as the CCTV footage is concerned, and all of that perhaps being asked to the actor as we speak. Stay on with us, Swastika. We'll come back to you in just a bit. Like we've been discussing, you know, a full-blown political war of words has also taken place ever since this stampede incident first took place. The BJP, the BRS of the opinion that, you know, the Congress in Telangana is trying to extract personal revenge by going after the actor in this case. So let's play out more reactions to that effect.
So the case of the Allu Arjun is a small case. Like many other issues in the state, there is an issue. So in that stampede, what is the role of the hero? What is the role of the police? Who failed? Whether police failed to give the security or the theatre management has failed to give the security? This has to be looked into. So my sincere request to the film industry and as well as to the police is, as the matter is pending before the court.
इस पार्टी की तेलंगाना सरकार किसी भी तरीके से इसको झुकाना है, इस मानसिकता से, इस इमरजेंसी मानसिकता से काम कर रही है, क्योंकि पहले भी उन्होंने जिस प्रकार से ओवररीच करके गिरफ्तार किया, जिस पर हाईकोर्ट की टिप्पणी और हाईकोर्ट का फैसला आ गया है, उसके बाद जिस प्रकार से लगातार उनके घर पे पथराव होना, जिसमें कांग्रेस का डायरेक्ट लिंक निकल कर आया है। पथराव करने वाला रेवंत रेड्डी जी का करीबी भी है और कोडंगल यूथ कांग्रेस का अध्यक्ष भी है, चुनाव भी लड़ा है उनके टिकट पर। तो इससे स्पष्ट है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी केवल और केवल बदले की भावना से ग्रसित होकर, वेंडेटा पॉलिटिक्स से ग्रसित होकर प्रताड़ित करने के लिए लगातार कर रही है।
All right, going across to Swastika once again. Swastika, while these kind of political reactions come in from the BJP, there is a larger motive which is also being discussed by several experts, which includes the fact that Pawan Kalyan and Chiranjeevi, the Telugu actor, are directly linked to the Allu Arjun family. And since those links cannot be ruled out, is why as well we're seeing, the BJP go after the Congress in Telangana in this manner, isn't it?
Well, see, there are multiple such speculation doing the rounds. Allu Arjun's father, in fact, Allu Arjun, is the brother of Chiranjeevi's wife. So, Allu Arjun and Ram Charan Tej are cousins, and Chiranjeevi has been a guiding figure for the entire family. So, there was speculation of rift, considering that, yes, there are multiple theories doing the rounds. During Andhra elections, we saw that Allu Arjun had extended support to his friend who was from the YSRCP party, and then that may have not gone down well. But that is not true, is what we're given to understand, because the mega family, as they are popularly known here in Tollywood circuit, is standing as one. Because number one, remember when Allu Arjun was arrested, it was Chiranjeevi who had first arrived at the residence of Allu Arjun to extend his solidarity with the family. Allu Arjun, in fact, when he came back from Chikatpalli, I beg your pardon, from Chanchalguda prison, we saw Chiranjeevi's wife, in fact his own aunt, coming and supporting him, and more importantly, Pawan Kalyan too has extended his support to the family, because this is not just a political matter. This, regardless of whatever connection one may have with political background. For that matter, Allu Arjun's father-in-law Kancharla Chandrasekhar Reddy is related to the Congress, and here he is now sort of having a showdown with the Telangana government here, which is ruled by the Congress. So many conjectures doing the rounds. There's also another conjecture that has come to the fore, that at the Pushpa 2 Success Party, actor Allu Arjun did not take the name of Chief Minister Revanth Reddy. So there are multiple such viral videos doing the rounds. But yes, without really highlighting those aspects, what we can tell you from the ground is, today the entire film industry, Tollywood industry, has been rankled by this development. First Allu Arjun's arrest, then bail, and now him being summoned at the police station for routine interrogation has sort of not gone down well with the industry. In fact, they are trying from their side to do as much they can to ensure that the entire industry stands together, and that's why we have not seen any kind of contradictory claims coming in from the industry, right from the mega family to Rana Daggubati, to Vijay Deverakonda, all the top stars, A-list actors of Tollywood and Indian film industry. Let's not forget Varun Dhawan had come out in support of Allu Arjun. All of these stars had come out in support of actor Allu Arjun. So it is essentially the entire film industry rallying behind him. In fact, yesterday 50 lakh rupees compensation was given by the Tollywood film producers and makers of the movie Pushpa, Maitri movie makers, to the family of the deceased. The Film Federation has also extended financial support, an undisclosed amount at this juncture. So overall, they have in fact come out in support of the woman's family, the deceased woman's family, and parallelly they have even extended their show of strength behind Allu Arjun. What exactly is the reason? Many may add many attributes to it, but for now it is particularly the Telangana government's version is, it is a matter of justice, it's a matter of equality. Life has been lost, who is going to be accountable for that? Police says that it is purely the fault of Allu Arjun. It was his negligence, quote unquote, that led to this entire stampede and the unfortunate death of Revati while her son.
Oh yes, the Congress perhaps wants to prove a point that law is one and the same for everybody in the state, and that's what is being opined by several leaders as well. Swastika, stay on with us. But the only criticism coming in from the Congress in Telangana is not limited to the manner in which the actor conducted himself on the day of the release of the film. There's also another Congress MLC who's filed a complaint with the police against the actor and the filmmakers of Pushpa, while alleging that there is a scene in the film that insults the police force. Here's what the Congress leader had to say.
In your complaint, you've alleged that there's a scene within Pushpa 2 within the police force is being disrespected. And your argument in this scene, you actually see the protagonist, you see Allu Arjun urinating in a swimming pool while a police officer is in it. That you have said is disrespectful to police officers, correct? So just elaborate on your complaint first, then we'll come to you with follow-up questions.
Right. Yesterday I went to the movie and watched along with my team and other police officers. In that movie, particularly the swimming pool scene is very objectionable. It is deliberately insulting the police or cops, some security officers who are working for the people. So that is very objectionable. I went to the police station and given complaint to the Rajkunda police. So in that movie, what I'm saying, so now here going in Telangana, that is particularly Chikadpalli police Sandhya theatre issue.
Yeah.
I filed against the whole team about this issue only, right. Not about the Sandhya theatre issue and other issue. So what I'm saying, the movie team I request to the police officer, station house officer to take action against him about this issue. So I requested to the movie team also try to remove this scene from the movie. So what is going, I don't know next level, but we are not entering that Sandhya theatre issue because my party high command has given clearly instruction to the all leaders and all party workers to stop the issue about this because we have some other public issues. We focus on that one.
రూపం పోసుకునేటువంటి బిడ్డ యొక్క సినిమాను అద్భుతంగా మన ముందుకు తీసుకొచ్చింది. అవునా మాకు ఈ హక్కులు ఉంటాయా అని ఎంతో మందికి ఈ సినిమా ప్రేరణగా నిలిచింది. కానీ అలాంటి సినిమాను ప్రోత్సహించలేదు. అలాంటి వాళ్ళకి అవార్డులు రాలే జేబీఎం సినిమా లాంటి వాటికి. కానీ ఇవాళ పోలీస్ అధికారులు చట్టబద్ధంగా ఉండేటువంటి డ్యూటీలో ఉంటారు. వాళ్ళని బట్టలు ఇప్పేసి ఒక స్మగ్లర్ పాత్రలో ఒక స్మగ్లర్ పాత్రలో ఉండేటువంటి ఒక స్మగ్లింగ్ చేసేటువంటి హీరోలు పోలీస్ అధికారులను పోలీస్ స్టేషన్లలో బయట బట్టలు ఇప్పేసి నిలబెట్టి యథేచ్ఛగా స్మగ్లింగ్ చేసేటువంటి సినిమాలకు మాత్రం కేంద్రం నుంచి అవార్డులు వస్తున్నాయి.
Going across to Swastika once again. Swastika, from criticizing actor Allu Arjun's moves on the day the film released to questioning the National Award for the film to now a Congress leader filing a complaint with the police raising objections to a particular scene, alleging that, it's an insult to the police forces. We're seeing an all-out criticism on part of the Congress essentially.
That's right. The first line of criticism came from the most important person of the state, the Chief Minister, in fact, or that too on the floor of the House. And more importantly, now you have Telangana Minister Sitaka question the necessity or the whole reason for giving national award. She took a dig at the centre saying that while films like Jai Bhim have not been recognized by the centre, it is movies like Pushpa 2 or Pushpa in fact, where actor Allu Arjun in fact was seen playing the role of a smuggler and more importantly in fact attacking, hoodwinking the system, getting rewarded by the National Film Award jury, and that is the big question that she has raised. She said there should be responsibility and accountability from the part of the movie makers to ensure that the movies that they make should impart values, not essentially a comment made in good light. And let's also talk about Teenmar Mallana, the MLC here in question, who has filed a complaint against the movie makers. And why has he complained? Where he took objection to a scene where actor Allu Arjun was seen urinating into a swimming pool where a police personnel was present. So the Congress has in fact gone all out. Let me also mention that cinematography minister Komat Reddy Venkat Reddy has also said accountability should be held, and just because he is a celebrity, those who are responsible for an offence like this that led to the death of a woman and her son being hospitalized for over 20 days should not be considered above the law. And that stand has been very clear as far as the Congress government here in Telangana is concerned.
Okay, very interesting, because while the Congress MLC has filed a complaint with the police raising objections to that particular scene from the film, the complaint has been raised, Swastika, nearly 20 days after the release of the film. Isn't that being questioned in itself?
Well, that's because I did ask this question to the MLC. He says that that's because he only watched the film recently. He watched it, I guess, day before yesterday, and that's why he felt the need to file a complaint. But definitely that cannot be the reason. If you look at the manner in which the whole situation has been playing out, it's pretty pertinent to mention that the victim, the deceased woman's husband, in fact has categorically said that he has no grudges against Allu Arjun. He does not hold Allu Arjun responsible for the stampede, for the death of his wife. In fact, he has come out in full support of Allu Arjun, saying it is his family. The actor himself has in fact extended all kinds of financial support to ensure that the treatment of Sri Teja, who is undergoing treatment at a private hospital here in Hyderabad, is being taken care of. Adequate compensation has been given. So there is no objection per se coming in from the deceased woman's husband itself. So that is why today the opposition is up in arms, raising questions over the need for targeting Allu Arjun. There is also, remember, Allu Arjun is accused number 11. The main accused in this case have still not been, who are also on interim bail, have not been called for summons as of now. So questions are being raised as to why Allu Arjun specifically has been called for summons here at the Chikatpally police station, and more importantly, what about accountability on the part of the police? Opposition BRS and BJP saying that it is not the actor who is responsible for it, it is the police which has failed in giving adequate bandobast. So where does the buck stop is the question that's being raised by BJP and BRS. I'm going to very quickly show you the situation here outside the Chikatpally police station. It's been more than an hour, or rather it's just been an hour since actor Allu Arjun arrived here, and questioning is currently underway by the ACP and the DCP, as we are given to understand. He's being, one of the lines of questionings that we are understanding is to confront him. The CCTV footage, the sequence that has been put forth by the Hyderabad police, countering him with the claims that have been made by the actor. Here outside the police station is actor Allu Arjun's father, noted Tollywood producer Allu Arjun. His father-in-law Kancharla Chandrasekhar Reddy is also present here. And very interestingly, Kancharla Chandrasekhar Reddy is a Congress leader. Remember, yesterday he tried to have a meeting with AICC Telangana in charge Deepadash Munshi. He also tried to meet Congress president here in Telangana, Mahesh Gaud, but we're given to understand that minutes meeting, barely they could speak because of crowd over there. So yes, that's the input that we're getting you from the ground.
Okay, all right. It's a developing story still. Swastika, many thanks for joining us with all those details. Allu Arjun being questioned. It's been a little over an hour since he reached the police station, was summoned by the police officials for today itself, and a line of questioning that we've managed to access here on CNN News 18 as well. He may perhaps be taken to the scene of offence later today. But that's all the time we have. We need to head into a very short break. But here's a quick reminder, it's that time of the year again. The Indian of the Year awards are back. This is your chance to celebrate the visionaries and icons making India proud. From trailblazing business leaders to inspiring youth icons, entertainers, sports legends and change makers, these incredible individuals have left their mark, inspiring millions worldwide. Show your support by voting for your favorite Indian at www.indianoftheyear.com. Together, let's honor India's pride, the world's inspiration. RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2024.
मैं यहाँ से अपनी गाड़ी में गई इस्लामाबाद, वहाँ पे जो भेजने वाले था पेडलर जो था, मैंने उसको गाड़ी की चाबी हाथ में थमा दी। मैंने वहाँ पे उससे 50 ग्राम लिए और मैंने गाड़ी उसको वहाँ पे छोड़ दी। वहाँ से मैं हीरोइन लाती थी। इवन कि मतलब कोई भी ऐसी चीज़ नहीं होगी, मतलब इतना ये इंसान को मजबूर करता है ना कि मतलब हेल्पलेस इंसान इतना हो जाता है।
मैं आपको पर्टिकुलरली तो नहीं बोल सकता हूँ किसी कारणवश, बट ये है कि हाँ, महिलाओं के ज़रिए जो गाँव आगे हैं वहाँ से कहीं ना कहीं से महिलाओं के ज़रिए आता है पीछे। ड्रग्स पे जितना कंट्रोल हो सके, जितना नहीं पूरा कंप्लीटली कंट्रोल होना चाहिए।
Are women easy drug mules? Are agencies less suspecting of women peddling drugs? Mere coincidence or a conspiracy? The pattern is definitely concerning, one that our security agencies are not neglecting. CNN News 18 reported in early 2024 on Pakistan's role in pushing narcotics into Jammu and Kashmir, highlighting involvement of overground workers in recruiting for this trade.
चाहे वो बच्चे हैं, चाहे वो औरतें हैं, चाहे कैसे भी करते हैं, उनको पता है आपके कोई भी हमारा दाव पेच जो भी है, उन्होंने हम सब भी हथकंडे इस्तेमाल किए, लेकिन इंशाल्लाह वो फेल रहे। ये जो यूथ है तो इसको भी उकसाने का मसला है। कोई स्कूल से है, कोई कॉलेज से है, कोई कहीं से है, किसी को पता ही नहीं होता, सिर्फ पैसों की लालच है।
Despite visible law enforcement actions, drug syndicates continue adopting new methods. This time around, we visited areas like Rajouri, Poonch, Doga, Anantnag and Baramulla that are revealing a significant trend: increasing participation of women in the illegal narcotics trade.
मिलिटेंटों को और उनके भेजने वालों को ये मालूम है कि हिंदुस्तान से जम्मू कश्मीर को पाकिस्तान नहीं छीन सकता। इस सब के लिए यहाँ का आदमी चाहिए, और यहाँ का आदमी उनके साथ वही जा सकता है जो कहीं मजबूर होता है। मिलिटेंट हमारे लिए इतना नुकसानदेह नहीं है जितना हमारे घर का एक लड़का भी अगर इस नशे की लत में फंस गया तो वो बगैर गोली के पूरी फैमिली को मार सकता है।
महिलाएं एक आसान सा टारगेट है और वो ये काम करती हैं, मगर हमारी पुलिस और ये जो एजेंसियां हैं ये पूरी तरीके से चौकन्ना है।
Since 2023, 3,190 cases have been registered and 4,536 individuals arrested in Jammu and Kashmir's crackdown on illegal narcotics. To disrupt supply chains, authorities invoked the PIT-NDPS Act, lending to 463 detention orders in 18 months. In Rajouri district alone, 27 cases have been registered and 39 arrests made in 2024, with several cases involving women.
अगर करना वाले जो है या वहाँ उस साइड वाले वो तो ईज़िली लाते हैं, लेकिन वहाँ से जो फिर दूसरे डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में जो पेंडर्स लाते हैं, हम तो ठहरे छोटे मोटे करने वाले है ना, मतलब हम लाते 4 ग्राम 5 ग्राम जो केजीज में लाते हैं। कॉमन सेंस की बात है, जब तक उनको वहाँ पे मतलब किसी का सपोर्ट नहीं होगा, किसी के साथ बातचीत नहीं होगी, इतना इजी तो है नहीं कि ये आटे का थैला तो नहीं है ना इंसान हाथ में लेके थमा के चलेगा। मेरे साथ भी ऐसे कुछ थे पुलिस के, मतलब जिनको पता था कि मैं करती हूँ और उनको पता था ये यहाँ से आती है जाती है रोज, मतलब इसको लाना होता है 50,000 का भी, 10,000 का भी, 20,000 का भी। हाँ, इट्स मतलब कॉमन थिंग है। मैं भी उनको मतलब इवन के मतलब कभी कभार ऐसा होता था, फिर वो बोलते थे नहीं अब आप हमारे साथ एक सौदा कर लो, अगर तुम महीने में मतलब 4 लाख 5 लाख का लाती हो, चलो हमें भी 50,000 दिया करो महीने में। Yes, exactly. हाँ, बिल्कुल।
In past also we have done a lot of seizures. In past also 10 kg this narcotics was seized. That was of high value. And recently also we have seized 9 kilograms of ganja that was being carried out from this border belt. So our efforts are on. And we have also seized as well as attached the properties of these narco smugglers. So we are acting tough against these narco smugglers, and our endeavor is that there should be zero tolerance for this narcotics. And our endeavor is that to get rid of these activities, and we are acting tough against these narco smugglers. So our efforts are on, and we'll ensure that no sort of these narcotics are used in this process. So our teams are out, and we are doing our best on this.
While the Indian Army conducts checks at border posts, the shortage of female personnel limits thorough searches of women. Police face similar challenges, unable to search every individual crossing over.
Welcome back. Thanks for staying tuned. Let's talk about the BJP's counter strategy on the Ambedkar issue that is being raked by the Congress almost on a daily basis now. We're learning that the BJP-ruled state chief ministers and deputy chief ministers will do press conference in their respective states on the issue. So that's the latest bit of breaking news update coming in. Remember, the Congress has already launched a week-long nationwide campaign against Home Minister Amit Shah, alleging he insulted Ambedkar with his remarks. And as part of this campaign, we've seen Congress workers and leaders hold marches, press conferences to not just remember Ambedkar's legacy, but also target the Bharatiya Janata Party on the issue. Going across to Payal Mehta, joining us with more details. A counter strategy, it appears, on part of the BJP. Payal, what more do we know?
Well, the BJP does realize that this issue is not dying down by any standard, and the Congress has been upping the ante. So obviously the BJP leaders in all the BJP ruled states, whether they have chief ministers or deputy chief ministers, they've been asked to hold press conferences, essentially say what kind of contribution has been made by the Modi government to in fact bring to fore the contributions of the late Baba Saheb Ambedkar in terms of his principles of the constitution, and how he was given the due respect only by the BJP-led government, either whether it was Atal Bihari Vajpayee or it was Narendra Modi, and how the Congress party has just been using him as a mere vote bank strategy as well. So obviously counter strategy coming to the fore, because like I said, the BJP realizes that this is probably not a very, very pleasant situation to be in, and of course the person at the helm of the target has been the Home Minister himself, Amit Shah, against whom the Congress party and several opposition parties have gone hammer and tongs, aggressive campaign is what has been witnessed. So obviously the BJP countering, and the BJP does realize that they have governments in practically multiple states, whether it's the NDA ruled states or the BJP ruled states as well. So they want to put out their point of view, and that's of course a noted strategy that is taken forth.
We've already seen a series of reactions coming from the BJP ever since this campaign on part of the Congress began. In fact, the BJP calls it nothing but drama, and instead has asked the Congress to apologize for undermining Ambedkar's legacy and going after the BJP in a targeted manner. So how is it playing out overall, and what has been the response essentially?
The BJP's response has been that it is a small clip which has been mischievously put out by the Congress party trying to create a narrative, and the Home Minister himself in a press conference last week asked people to look at the clip in entirety and not fall for a small portion of the clip. Having said that, the Congress party has been saying that, and they've been demanding Amit Shah's resignation. But on their part, the BJP also says that the Congress party should also be answering for the misdoings, how they insulted Baba Ambedkar all the time, how they did not give him his due. It was this government which actually gave him the Bharat Ratna which he deserved long time ago. And in a regime where Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru and Indira Gandhi ended up giving Bharat Ratna to themselves. So this narrative and counter-narrative has been something which has been going on for almost a week now. It seems it's not cut eyes with the people, so that's the reason no side wants to really revenge.
Okay, Payal, many thanks for joining us with all those details. In fact, we're learning post 3 p.m. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath will be holding one such press conference. Shifting our attention now to a chilling development that's emerged after the arrest of Javed Ansari, who's a member of